Chapter 13 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Clara Barton to the Front. When the author of this volume was a schoolboy, the advanced readers in the public schools partook largely of a patriotic character, and the rhetorical exercises of Friday afternoons contained recitations and declamations inspired by the great Civil War. The author remembers a Friday when he came upon the platform with his left arm withdrawn from his coat sleeve and concealed inside the coat, while he recited a poem of which he still remembers certain lines. My arm, I lost it at Cedar Mountain. Ah, little one, that was a dreadful fight, for brave blood flowed like a summer fountain, and the cannon roared till the fall of night. Nay, nay, your question has done me no harm, dear, though it woke for the moment a thrill of pain. For whenever I look at my stump of an arm here, I seem to be living that day again. The poem went on to relate the scenes of the battle, the desperate charge, the wound, the amputation, and now the necessity of earning a livelihood by the peddling of needles, pins, and other inexpensive household necessities. It was a poem with rather large dramatic possibilities, and the author utilized them according to the best of his then ability. Since that Friday afternoon in his early boyhood, he has always thought of Cedar Mountain as a battle in which he had something of a share. If he had really been there and had lost an arm in the manner which the poem described, one of the things he would have been almost certain to remember would have been the presence there of Clara Barton. She afterward told of it in this simple fashion. When our armies fought on Cedar Mountain, I broke the shackles and went to the field. 5 days and nights, with 3 hours' sleep, a narrow escape from capture, and some days of getting the wounded into hospitals at Washington brought Saturday, August 30th. And if you chance to feel that the positions I occupied were rough and unseemly for a woman, I can only reply that they were rough and unseemly for men. But under all lay the life of the nation. I had inherited the rich blessing of health and strength of constitution, such as are seldom given to women, and I felt that some return was due from me and that I ought to be there. The Battle of Cedar Mountain, also called Cedar Run and Culpeper, was fought on Saturday, August 9th, 1862. Stonewall Jackson, as directed by General Lee, moved to attack Pope before McClellan could reinforce him. The corps attack was under command of General Banks, and the Confederates were successful. The Federal losses were 314 killed, 1,465 wounded, and 622 missing. News of the battle reached Washington on Monday. Clara Barton's entry for that day contains no suggestion of the heroic, no appearance of consciousness that she was beginning for herself and her country and the civilized world a new epoch in the history of women's ministration to men wounded on the battlefield. Monday, August 11th, 1862. Battle at Culpeper reached us. Went to Sanitary Commission. Concluded to go to Culpeper. Packed goods. The next day she went to General Pope's headquarters and got her pass, General Rucker accompanying her. The remainder of the day she spent in completing her arrangements and in conference with Gardner Tufts of Massachusetts, an agent sent by the state to look after Massachusetts wounded. That night she went to Alexandria, which was as far as she could get, and the next morning she resumed her journey and arrived at Culpeper at 3:30 in the afternoon. The next days were busy days. It is interesting to find in her diary that she ministered not only to the Union, but also to the Confederate wounded. For several days she had little rest. When she returned to Washington later in the month, she was not permitted to remain. She learned that her cousin, Corporal Poor, had been brought to a hospital in the city, but she was unable to visit him, being called to minister to the wounded who were being brought to Alexandria as the result of the fighting that followed Cedar Mountain. Her hastily written note is not dated, but the time is in the latter part of August 1862. My own darling cousin, I was almost, all but, ready to come to you, and then came this bloody fight at Culpeper, and the state agent for Massachusetts comes and claims me to go to Alexandria, where 600 wounded are to be brought in today, and I may have to go in further. I hope to be back yet in time to come to you this week. If not, I will write you. I am distressed that I cannot come to you tomorrow as I had intended. I hope you are as well as when I last heard. I should have written, but I thought to come so soon. I must leave now. My wagon waits for me. God bless you, my poor dear cousin, and I will see you if the rebels don't catch me. Goodbye, your affectionate cousin, Clara. Whether she was able to visit her cousin or not, on her return from Alexandria, we do not know. Her diary for the latter part of the year 1862 ceases to be consecutive. It contains not the record of her own comings and goings, but names of wounded soldiers, memoranda of letters to write for men who had died, and other data of this character. Her entry for Saturday, August 30th, 1862, is significant. It reads, Visited Armory Hospital. Took comb to Sergeant Field of Massachusetts 21st. On my way, saw everybody going to wharf. I went. This was her last record for more than a week. We know what was taking the people to the wharf. We know what sad sights awaited those who made their way to the Potomac. We know the sad procession that came over the long bridge. The second battle of Bull Run had been fought. After the first battle of Bull Run, there was nothing she could do but stay in Washington and write her father such distracting news that she had to stop. The situation was different now. Clara Barton knew where she was needed, and she had authority to go. No time was wasted now in special passes. She had proved the value of her worth at Cedar Mountain. That very night she was in a boxcar on her way to the battlefield. Shortly after the second battle of Bull Run, Clara Barton wrote the following account to a friend, and later revised it as a part of one of her war lectures. It is, in some respects, the most vivid of all her recitals of experiences on battlefields. Our coaches were not elegant or commodious. They had no windows, no seats, no platforms, no steps. A slide door on the side was the only entrance, and this higher than my head. For my manner of attaining my elevated position, I must beg of you to draw on your own imaginations and spare me the labor of reproducing the boxes, barrels, boards, and rails, which, in those days, seemed to help me up and on in the world. We did not criticize the unsightly helpers, and were only too thankful that the stiff springs did not quite jostle us out. This description need not be limited to this particular trip or train, but will suffice for all that I have known in army life. This is the kind of conveyance by which your tons of generous gifts have reached the field with the precious freights. These trains, through day and night, sunshine and rain, heat and cold, have thundered over heights, across plains, through ravines, and over hastily built army bridges 90 feet across the rocky stream beneath. At 10 o'clock Sunday, August 31st, our train drew up at Fairfax Station. The ground, for acres, was a thinly wooded slope, and among the trees, on the leaves and grass, were laid the wounded who were pouring in by scores of wagon loads, as picked up on the field under the flag of truce. All day they came, and the whole hillside was covered. Bales of hay were broken open and scattered over the ground like littering for cattle, and the sore, famishing men were laid upon it. And when the night shut in the mist and darkness about us, we knew that, standing apart from the world of anxious hearts, throbbing over the whole country, we were a little band of almost empty-handed workers, literally by ourselves in the wild woods of Virginia, with 3,000 suffering men crowded upon the few acres within our reach. After gathering up every available implement or convenience for our work, our domestic inventory stood 2 water buckets, 5 tin cups, 1 camp kettle, 1 stew pan, 2 lanterns, 4 bread knives, 3 plates, and a 2-quart tin dish, and 3,000 guests to serve. You will perceive by this that I had not yet learned to equip myself, for I was no Pallas, ready armed, but grew into my work by hard thinking and sad experience. It may serve to relieve your apprehension for the future of my labors, if I assure you that I was never caught so again. You have read of adverse winds. To realize this in its full sense, you have only to build a campfire and attempt to cook something on it. There is not a soldier within the sound of my voice but will sustain me in the assertion that, go whichsoever side of it you will, wind will blow the smoke and flame directly in your face. Notwithstanding these difficulties, within 15 minutes from the time of our arrival, we were preparing food and dressing wounds. You wonder what and how prepared, and how administered without dishes. You generous, thoughtful mothers and wives have not forgotten the tons of preserves and fruits with which you filled our hands. Huge boxes of these stood beside that railway track. Every can, jar, bucket, bowl, cup, or tumbler, when emptied, that instant became a vehicle of mercy to convey some preparation of mingled bread and wine, or soup or coffee to some helpless, famishing sufferer, who partook of it with the tears rolling down his bronzed cheeks, and divided his blessings between the hands that fed him and his God. I never realized until that day how little a human being could be grateful for, and that day's experience also taught me the utter worthlessness of that which could not be made to contribute directly to our necessities. The bit of bread which would rest on the surface of a gold eagle was worth more than the coin itself. But the most fearful scene was reserved for the night. I have said that the ground was littered with dry hay, and that we had only 2 lanterns, but there were plenty of candles. The wounded were laid so close that it was impossible to move about in the dark. The slightest misstep brought a torrent of groans from some poor mangled fellow in your path. Consequently, here were seen persons of all grades, from the careful man of God who walked with a prayer upon his lips, to the careless driver hunting for his lost whip, each wandering about among this hay with an open flaming candle in his hand. The slightest accident, the mere dropping of a light, could have enveloped in flames this whole mass of helpless men. How we watched and pleaded and cautioned as we worked and wept that night. How we put socks and slippers upon their cold, damp feet, wrapped your blankets and quilts about them, and when we had no longer these to give, how we covered them in the hay and left them to their rest. On Monday, September 1st, the enemy's cavalry appeared in the wood opposite, and a raid was hourly expected. In the afternoon, all the wounded men were sent off, and the danger became so imminent that Mrs. Fales thought best to leave, although she only went for stores. I begged to be excused from accompanying her, as the ambulances were up to the fields for more, and I knew I should never leave a wounded man there if I were taken prisoner 40 times. At 6 o'clock it commenced to thunder and lightning, and all at once the artillery began to play, joined by the musketry about 2 miles distant. We sat down in our tent and waited to see them break in, but Reno's forces held them back. The old 21st Massachusetts lay between us and the enemy, and they could not pass. God only knows who was lost. I do not, for the next day all fell back. Poor Kearney, Stephen, and Webster were brought in, and in the afternoon Kearney's and Heintzelman's divisions fell back through our camp on their way to Alexandria. We knew this was the last. We put the 1,000 wounded men we then had into the train. I took 1 carload of them, and Mrs. M. another. The men took to the horses. We steamed off, and 2 hours later there was no Fairfax station. We reached Alexandria at 10 o'clock at night, and oh, the repast which met those poor men at the train. The people of the island are the most noble I ever saw or heard of. I stood in my car and fed the men till they could eat no more. Then the people would take us home and feed us, and after that we came home. I had slept 1½ hours since Saturday night, and I am well and strong, and wait to go again if I have need. Immediately after the second Bull Run, or Manassas, followed the Battle of Chantilly. It was a woeful battle for the Federal cause. The Confederates were completely successful. Pope's army retreated to Washington in almost as great a state of panic as had characterized the army of McDowell in the previous year. Nothing saved Washington from capture but the fact that the Confederate forces had been so reduced by continuous fighting that they were unable to take advantage of their success. But they had captured the Federal wagon trains, had inflicted far greater losses than they had themselves endured, and were in so confident a frame of mind that Lee immediately prepared to cross the Potomac, invade the North, and bring the war, as he hoped, to a speedy end. It was under these conditions that Clara Barton continued her education at the battlefront. Among many other experiences on the field of Chantilly, Miss Barton recalled these incidents. The slight, naked chest of a fair-haired lad caught my eye, and dropping down beside him, I bent low to draw the remnant of his torn blouse about him, when, with a quick cry, he threw his left arm across my neck, and burying his face in the folds of my dress, wept like a child at his mother's knee. I took his head in my hands and held it until his great burst of grief passed away. "And do you know me?" he asked at length. "I am Charlie Hamilton, who used to carry your satchel home from school." My faithful pupil, poor Charlie. That mangled right arm would never carry a satchel again. About 3 o'clock in the morning, I observed a surgeon, with his little flickering candle in hand, approaching me with cautious step far up in the wood. "Lady," he said as he drew near, "will you go with me? Out on the hills is a poor distressed lad, mortally wounded and dying. His piteous cries for his sister have touched all our hearts, and none of us can relieve him, but rather seem to distress him by our presence." By this time I was following him back over the bloody track, with great beseeching eyes of anguish on every side, looking up into our faces, saying so plainly, "Don't step on us." "He can't last half an hour longer," said the surgeon as we toiled on. "He is already quite cold, shot through the abdomen, a terrible wound." By this time the cries became plainly audible to me. "Mary, Mary, Sister Mary, come, oh come. I am wounded, Mary. I am shot. I am dying. Oh, come to me. I have called you so long, and my strength is almost gone. Don't let me die here alone. Oh, Mary, Mary, come." Of all the tones of entreaty to which I have listened, and certainly I have had some experience of sorrow, I think these, sounding through that dismal night, the most heartrending. As we drew near, some 20 persons, attracted by his cries, had gathered around and stood with moistened eyes and helpless hands, waiting the change which would relieve them all. And in the midst, stretched upon the ground, lay, scarcely full grown, a young man with a graceful head of hair, tangled and matted, thrown back from a forehead and a face of livid whiteness. His throat was bare. His hands, bloody, clasped his breast, his large bewildered eyes turning anxiously in every direction, and ever from between his ashen lips pealed that piteous cry of "Mary, Mary, come." I approached him unobserved, and motioning the lights away, I knelt by him alone in the darkness. Shall I confess that I intended, if possible, to cheat him out of his terrible death agony? But my lips were truer than my heart, and would not speak the word "brother" I had willed them to do. So I placed my hands upon his neck, kissed his cold forehead, and laid my cheek against his. The illusion was complete. The act had done the falsehood my lips refused to speak. I can never forget that cry of joy. "Oh, Mary, Mary, you have come. I knew you would come if I called you, and I have called you so long. I could not die without you, Mary. Don't cry, darling. I'm not afraid to die now that you have come to me. Oh, bless you, Mary." And he ran his cold, blood-wet hands round my neck, passed them over my face, and twined them in my hair, which by this time had freed itself from fastenings, and was hanging damp and heavy upon my shoulders. He gathered the loose locks in his stiffened fingers, and holding them to his lips, continued to whisper through them, bless you, Mary." And I felt the hot tears of joy trickling from the eyes I had thought stony in death. This encouraged me, and wrapping his feet closely in blankets, and giving him such stimulants as he could take, I seated myself on the ground and lifted him on my lap, and drawing the shawl on my own shoulders also about his, I bade him rest. I listened till his blessings grew fainter, and in 10 minutes with them on his lips he fell asleep. So the gray morning found us. My precious charge had grown warm and was comfortable. Of course the morning light would reveal his mistake, but he had grown calm and was refreshed and able to endure it. And when finally he woke, he seemed puzzled for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "I knew before I opened my eyes that this couldn't be Mary. I know now that she couldn't get here, but it is almost as good. You've made me so happy. Who is it?" I said it was simply a lady who, hearing that he was wounded, had come to care for him. He wanted the name, and with childlike simplicity he spelled it letter by letter to know if he were right. "In my pocket," he said, "you will find Mother's last letter. Please get it and write your name upon it, for I want both names by me when I die." "Will they take away the wounded?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "The first train for Washington is nearly ready now." "I must go," he said quickly. "Are you able?" I asked. "I must go if I die on the way. I'll tell you why. I am poor Mother's only son, and when she consented that I go to the war, I promised her faithfully that if I were not killed outright, but wounded, I would try every means in my power to be taken home to her, dead or alive. If I die on the train, they will not throw me off. And if I were buried in Washington, she can get me. But out here in the Virginia woods, in the hands of the enemy, never. I must go." I sent for the surgeon in charge of the train and requested that my boy be taken. "Oh, impossible, madam. He is mortally wounded and will never reach the hospital. We must take those who have a hope of life." "But you must take him." "I cannot." "Can you, doctor, guarantee the lives of all you have on that train?" "I wish I could," said he sadly. "They are the worst cases. Nearly 50% must die eventually of their wounds and hardships." "Then give this lad a chance with them. He can only die, and he has given good and sufficient reasons why he must go. And a woman's word for it, doctor. You take him. Send your men for him." Whether yielding to argument or entreaty, I neither knew nor cared, so long as he did yield nobly and kindly. And they gathered up the fragments of the poor torn boy and laid him carefully on a blanket on the crowded train, and with stimulants and food and a kind-hearted attendant pledged to take him alive or dead to Armory Square Hospital and tell them he was Hugh Johnson of New York and to mark his grave. Although 3 hours of my time had been devoted to one sufferer among thousands, it must not be inferred that our general work had been suspended or that my assistants had been equally inefficient. They had seen how I was engaged, and nobly redoubled their exertions to make amends for my deficiencies. Probably not a man was laid upon those cars who did not receive some personal attention at their hands, some little kindness, if it were only to help lift him more tenderly. This finds us shortly after daylight Monday morning. Train after train of cars was rushing on for the wounded, and hundreds of wagons were bringing them in from the field still held by the enemy, where some poor sufferers had lain 3 days with no visible means of sustenance. If immediately placed upon the trains and not detained, at least 24 hours must elapse before they could be in the hospital and properly nourished. They were already famishing, weak and sinking from loss of blood, and they could ill afford a further fast of 24 hours. I felt confident that, unless nourished at once, all the weaker portion must be past recovery before reaching the hospitals of Washington. If once taken from the wagons and laid with those already cared for, they would be overlooked and perish on the way. Something must be done to meet this fearful emergency. I sought the various officers on the grounds, explained the case to them, and asked permission to feed all the men as they arrived before they should be taken from the wagons. It was well for the poor sufferers of that field that it was controlled by noble-hearted, generous officers, quick to feel and prompt to act. They at once saw the propriety of my request, and gave orders that all wagons should be stayed at a certain point and only moved on when every one had been seen and fed. This point secured, I commenced my day's work of climbing from the wheel to the brake of every wagon, and speaking to and feeding with my own hands each soldier until he expressed himself satisfied. Still, there were bright spots along the darkened lines. Early in the morning, the provost marshal came to ask me if I could use 50 men. He had that number who, for some slight breach of military discipline, were under guard and useless, unless I could use them. I only regretted there were not 500. They came, strong, willing men, and these, added to our original force, and what we had gained incidentally, made our number something over 80, and believe me, 80 men and 3 women, acting with well-directed purpose, will accomplish a good deal in a day. Our 50 prisoners dug graves and gathered and buried the dead, bore mangled men over the rough ground in their arms, loaded cars, built fires, made soup, and administered it. And I failed to discern that their services were less valuable than those of the other men. I had long suspected, and have been since convinced, that a private soldier may be placed under guard, court-martialed, and even be imprisoned without forfeiting his honor or manliness. That the real dishonor is often upon the gold lace rather than the army blue. At 3 o'clock, the last train of wounded left. All day we had known that the enemy hung upon the hills and were waiting to break in upon us. At 4 o'clock the clouds gathered black and murky, and the low growl of distant thunders was heard while lightning continually illuminated the horizon. The still air grew thick and stifled, and the very branches appeared to droop and bow, as if in grief at the memory of the terrible scenes so lately enacted and the gallant lives so nobly yielded up beneath their shelter. This was the afternoon of Monday. Since Saturday noon I had not thought of tasting food, and we had just drawn around a box for that purpose, when of a sudden air and earth and all about us shook with one mingled crash of God's and man's artillery. The lightning played, and the thunder rolled incessantly, and the cannon roared louder and nearer each minute. Chantilly, with all its darkness and horrors, had opened in the rear. The description of this battle I leave to those who saw and moved in it, as it is my purpose to speak only of events in which I was a witness or actor. Although 2 miles distant, we knew the battle was intended for us, and watched the firing as it neared and receded, and waited minute by minute for the rest. With what desperation our men fought hour after hour in the rain and darkness! How they were overborne and rallied, how they suffered from mistaken orders and blundered, and lost themselves in the strange mysterious wood, and how, after all, with giant strength and veteran bravery, they checked the foe and held him at bay, is an all-proud record of history. And the courage of the soldier who braved death in the darkness of Chantilly let no man question. The rain continued to pour in torrents, and the darkness became impenetrable, save from the lightning leaping above our heads and the fitful flash of the guns as volley after volley rang through the stifled air and lighted up the gnarled trunks and dripping branches among which we ever waited and listened. In the midst of this, and how guided no man knows, still came another train of wounded men, and a waiting train of cars upon the track received them. This time nearly alone, for my worn-out assistants could work no longer, I continued to administer such food as I had left. Do you begin to wonder what it could be? Army crackers put into knapsacks and haversacks and beaten to crumbs between stones, and stirred into a mixture of wine, whiskey, and water, and sweetened with coarse brown sugar. Not very inviting, you will think, but I assure you it was always acceptable. But whether it should have been classed as food, like the widow Bedot's cabbage, as a delightful beverage, it would puzzle an epicure to determine. No matter, so it imparted strength and comfort. The departure of this train cleared the grounds of wounded for the night, and as the line of fire from its plunging engines died out in the darkness, a strange sensation of weakness and weariness fell upon me, almost defying my utmost exertion to move one foot before the other. A little Sibley tent had been hastily pitched for me in a slight hollow upon the hillside. Your imaginations will not fail to picture its condition. Rivulets of water had rushed through it during the last 3 hours. Still I attempted to reach it, as its white surface in the darkness was a protection from the wheels of wagons and trampling of beasts. Perhaps I shall never forget the painful effort which the making of those few rods and the gaining of the tent cost me. How many times I fell from sheer exhaustion in the darkness and mud of that slippery hillside I have no knowledge, but at last I grasped the welcome canvas, and a well-established brook, which washed in upon the upper side of the opening that served as a door, met me on my entrance. My entire floor was covered with water, not an inch of dry, solid ground. One of my lady assistants had previously taken train for Washington, and the other, worn out by faithful labors, was crouched upon the top of some boxes in one corner fast asleep. No such convenience remained for me, and I had no strength to arrange one. I sought the highest side of my tent, which I remembered was grass-grown, and ascertaining that the water was not very deep, I sank down. It was no laughing matter then, but the recollection of my position has since afforded me amusement. I remember myself sitting on the ground, upheld by my left arm, my head resting on my hand, impelled by an almost uncontrollable desire to lie completely down, and prevented by the certain conviction that if I did, water would flow into my ears. How long I balanced between my desires and cautions, I have no positive knowledge, but it is very certain that the former carried the point by the position from which I was aroused at 12 o'clock by the rumbling of more wagons of wounded men. I slept 2 hours, and oh, what strength I had gained! I may never know 2 other hours of equal worth. I sprang to my feet, dripping wet, covered with ridges of dead grass and leaves, wrung the water from my hair and skirts, and went forth again into my work. When I stood again under the sky, the rain had ceased, the clouds were sullenly retiring, and the lightning, as if deserted by its boisterous companions, had withdrawn to a distant corner and was playing quietly by itself. For the great volleying thunders of heaven and earth had settled down on the fields. Silent? I said so, and it was, save the ceaseless rumbling of the never-ending train of army wagons which brought alike the wounded, the dying, and the dead. And thus the morning of the third day broke upon us, drenched, weary, hungry, sore-footed, sad-hearted, discouraged, and under orders to retreat. A little later, the plaintive wail of a single fife, the slow beat of a muffled drum, the steady tramp, tramp, tramp of heavy feet, the gleam of 10,000 bayonets on the hills, and with bowed heads and speechless lips, poor Kearny's leaderless men came marching through. This was the signal for retreat. All day they came, tired, hungry, ragged, defeated, retreating. They knew not whither, they cared not whither. The enemy's cavalry, skirting the hills, admonished us each moment that we must soon decide to go from them or with them. But our work must be accomplished, and no wounded men once given into our hands must be left. And with the spirit of desperation, we struggled on. At 3 o'clock, an officer galloped up to me with, "Miss Barton, can you ride?" "Yes, sir," I replied. But you have no lady's saddle. Could you ride mine?" "Yes, sir, or without it, if you have blanket and surcingle." "Then you can risk another hour," he exclaimed, and galloped off. At 4 he returned at a breakneck speed, and leaping from his horse said, "Now is your time. The enemy is already breaking over the hills. Try the train. It will go through, unless they have flanked and cut the bridge a mile above us. In that case, I've a reserve horse for you, and you must take your chances to escape across the country." In 2 minutes I was on the train. The last wounded man at the station was also on. The conductor stood with a torch, which he applied to a pile of combustible material beside the track, and we rounded the curve which took us from view, and we saw the station ablaze, and a troop of cavalry dashing down the hill. The bridge was uncut, and midnight found us at Washington. You have the full record of my sleep, from Friday night till Wednesday morning, 2 hours. You will not wonder that I slept during the next 24. On Friday the following, I repaired to Armory Square Hospital to learn who, of all the 100 sent, had reached that point. I traced the chaplain's record, and there upon the last page, freshly written, stood the name of Hugh Johnson. Turning to Chaplain Jackson, I asked, "Did that man live until today?" "He died during the latter part of last night," he replied. "His friends reached him some 2 days ago, and they are now taking his body from the ward to be conveyed to the depot." I looked in the direction his hand indicated, and there, beside a coffin, about to be lifted into a wagon, stood a gentleman, the mother, and Sister Mary. "Had he his reason?" I asked. "Oh, perfectly." "And his mother and sister were with him 2 days?" "Yes." There was no need of me. He had given his own messages. I could add nothing to their knowledge of him, and would fain be spared the scene of thanks. Poor Hugh, thy piteous prayers reached and were answered, and with eyes and heart full I turned away and never saw Sister Mary. These were days of darkness, a darkness that might be felt. The shattered bands of Pope and Banks, Burnside's weary legions, reinforcements from West Virginia, and all that now remained of the once glorious Army of the Peninsula had gathered for shelter beneath the redoubt and guns that girdled Washington. How the soldiers remembered these ministrations is shown in letters such as this. Charles E. Simmons, Secretary, 21st Regiment, Massachusetts Volunteers. Charles E. Fry, President. 7 Jacques Avenue, Worcester, Mass. September 13th, 1911. To Clara Barton. The survivors of the veteran 21st Massachusetts Regiment, assembled in Odd Fellows Temple in the city of Worcester, wish to put on record the day of your coming to us at Bull Run and Chantilly, when we were in our deepest bereavement and loss, how your presence and deeds brought assurance and comfort, and how you assisted us up the hot and rugged sides of South Mountain by your ministry 49 years ago today, at and over the Burnside Bridge at Antietam, and then through Pleasant Valley to Falmouth, and in course of time were across the Rappahannock and storming the heights of Fredericksburg, were with us indeed when we recrossed the river and found shelter in our tents, broken, bruised, and sheared. With us evermore in body and spirit, lo, these 50 years. The prayer of the 21st Regiment is, God bless our old and tried friend. It was also voted that we present to Clara Barton a bouquet of flowers. Charles E. Simmons, Secretary. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 1, Harper's Ferry to Antietam. Clara Barton had now definitely settled the method of her operations. She had demonstrated the practicability of getting to the front early, and had begun to learn what equipment was necessary if she were to perform her work successfully. Washington was still to be her headquarters, her base of supplies, but from Washington as a center she would radiate in any direction where the need was, going by the most direct route and arriving on the scene of conflict as soon as possible after authentic news of the battle. This was in contravention of all established custom, which was for women, if they assisted at all, to remain far in the rear until wounded soldiers were conveyed to them, or until the retreat of the opposing army made it safe for them to come upon the field where the conflict had been. It disheartened her to have to remain in Washington, where there was no lack of willing assistance, and wait till it was safe to stir. Moreover, she did not find her service in the Washington hospitals wholly cheerful. It depressed her to move among the wounded and witness the after-effects of the battle, the gangrene, the infection of wounds, and the slow fevers, and to think how much of this might have been avoided if the men could have had relief earlier. An extract from a letter to her sister-in-law, written in the summer of 1862, indicates something of her feeling at this time. Washington, D.C., June 26, 1862. My dear Sister Julia, I cannot make a pleasant letter of this. Everything is sad. The very pain which is breathed out in the atmosphere of this city is enough to sadden any human heart. 5,000 suffering men, and room preparing for 8,000 more, poor, fevered, cut-up wretches. It agonizes me to think of it. I go when I can. Today am having a visit from a little Massachusetts Lowell boy, 17, his widowed mother's only child, whom I found recovering from fever in Mount Pleasant Hospital. It had left him with rheumatism. He was tender, and when I asked him what he wanted, burst in tears and said, "I want to see my mother. She didn't know when I left." I appealed to the chief surgeon and applied for his discharge as a native of Massachusetts. It was promised me, and when the astonished little fellow heard it, he threw himself across the back of his chair and sobbed so he could scarcely get his breath. He had been ordered to another hospital next day. The order was checked. This was a week ago, and yesterday he came to me discharged, and with $43 and some new clothes. I sent him on tonight to his mother as a Sunday present. She knows nothing of it, only that he is suffering in hospital. I am ungrateful to be heavy-hearted when I have been able to do only that little. His name is William Diggles, nephew of Jonas Diggles, tailor of New Sharon, Maine. Authentic news of battles reached Washington slowly. At first there was no certainty whether a battle was a battle or only a skirmish. Then, when it became certain that a battle had been fought, the first news was almost always unreliable. It would have been a great advantage if Clara Barton could have known where a battle was to be fought. Manifestly, she could not always know. The generals in command did not always know. But there were times when official Washington had premonitory information. She sought to establish relationship with sufficiently high authority to enable her to know in advance where such battles were to be fought as were brought on by a Union offensive. On Saturday night, September 13th, 1862, she had secret information that a great battle was about to be fought. A small battle had been fought the day before, and it had been disastrous. There had been an engagement at Harper's Ferry, in which the Union Army had 44 killed, 173 wounded, and the amazing number of 12,520 missing or captured. She already suspected, and a little later she knew, that the long list of men missing and captured was more ominous than an added number killed or wounded. "Our army was weary," she said, "and lacked not only physical strength, but confidence and spirit. And why should they not? Always defeated, always on the retreat. I was almost demoralized myself, and I had just commenced." She had just commenced. That was characteristic of her. She had been ministering to the soldiers ever since the day when the first blood was shed on the 19th of April, 1861, and had been at it without rest or stint ever since. But she had just commenced. She had just learned how to do it in the way that was hereafter to characterize her methods. The defeat at Harper's Ferry threw Washington into a panic, but it moved McClellan to a long-deferred engagement with the Union forces in the offensive. "The long maneuvering and skirmishing," she wrote, "had yielded no fruit. Pope had been sacrificed, and all the bloodshed from Yorktown to Malvern Hill seemed to have been utterly in vain. But the minor keys, upon which I played my infinitesimal note in the great anthem of war and victory which rang through the land when these two fearful forces met and closed, with gunlock kissing gunlock, across the rocky bed of Antietam, are yet known only to a few. Washington was filled with dismay, and all the North was moved as a tempest stirs a forest. Maryland lay temptingly in view, and Lee and Jackson, with the flower of the rebel army, marched for its ripening fields. Who it was that whispered hastily on Saturday night, September 13th, "Harper's Ferry, not a moment to be lost," I have never dared to name. In 30 minutes I was waiting the always kindly spoken "Come in" of my patron saint, Major, now Quartermaster General Rucker. "Major," I said, "I want to go to Harper's Ferry. Can I go?" "Perhaps so," he replied with genial but doubtful expression. "Perhaps so. Do you want a conveyance?" "Yes," I said. "But an army wagon is the only vehicle that will reach there with any burden in safety. I can send you one of these tomorrow morning." I said, "I will be ready." But here was to begin a new experience for me. I was to ride 80 miles in an army wagon, and straight into battle and danger at that. I could take no female companion, no friend, but the stout working men I had use for. You, who are accustomed to see a coach and a pair of fine horses with a well-dressed gentlemanly driver draw up to your door, will scarcely appreciate the sensation with which I watched the approach of the long and high, white-covered, tortoise-motioned vehicle, with its string of little frisky, long-eared animals, with the broad-shouldered driver astride, and the eternal jerk of the single rein by which he navigated his craft up to my door. The time, you will remember, was Sunday. The place, 7th Street, just off Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington City. Then and there my vehicle was loaded with boxes, bags, and parcels, and last of all I found a place for myself and the 4 men who were to go with me. I took no Saratoga trunk, but remembered at the last moment to tie up a few articles in my handkerchief. Thus equipped and seated, my chain of little uneasy animals commenced to straighten itself, and soon brought us into the center of Pennsylvania Avenue, in full gaze of the whole city in its best attire and on its way to church. Thus all day we rattled on over the stones and dikes and up and down the hills of Maryland. At nightfall we turned into an open field, and dismounting, built a campfire, prepared supper, and retired. I to my work in my wagon, the men wrapped in their blankets, camping about me. All night an indistinct roar of artillery sounded upon our ears, and waking or sleeping, we were conscious of trouble ahead. But it was well for our rest that no messenger came to tell us how death revelled among our brave troops that night. Before daybreak we had breakfasted, and were on our way. You will not infer that, because by ourselves we were alone upon the road, we were directly in the midst of a train of army wagons, at least 10 miles in length, moving in solid column, the government supplies and ammunition, food and medicine for an army in battle. Weary and sick from their late exposures and hardships, the men were falling by the wayside, faint, pale, and often dying. I busied myself as I rode on, hour by hour, in cutting loaves of bread in slices and passing them to the pale, haggard wrecks as they sat by the roadside, or staggered on to avoid capture, and at each little village we entered I purchased all the bread its inhabitants would sell. Horses as well as men had suffered, and their dead bodies strewed the wayside. My poor words can never describe to you the consternation and horror with which we descended from our wagon and trod, there in the mountain pass, that field of death. There, where we now walked with peaceful feet, 12 hours before the ground had rocked with carnage. There in the darkness God's angels of wrath and death had swept, and foe facing foe, the souls of men went out. And there, side by side, stark and cold in death mingled the northern blue and the southern gray. To such of you as have stood in the midst or followed in the track of armies and witnessed the strange and dreadful confusion of recent battlegrounds, I need not describe this field, and to you who have not, no description would ever avail. The giant rocks, hanging above our heads, seemed to frown upon the scene, and the sighing trees which hung lovingly upon their rugged edge drooped low and wept their pitying dews upon the livid brows and ghastly wounds beneath. Climbing hills and clambering over ledges, we sought in vain for some poor wretch in whom life had still left the power to suffer. Not one remained, and grateful for this, but shocked and sick of heart, we returned to our awaiting conveyance. So far as Harper's Ferry was concerned, her advance information appeared to have come too late to be of any value. The number of wounded was not large, and these had all been taken to Frederick, Maryland. Only the day before, Stonewall Jackson and his men had passed through, and Barbara Frietchie had refused to haul down her flag. There had not been many wounded anyway. The Federal Army simply had failed to fight at Harper's Ferry. The word morale was not then in common use, but that was what the Union Army had lost. On Monday, September 15th, 1862, was fought the Battle of South Mountain, Maryland. There, Hooker and Franklin and Reno were defeated with a loss of 325 men killed, 1,403 wounded, and 85 prisoners. There were few prisoners as compared with Harper's Ferry, but that was partly because the mountainous country gave the defeated Union soldiers a better chance to escape. The defeat was beyond question, and General Reno was killed. While Clara Barton was driving from Harper's Ferry, where she had expected to find a battle, she came suddenly upon a battlefield, that of South Mountain. There she did her ministering work. But Harper's Ferry and South Mountain were both preliminary to the real battle of which she had had her Washington warning. And now she made a discovery. If she was ever to get to the front in time to be of the greatest possible service, she must short-circuit the ordinary military method which would have put her and her equipment among the baggage wagons. For her, the motto from this time on was, "Follow the cannon." This gave her something approaching an open road, and afforded her the opportunity which she was just learning how to utilize with greatest efficiency. The increase of stragglers along the road, Miss Barton recalled, was alarming, showing that our army was weary and lacked not only physical strength, but confidence and spirit. And why should they not? Always defeated, always on the retreat, I was almost demoralized myself, and I had just commenced. I have already spoken of the great length of the army train, and that we could no more change our position than one of the planets. Unless we should wait and fall in the rear, we could not advance a single wagon. And for the benefit of those who may not understand, I may say that the order of the train was first ammunition, next food and clothing for well troops, and finally the hospital supplies. Thus, in case of the battle that needed stores for the army, according to the slow, cautious movement of such bodies, must be from 2 to 3 days in coming up. Meanwhile, as usual, our men must languish and die. Something must be done to gain time, and I resorted to strategy. We found an early resting place, supped by our campfire, and slept again among the dews and damps. At 1 o'clock, when everything was still, we arose, breakfasted, harnessed, and moved on past the whole train, which, like ourselves, had camped for the night. At daylight, we had gained 10 miles, and were up with the artillery and in advance even of the ammunition. All that weary, dusty day I followed the cannon, and nightfall brought us up with the great army of the Potomac, 80,000 men resting upon their arms in the face of a foe equal in number, sullen, straitened, and desperate. Closely following the guns, we drew up where they did, among the smoke of the 1,000 campfires, men hastening to and fro, and the atmosphere loaded with noxious vapors, till it seemed the very breath of pestilence. We were upon the left wing of the army, and this was the last evening's rest of Burnside's men. To how many hundred it proved the last rest upon the earth, the next day's record shows. In all this vast assemblage I saw no other trace of womankind. I was faint, but could not eat, weary, but could not sleep, depressed, but could not weep. So I climbed into my wagon, tied down the cover, dropped down in the little nook I had occupied so long, and prayed God with all the earnestness of my soul to stay the morrow's strife or send us victory, and for my poor self, that he impart somewhat of wisdom and strength to my heart, nerve to my arm, speed to my feet, and fill my hands for the terrible duties of the coming day. Heavy and sad I awaited its approach. The Battle of Antietam occurred on September 16th and 17th, 1862. It was the first battle in the East that roused to any considerable degree the forlorn hope of the friends of the Union. It was the first real Eastern victory for the Union Army. It was not as decided a victory as it ought to have been, but it was a victory. It put heart into Abraham Lincoln and certified to his conscience that the time had come to redeem the promise he had made to God, that if he would give victory to the Union arms, Lincoln would free the slaves. McClellan did not follow up his advantage as he should have done and make that victory triumphant. But he did something other than delay and retreat, and he put some heart into the Union army when it discovered that it need not forever be on the defensive, nor always suffer defeat. In this great, and in spite of its limitations, victorious battle, Clara Barton was on the ground before the first gun was fired, and she did not leave the field until the last wounded man had been cared for. At the outset she watched the battle, but almost immediately she laid down her field glasses, went to the place where the wounded were being brought in, and was able to perform her work of ministration without a single hour's delay. She told her story of the conflict as she saw it. The battle commenced on the right, and already with the aid of field glasses we saw our own forces, led by Fighting Joe Hooker, overborne and falling back. Burnside commenced to send cavalry and artillery to his aid, and thinking our place might be there, we followed them around 8 miles, turning into a cornfield near a house and barn, and stopping in the rear of the last gun, which completed the terrible line of artillery which ranged diagonally in the rear of Hooker's army. That day a garden wall only separated us. The infantry were already driven back 2 miles, and stood under cover of the guns. The fighting had been fearful. We had met wounded men, walking or borne to the rear for the last 2 miles. But around the old barn there lay, too badly wounded to admit of removal, some 300 thus early in the day, for it was scarce 10 o'clock. we loosened our mules and commenced our work. The corn was so high as to conceal the house, which stood some distance to the right, but judging that a path which I observed must lead to it, and also that surgeons must be operating there, I took my arms full of stimulants and bandages and followed the opening. Arriving at a little wicker gate, I found the dooryard of a small house, and myself face to face with one of the kindest and noblest surgeons I have ever met, Dr. Dunn of Conneautville, Pennsylvania. Speechless both for an instant, he at length threw up his hands with, "God has indeed remembered us. How did you get from Virginia here so soon?" And again to supply our necessities. And they are terrible. We have nothing but our instruments and the little chloroform we brought in our pockets. We have torn up the last sheets we could find in this house. We have not a bandage, rag, lint, or string, and all these shell-wounded men bleeding to death. Upon the porch stood 4 tables, with an etherized patient upon each, a surgeon standing over him with his box of instruments and a bunch of green corn leaves beside him. With what joy I laid my precious burden down among them, and thought that never before had linen looked so white or wine so red. Oh, be grateful, ladies, that God put it in your hearts to perform the work you did in those days. How doubly sanctified was the sacred old household linen woven by the hands of the sainted mother long gone to her reward. For you arose the tender blessings of those grateful men, which linger in my memory as faithfully tonight as do the bugle notes which called them to their doom. Thrice that day was the ground in front of us contested, lost, and won, and twice our men were driven back under cover of that fearful range of guns, and each time brought its hundreds of wounded to our crowded ground. A little after noon, the enemy made a desperate attempt to regain what had been lost. Hooker, Sedgwick, Dana, Richardson, Hartsuff, and Mansfield had been borne wounded from the field, and the command of the right wing devolved upon General Howard. The smoke became so dense as to obscure our sight, and the hot, sulphurous breath of battle dried our tongues and parched our lips to bleeding. We were in a slight hollow, and all shell which did not break over our guns in front came directly among or over us, bursting above our heads or burying themselves in the hills beyond. A man lying upon the ground asked for a drink. I stopped to give it, and having raised him with my right hand, was holding him. Just at this moment, a bullet sped its free and easy way between us, tearing a hole in my sleeve, and found its way into his body. He fell back dead. There was no more to be done for him, and I left him to his rest. I have never mended that hole in my sleeve. I wonder if a soldier ever does mend a bullet hole in his coat. The patient endurance of these men was most astonishing. As many as could be were carried into the barn as a slight protection against random shot. Just outside the door lay a man wounded in the face, the ball having entered the lower maxillary on the left side and lodged among the bones of the right cheek. His imploring look drew me to him, when, placing his finger upon the sharp protuberance, he said, "Lady, will you tell me what this is that burns so?" I replied that it must be the ball which had been too far spent to cut its way entirely through. "It is terribly painful," he said. "Won't you take it out?" I said I would go to the tables for a surgeon. "No, no," he said, catching my dress. "They cannot come to me. I must wait my turn, for this is a little wound. You can get the ball. There is a knife in your pocket. Please take that ball out for me." This was a new call. I had never severed the nerves and fibers of human flesh, and I said I could not hurt him so much. He looked up with as nearly a smile as such a mangled face could assume, saying, "You cannot hurt me, dear lady. I can endure any pain that your hands can create. Please do it. It will relieve me so much." I could not withstand his entreaty, and opening the best blade of my pocket knife, prepared for the operation. Just at his head lay a stalwart, orderly sergeant from Illinois, with a face beaming with intelligence and kindness, and who had a bullet directly through the fleshy part of both thighs. He had been watching the scene with great interest, and when he saw me commence to raise the poor fellow's head and no one to support it, with a desperate effort he succeeded in raising himself to a sitting posture, exclaiming as he did so, "I will help do that." Shoving himself along the ground, he took the wounded head in his hands and held it while I extracted the ball and washed and bandaged the face. I do not think a surgeon would have pronounced it a scientific operation, but that it was successful I dared to hope from the gratitude of the patient. I assisted the sergeant to lay down again, brave and cheerful as he had risen, and passed on to others. Returning in half an hour, I found him weeping, the great tears rolling diligently down his manly cheeks. I thought his effort had been too great for his strength, and expressed my fears. "Oh, no, no, madam," he replied. "It is not for myself. I am well, but," pointing to another just brought in, he said, "this is my comrade, and he tells me that our regiment is all cut to pieces, and that my captain was the last officer left, and he is dead. Oh, God, what a costly war! This man could laugh at pain, face death without a tremor, and yet weep like a child over the loss of his comrades and his captain." At 2:00 my men came to tell me that the last loaf of bread had been cut and the last cracker pounded. We had 3 boxes of wine still unopened. What should they do? "Open the wine and give that," I said, "and God help us." The next instant an ejaculation from Sergeant Field, who had opened the first box, drew my attention, and to my astonished gaze the wine had been packed in nicely sifted Indian meal. If it had been gold dust, it would have seemed poor in comparison. I had no words. No one spoke. In silence the men wiped their eyes and resumed their work. Of 12 boxes of wine which we carried, the first 9, when opened, were found packed in sawdust. The last 3, when all else was gone, in Indian meal. A woman would not hesitate long under circumstances like these. This was an old farmhouse. 6 large kettles were picked up and set over fires almost as quickly as I can tell it, and I was mixing water and meal for gruel. It occurred to us to explore the cellar. The chimney rested on an arch, and forcing the door, we discovered 3 barrels and a bag. "They are full," said the sergeant. and rolling one into the light, found that it bore the mark of Jackson's army. These 3 barrels of flour and a bag of salt had been stored there by the rebel army during its upward march. I shall never experience such a sensation of wealth and competency again, from utter poverty to such riches. All that night my 30 men, for my corps of workers had increased to that number during the day, carried buckets of hot gruel for miles down the line to the wounded and dying where they fell. This time, profiting by experience, we had lanterns to hang in and around the barn, and having directed it to be done, I went to the house and found the surgeon in charge, sitting alone beside a table, upon which he rested his elbow, apparently meditating upon a bit of tallow candle which flickered in the center. Approaching carefully, I said, "You are tired, doctor." He started up with a look almost savage. "Tired? Yes, I am tired. Tired of such heartlessness, such carelessness." Turning full upon me, he continued, "Think of the condition of things. Here are at least 1,000 wounded men, terribly wounded, 500 of whom cannot live till daylight without attention. That 2 inches of candle is all I have or can get. What can I do? How can I endure it?" I took him by the arm, and leading him to the door, pointed in the direction of the barn where the lanterns glistened like stars among the waving corn. "What is that?" he exclaimed. "The barn is lighted," I said, "and the house will be directly." "Who did it?" "I, doctor." "Where did you get them?" "Brought them with me." "How many have you?" "All you want, 4 boxes." He looked at me a moment, as if waking from a dream, turned away without a word, and never alluded to the circumstances, but the deference which he paid me was almost painful. During a lecture in the West, Miss Barton related this incident, and as she closed, a gentleman sprang upon the stage, and addressing the audience, exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, if I never have acknowledged that favor, I will do it now. I am that surgeon." Darkness, Miss Barton continues, brought silence and peace, and respite and rest to our gallant men, as they had risen, regiment by regiment, from their grassy beds in the morning. So at night the fainting remnant again sank down on the trampled, blood-stained earth, the weary to sleep and the wounded to die. Through the long starlit night we wrought and hoped and prayed. But it was only when in the hush of the following day, as we glanced over the vast Akeldama, that we learned at what a fearful cost the gallant Union Army had won the battle of Antietam. Antietam, with its 8 miles of camping armies face to face, 160,000 men to spring up at dawn like the old Scot from the heather, its miles of artillery shaking the earth like a chain of Etnas, its 10 hours of uninterrupted battle, its thunder and its fire, the sharp, unflinching order, "Hold the bridge, boys, always the bridge." At length the quiet, the pale moonlight on its cooling guns, the weary men, the dying and the dead, the flag of truce that buried our enemies slain, and Antietam was fought and won, and the foe turned back. Clara Barton remained on the battlefield of Antietam until her supplies were exhausted and she was completely worn out. Not only fatigue, but fever came upon her, and she was carried back to Washington apparently sick. But the call of duty gave her fresh strength, and she was soon wondering where the next battle was to be and planning to be on the field. Almost the only entry in her diary in the autumn of 1862, aside from memoranda of wounded men and similar entries relating to people other than herself, is one of October 23rd, which she began in some detail but broke off abruptly. She records that she left Washington for Harper's Ferry, expecting to meet a battle there, have taken 4 teams of Colonel Rucker loaded at his office, traveled and camped as usual, reaching Harper's Ferry the 3rd day. At the first end of the pontoon bridge, one of Peter's mules ran off, and we delayed the progress of the army for 20 minutes to be extricated. The rest of the entry contains the names of her drivers, details of the overturned wagon, and other memoranda. 2 things are of interest in this fragmentary record. One is the definiteness of the method which she now had adopted of going where she expected to meet a battle. The other is the fact that a delay of 20 minutes, caused by an accident to one of her wagons on the pontoon bridge, illustrates a reason why, in general, armies cannot permit even so necessary things as supplies for the wounded to get in the way of the free movement of troops. However, this delay was quite exceptional. She did not usually cause any inconvenience of this sort, nor did it, in this instance, result in any serious harm. On this occasion she was provided with an ambulance for her own use. That thoughtful provision for her convenience and means of conserving her energy was provided for her by Quartermaster General Rucker. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 2, Harper's Ferry to Antietam. On this journey the question was decided who was really in command of her part of the expedition. In one of her lectures, she described her associates on this and subsequent expeditions. There may be those present who are curious to know how 8 or 10 rough, stout men, who knew nothing of me, received the fact that they were to drive their teams under the charge of a lady. This question has been so often asked in private that I deem it proper to answer it publicly. Well, the various expressions of their faces afforded a study. They were not soldiers, but civilians in government employ. Drovers, butchers, hucksters, mule breakers, probably not one of them had ever passed an hour in what could be termed ladies' society in his life. But every man had driven through the whole peninsular campaign. Every one of them had taken his team unharmed out of that retreat, and had sworn an oath never to drive another step in Virginia. They were brave and skillful, understood their business to perfection, but had no art. They said and looked what they thought, and I understood them at a glance. These teamsters proposed to go into camp at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and start when they got ready in the morning, but she first established her authority over them, and then cooked them a hot supper, the first and last she ever cooked for army teamsters, and they came to her later in the evening, apologized for their obstinacy, and were ready to drive her anywhere. "We come to tell you we are ashamed of ourselves," their leader said. I thought honest confession good for the soul and did not interrupt them. "The truth is," he continued, "in the first place, we didn't want to come. There's fighting ahead, and we've seen enough of that for men who don't carry muskets, only whips. And then we never seen a train under charge of a woman before, and we couldn't understand it, and we didn't like it, and we thought we'd break it up. And we've been mean and contrary all day, and said a good many hard things, and you've treated us like gentlemen. We hadn't no right to expect that supper from you, a better meal than we've had in 2 years. And you've been as polite to us as if we'd been the general and his staff, and it makes us ashamed. And we've come to ask your forgiveness. We shan't trouble you no more." My forgiveness was easily obtained. I reminded them that as men it was their duty to go where the country had need of them. As for my being a woman, they would get accustomed to that. And I assured them that, as long as I had any food, I would share it with them. That when they were hungry and supperless, I should be. That if harm befell them, I should care for them. If sick, I should nurse them, and that under all circumstances I should treat them like gentlemen. They listened silently, and when I saw the rough woolen coat sleeves drawing across their faces, it was one of the best moments of my life. Bidding me good night, they withdrew, excepting the leader, who went to my ambulance, hung a lighted lantern in the top, arranged the few quilts inside for my bed, assisted me up the steps, buckled the canvas down snugly outside, covered the fire safely for morning, wrapped his blanket around him, and lay down a few feet from me on the ground. At daylight, I became conscious of low voices and stifled sounds, and soon discovered that these men were endeavoring to speak low and feed and harness their teams quietly, not to disturb me. On the other side, I heard the crackling of blazing chestnut rails and the rattling of dishes, and George came with a bucket of fresh water to undo my buckle door latches and announce that breakfast was nearly ready. I had cooked my last meal for my drivers. These men remained with me 6 months through frost and snow and march and camp and battle, and nursed the sick, dressed the wounded, soothed the dying, and buried the dead, and if possible grew kinder and gentler every day. There was one serious difficulty about following advance information and attempting to be on the battlefield when the battle occurred. The battle does not always occur at the time and place expected. The battle at Harper's Ferry in October 1862 did not take place as planned. General Lee may have received the same advance information which was conveyed to Clara Barton. At all events, he was not among those present when the battle was scheduled to take place. He withdrew his army and waited until he was ready to fight. McClellan decided to follow Lee, and Clara Barton moved with the army. As she moved, she cared for the sick, supplying them from her own stores, returning to Washington with a body of sick men about the 1st of December. She was suffering from a felon on her hand from the 1st of November until near the end of that month. Her hand was lanced in the open field, and she suffered from the cold, but did not complain. She did not remain long in Washington, but returned by way of Aquia Creek and met the army at Falmouth. From Falmouth she wrote a letter to some of the women who had been assisting her, and sent it by the hand of the Reverend C. M. Wells, one of her reliable associates. It contains references to her sore finger and to the nature of accommodations. Camp near Falmouth, Virginia, Headquarters General Sturgis, 2nd Division, December 8, 1862. Messrs. Brown and Company. Dear Friends, Mr. Wells returns tomorrow, and I improve the opportunity to send a line by him to you, not feeling quite certain if posted matter reaches directly when sent from the army. We reached Aquia Creek safely in the time anticipated, and to my great joy learned immediately that our old friend Captain Major Hall of the 21st was quartermaster. As soon as the boat was unloaded, he came on board and spent the remainder of the evening with me. We had a home chat, I assure you. Remained till the next day, sent a barrel of apples, etc., up to the captain's quarters, and proceeded with the remainder of our luggage, for which, it is needless to say, ready transportation was found, and the captain chided me for having left anything behind at the depot, as I told him I had done. On reaching Falmouth Station, we found another old friend, Captain Bailey, in charge, who instituted himself as watch over the goods until he sent them all up to headquarters. My ambulance came through that p.m., but for fear it might not, General Sturgis had his taken down for me, and had supper arranged and a splendid serenade. I don't know how we could have had a warmer welcome home, as the officers termed it. Headquarters are in the dooryard of a farmhouse, one room of which is occupied by Miss G. and myself. My wagons are a little way from me, out of sight, and I am wishing for a tent and stove to pitch and live near them. The weather is cold and the ground covered with snow, but I could make me comfortable with a good tent, floor, and stove, and should prefer it to a room in a rebel house and one so generally occupied. The 21st are a few rods from me. Many of the officers call to see me every day. Colonel Clark is very neighborly. He is looking finely now. He was in this p.m. and was going in search of Colonel Morse, whom he thought to be a mile or two distant. I learned tonight that the 15th are only some 3 miles away. The 36th I cannot find yet. I have searched hard for them, and shall get on their track soon, I trust. Of army movements nothing can be said with certainty. No two persons, not even the generals, agree in reference to the future program. The snow appears to have deranged the plans very seriously. I have received calls from 2 generals today, and in the course of conversation I discovered that their views were entirely different. General Burnside stood a long time in front of my door today, but to my astonishment he did not express his opinion. Strange! I have not suffered for want of the boots yet, but should find them convenient, I presume, and shall be glad to see them. The sore finger is much the same, not very troublesome, although somewhat so. If you desire to reach this point, I think you would find no difficulty after getting past the guard at Washington. At Acquia you would find all right, I am sure. I can think of a host of things I wish you could take out to me." In spite of her wish that she might have had a tent, and so have avoided living in a captured house, her residence was the Lacey house on the shore of the Rappahannock and close to Fredericksburg. There was nothing uncertain about her information this time. She knew when the battle was to occur, and at 2 o'clock in the morning she wrote a letter to her cousin, Vira Stone, just before the storm of battle broke. Headquarters, 2nd Division, Army of the Potomac, Camp near Falmouth, Virginia. December 12th, 1862, 2 o'clock a.m. Dear Cousin Vira, 5 minutes' time with you, and God only knows what that 5 minutes might be worth to the, maybe, doomed thousands sleeping around me. It is the night before a battle. The enemy, Fredericksburg, and its mighty entrenchments lie before us, the river between. At tomorrow's dawn our troops will essay to cross, and the guns of the enemy will sweep their frail bridges at every breath. The moon is shining through the soft haze with a brightness almost prophetic. For the last half hour I have stood alone in the awful stillness of its glimmering light, gazing upon the strange, sad scene around me, striving to say, "Thy will, O God, be done." The campfires blaze with unwonted brightness, the sentry's tread is still but quick, the scores of little shelter tents are dark and still as death. No wonder, for as I gazed sorrowfully upon them, I thought I could almost hear the slow flap of the grim messenger's wings as one by one he sought and selected his victims for the morning's sacrifice. Sleep, weary ones, sleep and rest for tomorrow's toil. Oh, sleep and visit in dreams once more the loved ones nestling at home. They may yet live to dream of you, cold, lifeless, and bloody. But this dream, soldier, is thy last. Paint it brightly, dream it well. O northern mothers, wives, and sisters, all unconscious of the peril of the hour, would to heaven that I could bear for you the concentrated woe which is so soon to follow. Would that Christ would teach my soul a prayer that would plead to the Father for grace sufficient for you all. God pity and strengthen you every one. Mine are not the only waking hours. The light yet burns brightly in our kind-hearted general's tent, where he pens what may be a last farewell to his wife and children, and thinks sadly of his faded men. Already the roll of the moving artillery is sounding in my ears. The battle draws near, and I must catch 1 hour's sleep for today's labor. Good night, and heaven grant you strength for your more peaceful and terrible, but not less weary, days than mine. Clara. All her apprehensions were less than the truth. It was a terrible battle and a disheartening disaster. The Union Army lost 1,284 in killed, 9,600 wounded, and 1,769 missing. The memories of Fredericksburg remained with her, distinct and terrible to the day of her death. She described the battle and the events which followed it in her war lectures. We found ourselves beside a broad, muddy river, and a little canvas city grew up in a night upon its banks. And there we sat and waited while the world wondered. Aye, it did more than wonder. It murmured, it grumbled, it cried shame to sit there and shiver under the canvas. Cross over the river and occupy those brick houses on the other shore. The murmurs grew to a clamor. Our gallant leader heard them, and his gentle heart grew sore as he looked upon his army that he loved, as it loved him, and looked upon those fearful sights beyond. Carelessness or incapacity at the capital had baffled his best laid plans, till time had made his foes a wall of adamant. Still the country murmured. You, friends, have not forgotten how, for these were the dark days of old Fredericksburg, and our little canvas city was Falmouth. Finally, one soft, hazy winter's day, the army prepared for an attack. But there was neither boat nor bridge, and the sluggish tide rolled dark between. The men of Hooker and Franklin were left and right, but here in the center came the brave men of the silvery-haired Sumner. Drawn up in line, they wait in the beautiful grounds of the stately mansion whose owner, Lacey, had long sought the other side, and stood that day aiming engines of destruction at the home of his youth and the graves of his household. There, on the second portico, I stood and watched the engineers as they moved forward to construct a pontoon bridge. It will be remembered that the rebel army occupying the heights of Fredericksburg previous to the attack was very cautious about revealing the position of its guns. A few boats were fastened, and the men marched quickly on with timbers and planks. For a few rods it proved a success, and scarcely could the impatient troops be restrained from rending the air with shouts of triumph. On marches the little band with brace and plank, but never to be laid by them. A rain of musket balls has swept their ranks, and the brave fellows lie level with the bridge or float down the stream. No living thing stirs on the opposite bank. No enemy is in sight. Whence comes this rain of death? Maddened by the fate of their comrades, others seize the work and march onward to their doom. For now the balls are hurling thick and fast, not only at the bridge, but over and beyond to the limit of their range, crashing through the trees, the windows and doors of the Lacey house. And ever here and there a man drops in the waiting ranks, silently as a snowflake, and his comrades bear him in for help or back for a grave. There on the lower bank, under a slouched hat, stands the man of honest heart and genial face that a soldier could love and honor even through defeat, the ever-trusted gallant Burnside. Hark, that deep-toned order rising above the heads of his men. Bring the guns to bear and shell them out. Then rolled the thunder and the fire. For 2 long hours the shot and shell hurled through the roofs and leveled the spires of Fredericksburg. Then the little band of engineers resumed its work, but ere 10 spaces of the bridge were gained, they fell like grass before the scythe. For an instant all stand aghast. Then ran the murmurs. The cellars are filled with sharpshooters, and our shell will never reach them. But once more over the heads of his men rose that deep-toned order, "Man the boats." Into the boats like tigers then sprung the 7th Michigan. "Row, row, ply for your lives, boys!" And they do. But mark, they fall, some into the boats, some out. Others' hands seize the oars and strain and tug with might and main. Oh, how slow the seconds drag, how long we have held our breath. Almost across, under the bluffs, and out of range. Thank God they'll land. Ah, yes, but not all. Mark the windows and doors of those houses above them. See the men swarming, from them armed to the teeth and rushing to the river. They've reached the bluffs above the boats. Down point the muskets. Ah, that rain of shot and shell and flame. Out of the boats waist deep in the water, straight through the fire, up the bank the boys in blue, grimly above that line of gray. Down pours the shot, up the blue, till hand to hand, like fighting demons, they wrestle on the edge. Can we breathe yet? No. Still they struggle. Ah, yes, they break, they fly, up through the street and out of sight, pursuer and pursued. It were long to tell of that night crossing, and the next terrible day of fire and blood. And when the battle broke o'er field and grove, like a resistless flood, daylight exposed Fredericksburg with its 4th-day flag of truce, its dead, starving and wounded, frozen to the ground. The wounded were brought to me, frozen for days after, and our commissions and their supplies at Washington, with no effective organization or power to go beyond. The many wounded lay, uncared for, on the cold snow. Although the Lacey house was exposed to fire, she was not permitted to remain within the shelter of its walls. While the fight was at its hottest, she crossed the river under fire for a place of greater danger and of greater need. At 10 o'clock of the battle day, when the rebel fire was hottest, the shell rolling down every street, and the bridge under the heavy cannonade, a courier dashed over, and rushing up the steps of the Lacey house, placed in my hand a crumpled, bloody slip of paper, a request from the lion-hearted old surgeon on the opposite shore, establishing his hospitals in the very jaws of death. The uncouth penciling said, "Come to me, your place is here." The faces of the rough men working at my side, which 8 weeks ago had flushed with indignation at the very thought of being controlled by a woman, grew ashy white as they guessed the nature of the summons, and the lips which had cursed and pouted in disgust trembled as they begged me to send them but save myself. I could only permit them to go with me if they chose, and in 20 minutes we were rocking across the swaying bridge, the water hissing with shot on either side. Over into that city of death, its roofs riddled by shell, its very church a crowded hospital, every street a battle line, every hill a rampart, every rock a fortress, and every stone wall a blazing line of forts. Oh, what a day's work was that! How those long lines of blue, rank upon rank, charged over the open acres, up to the very mouths of those blazing guns, and how like grain before the sickle they fell and melted away. An officer stepped to my side to assist me over the debris at the end of the bridge. While our hands were raised in the act of stepping down, a piece of an exploding shell hissed through between us, just below our arms, carrying away a portion of both the skirts of his coat and my dress, rolling along the ground a few rods from us like a harmless pebble into the water. The next instant a solid shot thundered over our heads. A noble steed bounded in the air, and, with his gallant rider, rolled in the dirt, not 30 feet in the rear. Leaving the kind-hearted officer, I passed on alone to the hospital. In less than a half hour, he was brought to me, dead. I mention these circumstances not as specimens of my own bravery. Oh, no. I beg you will not place that construction upon them, for I never professed anything beyond ordinary courage and 1,000 times preferred safety to danger. But I mention them that those of you who have never seen a battle may the better realize the perils through which these brave men passed, who for 4 long years bore their country's bloody banner in the face of death, and stood a living wall of flesh and blood between the invading traitor and your peaceful homes. In the afternoon of Sunday, an officer came hurriedly to tell me that in a church across the way lay one of his men shot in the face the day before. His wounds were bleeding slowly, and, the blood drying and hardening about his nose and mouth, he was in immediate danger of suffocation. Friends, this may seem to you repulsive, but I assure you that many a brave and beautiful soldier has died of this alone. Seizing a basin of water and a sponge, I ran to the church to find the report only too true. Among hundreds of comrades lay my patient. For any human appearance above his head and shoulders, it might as well have been anything but a man. I knelt by him, and commenced with fear and trembling lest some unlucky movement close the last aperture for breath. After some hours' labor, I began to recognize features. They seemed familiar. With what impatience I wrought. Finally, my hand wiped away the last obstruction. An eye opened, and there to my gaze was the sexton of my old home church. I have remarked that every house was a hospital. Passing from one to another during the tumult of Saturday, I waited for a regiment of infantry to sweep on its way to the heights. Being alone, and the only woman visible among that moving sea of men, I naturally attracted the attention of the old veteran, Provost Marshal General Patrick, who, mistaking me for a resident of the city who had remained in her home until the crashing shot had driven her into the street, dashed through the waiting ranks to my side, and bending down from his saddle, said in his kindliest tones, "You are alone and in great danger, madam. Do you want protection?" Amused at his gallant mistake, I humored it by thanking him, as I turned to the ranks, adding that I believed myself the best protected woman in the United States. The soldiers near me caught my words, and responding with, "That's so! That's so!" set up a cheer. This, in turn, was caught by the next line, and so on, line after line, till the whole army joined in the shout, no one knowing what he was cheering at, but never doubting there was a victory somewhere. The gallant old general, taking in the situation, bowed low his bared head, saying as he galloped away, "I believe you are right, madam." It would be difficult for persons in ordinary life to realize the troubles arising from want of space merely for wounded men to occupy when gathered together for surgical treatment and care. You may suggest that all out of doors ought to be large, and so it would seem, but the fact did not always prove so. Civilized men seek shelter in sickness, and of this there was ever a scarcity. 1,200 men were crowded into the Lacey house, which contained but 12 rooms. They covered every foot of the floors and porticos, and even lay on the stair landings. A man who could find opportunity to lie between the legs of a table thought himself lucky. He was not likely to be stepped on. In a common cupboard with 4 shelves, 5 men lay and were fed and attended. 3 lived to be removed, and 2 died of their wounds. Think of trying to lie still and die quietly, lest you fall out of a bed 6 feet high. Among the wounded of the 7th Michigan was one Faulkner of Ashtabula County, Ohio, a mere lad, shot through the lungs and to all appearances dying. When brought in, he could swallow nothing, breathed painfully, and it was with great difficulty that he gave me his name and residence. He could not lie down, but sat leaning against the wall in the corner of the room. I observed him carefully as I hurried past from one room to another, and finally thought he had ceased to breathe. At this moment, another man with a similar wound was taken in on a stretcher by his comrades, who sought in vain for a spot large enough to lay him down, and appealed to me. I could only tell them that when that poor boy in the corner was removed, they could set him down in his place. They went to remove him, but to the astonishment of all, he objected, opened his eyes, and persisted in retaining his corner, which he did for some 2 weeks, when finally, a mere bundle of skin and bones, for he gave small evidence of either flesh or blood, he was wrapped in a blanket and taken away in an ambulance to Washington, with a bottle of milk punch in his blouse, the only nourishment he could take. On my return to Washington 3 months later, a messenger came from the Lincoln Hospital to say that the men of Ward 17 wanted to see me. I returned with him, and as I entered the ward, 70 men saluted me, standing, such as could, others rising feebly in their beds and falling back, exhausted with the effort. Every man had left his blood in Fredericksburg. Everyone was from the Lacey house. My hand had dressed every wound, many of them in the first terrible moments of agony. I had prepared their food in the snow and winds of December and fed them like children. How dear they had grown to me in their sufferings, and the 3 great cheers that greeted my entrance into that hospital ward were dearer than the applause. I would not exchange their memory for the wildest hurrahs that ever greeted the ear of conqueror or king. When the first greetings were over and the agitation had subsided somewhat, a young man walked up to me with no apparent wound, with bright complexion and in good flesh. There was certainly something familiar in his face, but I could not recall him, until, extending his hand with a smile, he said, "I am Riley Faulkner of the 7th Michigan, I didn't die, and the milk punch lasted all the way to Washington." The author once inquired of Miss Barton how she dressed for these expeditions. She dressed simply, she said, so that she could get about easily, but her costume did not greatly differ from that of the ordinary woman of the period. She added humorously that her wardrobe was not wholly a matter of choice. Her clothes underwent such hard usage that nothing lasted very long, and she was glad to wear almost anything she could get. This was not wholly satisfactory, for those were the days of hoop skirts and other articles of feminine attire which had no possible place in her work. From Mrs. Vassall the author obtained somewhat more explicit information. She said, "When Clara went to the front, she dressed in a plain black print skirt with a jacket. She wished to dress so that she could easily get about and not consume much time in dressing. Her clothing received hard usage, and when she returned from any campaign to Washington, she was in need of a new outfit. At one time, the women of Oxford sent her a box for her own personal use. Friends in Oxford furnished the material, and Annie Childs made the dresses. The box was delivered at her room during her absence, and she returned from the field weary and wet, her hair soaked and falling down her back, and entered her cold and not very cheerful room. There she found this box with its complete outfit, and kneeling beside it she burst into happy tears." The author counts it especially fortunate that he has been able to find a letter from Clara relating to this very experience, which was on the occasion of her return from the Battle of Fredericksburg. It was addressed to Annie Childs, and dated 4 months later. "Port Royal, May 28th, 1863. My dear Annie, I remember 4 long months ago, one cold, dreary, windy day, I dragged me out from a chilly streetcar that had found me ankle-deep in the mud on the 6th Street wharf, and up the slippery street, and my long flights of stairs into a room, cheerless, in confusion and alone, looking in most respects as I had left it some months before, with the exception of a mysterious box which stood unopened in the middle of the floor. All things looked strange to me, for in that few months I had taken in so much that yet I had no clear views. The great artist had been at work upon my brain, and sketched it all over with life scenes and death scenes never to be erased. The fires of Fredericksburg still blazed before my eyes, and her cannon still thundered at my ear, while away down in the depths of my heart I was smothering the groans and treasuring the prayers of her dead and dying heroes. Worn, weak, and heartsick, I was home from Fredericksburg, and when there for the first time I looked at myself, shoeless, gloveless, ragged, and blood-stained, a new sense of desolation and pity and sympathy and weariness all blended swept over me with irresistible force, and perfectly overpowered I sank down upon the strange box, unquestioning its presence or import, and wept as I had never done since the soft, hazy winter night that saw our attacking guns silently stealing their approach to the river, ready at the dawn to ring out the shout of death to the waiting thousands at their wheels. I said I wept, and so I did, and gathering strength and calmness and consciousness, and finally the strange box, which had afforded me my first rest, began to claim my attention. It was clearly and handsomely marked to myself at Washington, and came by express. So much for the outside, and a few pries with a hatchet, to hands as well accustomed as mine, soon made the inside as visible, only for the neat paper which covered it all. It was doubtless something sent to some soldier. Pity I had not had it earlier. It might be too late now. He might be past his wants or the kind remembrances of the loved ones at home. The while I was busy in removing the careful paper wrappings, a letter, addressed to me, opened, from friends in Oxford and Worcester. No signature. Mechanically I commenced lifting up, one after another, hoods, shoes, boots, gloves, skirts, handkerchiefs, collars, linen, and that beautiful dress. Look at it, all made. Who? Ah, there was no mistaking the workmanship. Annie's scissors shaped, and her skilful fingers fitted that. Now I began to comprehend. While I had been away in the snows and frosts and rains and muds of Falmouth, forgetting my friends, myself, to eat or sleep or rest, forgetting everything but my God and the poor suffering victims around me, these dear kind friends, undismayed and not disheartened by the great national calamity which had overtaken them, mourning, perhaps, the loss of their own, had remembered me, and with open hearts and willing hands had prepared this noble, thoughtful gift for me at my return. It was too much, and this time, burying my face in the dear tokens around me, I wept again as heartily as before, but with very different sensations. A new chord was struck. My labors, slight and imperfect as they had been appreciated. I was not alone, and then and there again I rededicated myself to my little work of humanity, pledging before God all that I have, all that I am, all that I can, and all that I hope to be, to the cause of justice and mercy and patriotism, my country and my God. And cheered and sustained as I have been by the kind remembrances of old friends, the cordial greetings of new ones, and the tearful, grateful blessings of the thousands of noble martyrs to whose relief or comfort it has been my blessed privilege to add my mite, I feel that my cup of happiness is more than full. It is an untold privilege to have lived in this day when there is work to be done, and still more to possess health and strength to do it, and most of all to feel that I bear with me the kindly feelings and perhaps prayers of the noble mothers and sisters who have sent sons and brothers to fight the battles of the world in the armies of freedom. Annie, if it is not asking too much, now that I have gathered up resolution enough to speak of the subject at all, for I have never been able to before, I would like to know to whom, besides yourself, I am indebted for these beautiful and valuable gifts. It is too tame and too little to say that I am thankful for them. You did not want that, but I will say that, God willing, I will yet wear them where none of the noble donors would be ashamed to have them seen. Some of those gifts shall yet see service, if heaven spare my life. With thanks, I am the friend of my friends in Oxford and Worcester. Clara Barton. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15 of the Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Clara Barton's Change of Base. Spring of 1863. The events we have been describing bring Miss Barton to the end of 1862. The greater part of the year 1863 was spent by her in entirely different surroundings. Believing that the most significant military events of that year would be found in connection with a campaign against Charleston, South Carolina, and that the Army of the Potomac, which she had thus far accompanied, was reasonably well cared for in provisions which were in large degree the result of her establishment, she began to consider the advisability of going farther south. Her reasons for this were partly military and partly personal. The military aspect of the situation was that she learned in Washington that the region about Charleston was likely to be the place of largest service during the year 1863. On the personal side was first her great desire to establish communication with her brother Stephen, who was still in North Carolina. When Charleston was captured, the army could move on into the interior. If she were somewhere near, she could have a part in the rescue of her brother, and she had reason to believe that he might have need of her service after his long residence within the bounds of the Confederacy. Her brother David received a commission in the quartermaster's department, and he was sent to Hilton Head in the vicinity of Charleston. Her cousin, Corporal Leander T. Poor, in the engineers department, was assigned there partly through her influence. It seemed as though that field promised to her every possible opportunity for public and private usefulness. There she could most largely serve her country. There she could have the companionship of her brother David and her cousin Leander Poor. There she could most probably establish communications with Stephen, who might be in great need of her assistance. It is difficult to see how in the circumstances she could have planned with greater apparent wisdom. If in any respect the outcome failed to justify her expectations, it was because she was no wiser with respect to the military developments of the year 1863 than were the highest officials in Washington. Her request for permission to go to Port Royal was written early in 1863 and was addressed to the Assistant Secretary of War. The request was promptly granted, and she was soon planning for a change of scene. The first 3 months of 1863, however, were spent in Washington, and we have few glimpses of her activities. In the middle of January, she rejoined the army, acting on information which led her to believe that a battle was impending. It should be stated that Clara Barton's diaries are most fragmentary where there is most to record. She was much given to writing, and when she had time, enjoyed recording in detail almost everything that happened. She was accustomed to record the names of her callers, and the persons from whom she received, and to those whom she sent, letters, her purchases with the cost of each, her receipts and expenditures, her repairs to her wardrobe, and innumerable other little items. But a large proportion of the most significant events in her public life are not recorded in her diaries, or, if recorded at all, are merely set down in catchwords, and the details are given, if at all, in her letters. Of this expedition in the winter of 1863, we have no word either in her diary which she probably left in Washington, or in her letters which she may have been too busy to write, or which, if written, have not been preserved. Our knowledge of her departure upon this expedition is contained in a letter from her nephew, Samuel Barton. Surgeon General's Office, Washington City, D.C., January 18th, 1863. My dear Cousin Mary, your very acceptable letter, with Adas and Idas, was received last Thursday evening. I could not answer sooner, for I have been quite busy evenings ever since it was received. Aunt Clara left the city this morning for the army. Her friend, Colonel Rucker, the Assistant Quartermaster General, told her last Thursday that the army were about to move and they were expecting a fight and wanted her to go if she felt able. So this morning she, Mr. Wells, who always goes with her to the battles, and Mr. Doe, a Massachusetts man, took the steamboat for Aquia Creek, where they will take the cars for Falmouth and there join the army. Colonel Rucker gave her 2 new tents and bread, flour, meal, and a new stove, and requested her to telegraph to him for anything she wanted, and he would send it to her. Aunt Sally left for Massachusetts last Thursday evening. Sam Barton. In the State House in Boston is the battle flag of the 21st Massachusetts, stained with the blood of Sergeant Thomas Plunkett. Both his arms were shot away in the Battle of Fredericksburg, but he planted the flagstaff between his feet and upheld the flag with his 2 shattered stumps of arms. Massachusetts has few relics so precious as this flag. Clara Barton was with him at Fredericksburg and ministered to him there, and remained his lifelong friend. In many ways she manifested her interest in him, rendering her aid in a popular movement which secured him a purse of $4,000. Sergeant Plunkett was in need of a pension, and Clara Barton addressed to the Senate's Committee on Military Affairs a memorial on his behalf. It was written on Washington's birthday, after her return from the field. Washington, D.C., February 22nd, 63. To the members of the Military Committee, U.S. Senate Senators. Nothing less than a strong conviction of duty owed to one of the brave defenders of our nation's honor could induce me to intrude for a moment upon the already burdened and limited term of action yet remaining to your honorable body. During the late Battle of Fredericksburg, the 21st Massachusetts Regiment of Volunteers were ordered to charge upon a battery across an open field. In the terrible fire which assailed them, the colors were 3 times in quick succession bereft of their support. The 3rd time they were seized by Sergeant Thomas Plunkett of Company E, and borne over some 300 yards of open space, when a shell from the enemy's battery in its murderous course killed 3 men of the regiment and shattered both arms of the sergeant. He could no longer support the colors upright, but planting his foot against the staff, he endeavored to hold them up, while he strove by his shouts amid the confusion to attract attention to their condition. For some minutes he sustained them against his right arm, torn and shattered just below the shoulder, while the blood poured over and among the sacred folds, literally obliterating the stripes, leaving as fit emblem of such heroic sacrifice only the crimson and the stars. Thus, drenched in blood, and rent by the fury of 8 battles, the noble standard could be no longer borne, and while its gallant defender lay suffering in field hospital from amputation of both arms, it was reverently wrapped by Colonel Clark and returned to the State House in Boston, with the request that others might be sent them. The 21st had never lost their colors, but they had worn them out. The old flag and its brave bearer are alike past their usefulness, save as examples for emulation and titles of glory for some bright page of our nation's history. And while the one is carefully treasured in the sacred archives of the state, need I more than ask of this noble body to put forth its protecting arm to shelter, cherish, and sustain the other? If guarantee were needful for the private character of so true a soldier, it would have been found in the touching address of his eloquent Colonel Clark, delivered on Christmas, beside the stretcher waiting at the train at Falmouth to convey its helpless burden to the car, whither he had been escorted not only by his regiment, but his general. The tears which rolled over the veteran cheeks around him were ample testimony of the love and respect he had won from them, and today his heart's deepest affections twine round his gallant regiment as the defenders of their country. A moment's reflection will obviate the necessity of any suggestions in reference to the provisions needful for his future support. It is only to be remembered that he can never more be unattended. A common doorknob is henceforth as formidable to him as a prison bolt. His little pension as a sergeant would not remunerate an attendant for placing his food in his mouth, to say nothing of how it shall be obtained for both of them. For the sake of formality merely, for to you, gentlemen, I know the appeal is needless, I will close by praying your honorable body to grant to Sergeant Plunkett such pension as shall in your noble wisdom be ample for his future necessities and a fitting tribute to his patriotic sacrifice. C.B. The assignment of her brother David to duty in the vicinity of Charleston was the event which decided her to ask for a transfer to that field, or rather for permission to go there with supplies. It must be remembered that Miss Barton's service was a voluntary service. She was not an army nurse, and had no intention of becoming one. The system of army nurses was under the direct supervision of Dorothea Lind Dix, a woman from her own county, and one for whom she cherished feelings of the highest regard, but under whom she had no intention of working. Indeed, it is one of the fine manifestations of good sense on the part of Clara Barton that she never at any time attempted what might have seemed an interference with Miss Dix, but found for herself a field of service and developed it according to a method of her own. It will be well at this time to give some account of Miss Dix, and a little outline of her great work in its relation to that of Clara Barton. Dorothea Lind Dix was born April 4th, 1802, and died July 17th, 1887. She was 29 years older than Clara Barton, and their lives had many interesting parallels. Until the publication of her biography by Frances Tiffany in 1890, it was commonly supposed that she was born in Worcester County, Massachusetts, where she spent her childhood. But her birth occurred in Maine. Unlike Clara Barton, she had no happy home memories. Her father was an unstable, visionary man, and it was on one of his frequent and futile migrations that she was born. Her biographer states that her childhood memories were so painful that in no hour of the most confidential intimacy could she be induced to unlock the silence which, to the very end of life, she maintained as to all the incidents of her early days. She had no happy memories of association with school or church or sympathetic friends. The background of her childhood memory was of poverty, with a lack of public respect for a father who, though of good family, led an aimless, shiftless, wandering life. Unhappily, he was a religious fanatic, associated with no church, but issuing tracts which he paid for with money that should have been used for his children, and to save expense required her to paste or stitch. She hated the employment and the type of religion which it represented. She broke away from it almost violently and went to live with her grandmother in Boston. There she fell under the influence of William Ellery Channing and was born again. To her, through his ministry, came the spirit that quickened and gave life to her dawning hope and aspiration. How she got her education we hardly know, but she began teaching, as Clara Barton did, when she was 15 years of age. And like Clara Barton, she became a pioneer in certain forms of educational work. Dorothea Dix opened a school for charitable and religious uses above her grandmother's barn, and in time she inherited property which made her independent, so that she was able to devote herself to a life of philanthropy. In 1837, being then 35 years of age, and encouraged by her pastor, Dr. Channing, in whose home she spent much of her time, she launched forth upon her career of devotion to the amelioration of the condition of convicts, lunatics, and paupers. In her work for the insane, she was especially effective. She traveled in nearly all of the states of the Union, pleading for effective legislation to promote the establishment of asylums for the insane. Like Clara Barton, she found an especially fruitful field of service in New Jersey. The Trenton Asylum was in a very real sense her creation. The pauper, the prisoner, and especially the insane of our whole land owe her memory a debt of lasting gratitude. By 1861, her reputation was well established. She was then almost 60 years of age and had gained the well-merited confidence of the medical profession. She was on her way from Boston to Washington and was spending a few days at the Trenton Asylum when the 6th Massachusetts was fired upon in Baltimore on April 19, 1861. Like Clara Barton, she hastened immediately to the place of service. On the very next day she wrote to a friend, "I think my duty lies near military hospitals for the present. This need not be announced. I have reported myself and some nurses for free service at the War Department and to the Surgeon General." Her offer was accepted with great heartiness and with ill-considered promptness. She was appointed superintendent of female nurses. She was authorized to select and assign female nurses to general or permanent military hospitals, they not to be employed without her sanction and approval except in case of urgent need. Whether the United States contained any woman better qualified to undertake such a task as this than Dorothea Dix may be questioned. Certainly none could have been found with more of experience or with a higher consecration. It was an impossible task for anyone, and while Miss Dix was possessed of some of the essential qualities, she did not possess them all. Her biographer very justly says, "The literal meaning, however, of such a commission as had thus been hastily bestowed on Miss Dix, applying as it did to the woman nurses of the military hospitals of the whole United States, not in actual rebellion, was one which, in those early days of the war, no one so much as began to take in. Such a commission, as the march of events was before long to prove, involved a sheer practical impossibility. It implied not a single-handed woman, nearly 60 and shattered in health, but immense organized departments at 20 different centers. The War Department acted upon what must have appeared a wise impulse in turning this whole matter of women nurses over to the authority of a woman known in all the states, as Miss Dix was known, and possessing the confidence of the people of the whole country. But she was not only 60 years of age and predisposed to consumption, and at that time suffering from other ailments, but she had never learned to delegate responsibility to her subordinates. It had been well for Clara Barton if she had known better how to set others to work, but she knew how better than Dorothea Dix, and was 20 years younger. Indeed, Clara Barton was younger at 80 than Dorothea Dix was at 60, but she herself suffered somewhat from this same limitation. Dorothea Dix could not be everywhere, and with her system she needed to be everywhere, just as Clara Barton, under her system, had to be at the very front in direct management of her own line of activities. But Dorothea Dix, besides needing to be simultaneously on 20 battlefields, had to be where she could examine and sift out and prepare for service the chosen from among a great many thousand women applying for the privilege of nursing wounded soldiers, and ranging all the way from sentimental schoolgirls to sickly and decrepit grandmothers. Again, Mr. Tiffany says, "Women nurses were volunteering by the thousands, the majority of them without the experience or health to fit them for such arduous service. Who should pass on their qualifications? Who station, superintend, and train them? Now, under the atlas weight of care and responsibilities so suddenly thrust on Miss Dix, the very qualifications which had so preeminently fitted her for the sphere in which she had wrought such miracles of success began to tell against her. She was nearly 60 years old, and with a constitution sapped by malaria, overwork, and pulmonary weakness. She had for years been a lonely and single-handed worker, planning her own projects, keeping her own counsel, and pressing on, unhampered by the need of consulting others toward her self-chosen goal. The lone worker could not change her nature. She tried to do everything herself, and the feat before long became an impossibility. At length she came to recognize this, again and again exclaiming in her distress, "This is not the work I would have my life judged by." By that, however, in part her life work must be judged, and in the main greatly to her advantage and wholly to her honor. We can see, however, the inevitable limitations of her work. Up to that time she had dealt with small groups of subordinates from whom she could demand and secure some approach to perfection of organization and discipline. This she could not possibly secure in her present situation. Again we quote the discriminating words of her biographer. But in war, especially in a war precipitately entered into by a raw and inexperienced people, all such perfection of organization and discipline is out of the question. If a good field hospital is not to be had, the best must be made of a bad one. If a skillful surgeon is not at hand, then an incompetent one must hack away after his own butcher fashion. If selfish and greedy attendants eat up and drink up the supplies of delicacies and wines for the sick, then enough more must be supplied to give the sick the fag end of a chance. It is useless to try to idealize war. All this, however, Miss Dix could not bring herself to endure. Ready to live on a crust, and to sacrifice herself without stint, her whole soul was on fire at the spectacles of incompetence and callow indifference she was doomed daily to witness. She became overwrought and lost the requisite self-control. Inevitably, she became involved in sharp altercations with prominent medical officials and with regimental surgeons. It is necessary to recall this in order to understand Clara Barton's attitude toward the established military hospitals. She was not, in any narrow or technical term, a hospital nurse. She stood ready to assist the humblest soldier in any possible need, and to work in any hospital at any task, howsoever humble, if that was where she could work to advantage. But she knew the hospitals in and about Washington too well not to appreciate these infelicities. She had no intention whatever of becoming a cog in that great and unmanageable machine. Clara Barton held Dorothea Dix in the very highest regard. In all her diaries and letters, in her memoranda of conversations which her diaries sometimes contain, there is no word concerning Dorothea Dix that is not appreciative. In 1910, the New York World wired her a request that she telegraphed to that newspaper, at its expense, a list of 8 names of women whom she would nominate for a Woman's Hall of Fame. The 8 names which she sent in reply to this request were Abigail Adams, Lucretia Mott, Lucy Stone Blackwell, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Frances Dana Gage, Maria Mitchell, Dorothea Dix, and Mary A. Bickerdike. It was a fine indication of her broad-mindedness that she should have named 2 women, Dorothea Dix and Mother Bickerdike, who should have won distinction in her own field and might have been deemed her rivals for popular affection. If Clara Barton was capable of any kind of jealousy, it was not a jealousy that would have thought ever to undermine or belittle a woman like Dorothea Dix. Few women understood so well as Clara Barton what Dorothea Dix had to contend with. Her contemporary references show how fully she honored this noble elder sister, and how loyally she supported her. At the same time, Clara Barton kept herself well out from under the administration and control of Miss Dix. In some respects, the 2 women were too much alike in their temperament for either one to have worked well under the other. For that matter, neither one of them greatly enjoyed working under anybody. It is at once to the credit of Clara Barton's loyalty and good sense that she went as an independent worker. But the hospitals in and about Washington were approaching more and more nearly something that might be called system, and that system was the system of Dorothea Dix. Clara Barton had all the room she wanted on the battlefield. There was no great crowd of women clamoring to go with her when under fire she crossed the bridge at Fredericksburg. But by the spring of 1863, it began to be less certain that there was going to be as much fighting as there had been in the immediate vicinity of Washington. There was a possibility that actual field service with the Army of the Potomac was going to be less, and that the base hospitals, with their organized system, would be able to care more adequately for the wounded than would the hospitals farther south, where the next great crisis seemed to be impending. These were among the considerations in the mind of Clara Barton when she left the Army of the Potomac, my own army, as she lovingly called it, and secured her transfer to Hilton Head, near Charleston. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Attempt to Recapture Fort Sumter. I am confounded, literally speechless with amazement. When I left Washington, everyone said it boded no peace. It was a bad omen for me to start. I never missed finding the trouble I went to find, and was never late. I thought little of it. This p.m. we neared the dock at Hilton Head, and the boat came alongside and boarded us instantly. The first word was, "The first gun is to be fired upon Charleston this p.m. at 3 o'clock. We drew out watches, and the hands pointed 3 to the minute. I felt as if I should sink through the deck. I am no fatalist, but it is so singular." Thus wrote Clara Barton in her journal on Tuesday night, April 7th, 1863, the night of her arrival at Port Royal. She had become so expert in learning where there was to be a battle that her friends looked upon her as a kind of stormy petrel, and expected trouble as soon as she arrived. She had come to Hilton Head in order to be on hand when the bombardment of Charleston should occur, and the opening guns of the bombardment were her salute as her boat, the Orogo, warped up to the dock. Everything seemed to indicate that she had come at the very moment when she was needed. But the following Saturday, the transports which had loaded recruits at Hilton Head, ready to land and capture Charleston as soon as the guns had done their work, returned to Hilton Head and brought the soldiers back. Her diary that morning recorded that the Orogo returning would stop off at Charleston for dispatches, but her entry that night said, "In the p.m., much to the consternation of everybody, the transports laden with troops all hove in sight. Soon the harbor was literally filled with ships and boats, the wharf crowded with disembarking troops with the camp equipage they had taken with them. What had they returned for, was the question hanging on every lip. Conjecture was rife. All sorts of rumors were afloat, but the one general idea seemed to prevail that the expedition had fizzled, if anyone knows the precise meaning and import of that term. Troops landed all the evening and perhaps all night, and returned to the old camping grounds. The place is alive with soldiers. No one knows why he is here, or why he is not there. All seem disappointed and chagrined, but no one is to blame. For my part, I am rather pleased at the turn it has taken, as I thought from the first that we had too few troops to fight and too many to be killed. I have seen worse retreats, if this be one." Fizzled appears to have been a new word, but the country had abundant opportunity to learn its essential meaning. The expedition against Charleston was one of several that met this inglorious end, and the flag was not raised over Sumter until 1865. Now followed an interesting chapter in Clara Barton's career, but one quite different from anything she had expected when she came to Hilton Head. After the fizzle in early April, the army settled down to general inactivity. Charleston must be attacked simultaneously by land and sea, and reduced by heavy artillery fire before the infantry could do anything. There was nothing for Clara Barton to do but to wait for the battle which had been postponed, but was surely coming. She distributed her perishable supplies where they would do the most good, and looked after the comfort of such soldiers as needed her immediate ministration. But the wounded were few in number, and the sick were in well-established hospitals where she had no occasion to offer her services. Moreover, she found the situation here very different from what she had seen only a few miles from Washington. There were no muddy roads between Hilton Head and New York Harbor. The Orogo was a shuttle moving back and forward every few days, and in time another boat was added. There was a regular mail service between New York and Hilton Head, and every boat took officers and soldiers going upon or returning from furloughs, and the boats from New York brought nurses and supplies. The Sanitary Commission had its own depot of supplies and a liberal fund of money from which purchases could be made of fruits and such other local delicacies as were procurable. It is true, as Miss Barton was afterward to learn, that the hospital management left something to be desired, and that fewer delicacies were purchased than could have been. But that was distinctly not her responsibility, nor did she for one moment assume it to be such. She came into conflict with official red tape quite soon enough in her own department, without intruding where she did not belong. She settled down to await the time when she should be needed for the special work that had brought her to Hilton Head. That time came, but it did not come soon, and its delay was the occasion of very mixed emotions on her part. Clara Barton came to Hilton Head with a reputation already established. She no longer needed to be introduced, nor was there any difficulty in her procuring passes to go where she pleased, excepting as she was sometimes refused out of consideration for her own personal safety. But not once, while she was in Carolina, was she asked to show her passes. When she landed, she found provision made for her at regimental headquarters. Colonel J. G. Elwell of Cleveland, to whom she reported, was laid up at this time with a broken leg. She had him for a patient, and his gratitude continued through all the subsequent years. Her journal described him as a noble Christian gentleman, and she found abundant occasion to admire his manliness, his Christian character, his affection for his wife and children, his courtesy to her, and later, his heroism as she witnessed it upon the battlefield. The custody of her supplies brought her into constant relations with the chief quartermaster, Captain Samuel T. Lamb, for whom she cherished a regard almost if not quite as high as that she felt for Colonel, afterward General, Elwell. Her room was at headquarters, under the same roof with these and other brave officers, who vied with each other in bestowing honors and kindnesses upon her. As Colonel Elwell was incapacitated for service, she saw him daily, and the care of her supplies gave her scarcely less constant association with Captain Lamb. General Hunter called upon her, paid her high compliments, issued her passes and permits, and offered her every possible courtesy. Her request that her cousin, Corporal Leander Poor, be transferred to the department over which her brother David presided met an immediate response. The nurses from the hospital paid her an official call, and apparently spoke very gracious words to her, for she indicates that she was pleased with something they said or did. Different officers sent her bouquets. Her table and her window must have been rather constantly filled with flowers. More than once the band serenaded her, and between the musical numbers there was a complimentary address which embarrassed, even more than it pleased her, in which a high tribute was paid to Clara Barton, the Florence Nightingale of America. The officers at headquarters had good saddle horses and invited her to ride with them. If there was any form of exercise which she thoroughly enjoyed, it was horseback riding. She procured a riding skirt and sent for her side saddle, which the Orogo in due time brought to her. So far, nothing could have been more delightful. The very satisfaction of it made her uncomfortable. She hoped that God would not hold her accountable for misspent time, and said so in her diary. Lest she should waste her time, she began teaching some Negro boys to read, and sought out homesick soldiers who needed comfort. Whenever she heard of any danger or any likelihood of a battle anywhere within reach, she conferred with Colonel Elwell about going there. He was a religious man, and she discussed with him the interposition of divine providence, and the apparent indication that she was following a divine call in coming to Hilton Head exactly when she did. But no field opened immediately which called for her ministrations. She felt sometimes that it would be a terrible mistake if she had come so far away from what really was her duty when she wrote, "God is great and fearfully just. Truly it is a fearful thing to fall into his hands. His ways are past finding out." Still, she could not feel responsible for the fact that no great battle had occurred in her immediate vicinity. Each time the Orogo dropped anchor, she wondered if she ought to return on her, but each time it seemed certain that it was not going to be very long until there was a battle. So she left the matter in God's hands. She wrote, "It will be wisely ordered, and I shall do all for the best in the end. God's will, not mine, be done. I am content. How I wish I could always keep in full view the fact and feeling that God orders all things precisely as they should be. All is best as it is." On Sunday, she read Beecher's sermons and sometimes copied religious poetry for Colonel Elwell, who, in addition to his own disability, had tender memories of the death of his little children and many solicitous thoughts for his wife. In some respects, she was having the time of her life. A little group of women, wives of the officers, gathered at the headquarters, and there grew up a kind of social usage. One evening, when a group of officers and officers' wives were gathered together, one of the ladies read a poem in honor of Clara Barton. One day, at General Hunter's headquarters and in his presence, Colonel Elwell presented her with a beautiful pocket Bible on behalf of the officers. If she needed anything to increase her fame, that need was supplied when Mr. Page, correspondent of the New York Tribune, whom she remembered to have met at the Lacey House during the Battle of Fredericksburg, arrived at Hilton Head, and he, who had seen every battle of the Army of the Potomac except Chancellorsville, told the officers how he had heard General Patrick, at the Battle of Fredericksburg, remonstrate with Miss Barton on account of her exposing herself to danger, saying afterward that he expected to see her shot every minute. The band of a neighboring regiment came over and serenaded her. Her windows were filled with roses and orange blossoms, and she wrote in her diary, "I do not deserve such friends as I find, and how can I deserve them? I fear that in these later years our Heavenly Father is too merciful to me." It would have been delightful if she could only have been sure that she was doing her duty. Surrounded by appreciative friends, bedecked with flowers, serenaded and sung to, and with a saddled horse at her door almost every morning, and at least one officer, if not a dozen, eager for the joy and honor of a ride with her, only two things disturbed her. The first was that she still had no word from Stephen, and the other was the feeling that, unless the Lord ordained a battle in her vicinity before long, she ought to be back with what she called my own army. Clara Barton's diary displays utter freedom from cant. She was not given to putting her religious feelings and emotions down on paper, but in this period she gave much larger space to her own reflections than was her custom when more fully occupied. She was feeling in a marked degree the providential aspects of her own life. She was discussing with Christian officers their plans for what Colonel Elwell called his soldiers' church. Her religious nature found expression in her diary more adequately than she had usually had time to express. Toward the end of her period of what since has been termed her watchful waiting, she received a letter from a friend, an editor, who felt that the war had gone on quite long enough, and who wished her to use her influence in favor of an immediate peace. Few people wanted peace more than Clara Barton, but her letter in answer to this request shows an insight into the national situation which at that time could hardly have been expected. Hilton Head, South Carolina, June 24th, 1863. T. W. Megan, Esquire. My kind friend, your welcome letter of the 6th has been some days in hand. I did not get frightened. I am a U.S. soldier, you know, and therefore not supposed to be susceptible to fear, and as I am merely a soldier and not a statesman, I shall make no attempt at discussing political points with you. You have spoken openly and frankly, and I have perused your letter and considered your sentiments with interest, and, I believe, with sincerity and candor. And while I observe with pain the wide difference of opinion existing between us, I cannot find it in my heart to believe it more than a matter of opinion. I shall not take to myself more of honesty of purpose, faithfulness of zeal, or patriotism than I award to you. I have not, I never shall forget where I first found you. The soldier who has stood in the ranks of my country's armies, and toiled and marched and fought, and fallen and struggled and risen, but to fall again, more worn and exhausted than before, until my weak arm had greater strength than his, and could aid him, and yet made no complaint, and only left the ranks of death when he had no longer strength to stand up in them? Is it for me to rise up in judgment and accuse this man of a want of patriotism? True, he does not see as I see, and works in a channel in which I have no confidence, with which I have no sympathy, and through which I could not go. Still, I must believe that in the end the same results which would gladden my heart would rejoice his. Where you in prospective see peace, glorious coveted peace, and rest for our tired armies, and home and happiness and firesides and friends for our war-worn heroes, I see only the beginning of war. If we should make overtures for peace upon any terms, then, I fear, would follow a code of terms to which no civilized nation could submit and present even an honorable existence among nations. God forbid that I should ask the useless exposure of the life of one man, the desolation of one more home. I never for a moment lose sight of the mothers and sisters, and white-haired fathers, and children moving quietly about, and dropping the unseen, silent tear in those far-away saddened homes. And I have too often wiped the gathering damp from pale, anxious brows, and caught from ashy, quivering lips the last faint whispers of home, not to realize the terrible cost of these separations. Nor has morbid sympathy been all. Out amid the smoke and fire and thunder of our guns, with only the murky canopy above, and the bloody ground beneath, I have wrought day after day, and night after night, my heart well nigh to bursting with conflicting emotions, so sorry for the necessity, so glad for the opportunity of ministering with my own hands and strength to the dying wants of the patriot martyrs who fell for their country and mine. If my poor life could have purchased theirs, how cheerfully and quickly would the exchange have been made. More than this I could not do. Deeper than this I could not feel. And yet, among it all, it has never once been in my heart or on my lips to sue to our enemies for peace. First, they broke it without cause. Last, they will not restore it without shame. True, we may never find peace by fighting. Certainly, we never shall by asking. Independence? They always had their independence, till they madly threw it away. If there be a chain on them today, it is of their own riveting. I grant that our government has made mistakes, sore ones too, in some instances, but ours is a human government, and like all human operations, liable to mistakes. Only the machinery and plans of heaven move unerringly, and we short-sighted mortals are, half our time, fain to complain of these. I would that so much of wisdom and foresight and strength and power fall to our rulers as would show them tomorrow the path to victory and peace. But we shall never strengthen their hands or incite their patriotism by deserting and upbraiding them. To my unsophisticated mind, the government of my country is my country, and the people of my country the government of my country, as nearly as a representative system will allow. I have taught me to look upon our government as the band which the people bind around the bundle of sticks to hold it firm, where every patriot hand must grasp the knot the tighter, and our Constitution, as a symmetrical framework, unsheltered and unprotected, around which the people must rally, and brace and stay themselves among its inner timbers, and lash and bind and nail and rivet themselves to its outer posts, till, in its sheltered strength, it bids defiance to every elemental jar, till the winds cannot rack, the sunshine warp, or the rains rot. And I would to heaven that we so rallied and stood today. If our government is too weak to act vigorously and energetically, strengthen it till it can. Then comes the peace we all wait for as kings and prophets awaited, and without which, like them, we seek and never find. Pardon me, my good friend. I had never thought to speak at this length, or indeed any length, upon this strangely knotted subject, so entirely out of my line. My business is stanching blood and feeding fainting men. My post, the open field between the bullet and the hospital. I sometimes discuss the application of a compress or a wisp of hay under a broken limb, but not the bearing and merits of a political movement. I make gruel, not speeches. I write letters home for wounded soldiers, not political addresses. And again, I ask you to pardon, not so much what I have said, as the fact of my having said anything in relation to a subject of which, upon the very nature of things, I am supposed to be profoundly ignorant. With thanks for favors, and hoping to hear from you and yours as usual, I remain, as ever, yours truly, Clara Barton. I am glad to hear from your wife and mother, and I am most thankful for your cordial invitation to visit you, which I shall, if I have not forfeited your friendship by my plainness of speech, which I pray I may not, accept most joyously. And I am even now rejoicing in prospect over my anticipated visit. We are not suffering from heat yet, and I am enjoying such horseback rides as seldom fall to the lot of ladies, I believe. I don't know but I should dare ride with a cavalry rider by and by, if I continue to practice. I could at least take lessons. I have a fine new English leaping saddle on the way to me. I hope you will endeavor to see to it that the rebel privateers shall not get hold of it. I could not sustain both the loss and disappointment, I fear. Love to all. Yours, C.B. While Miss Barton was engaged in these less strenuous occupations, she issued a requisition upon her brother in the quartermaster's department for a flat iron. She said, "My clothes are as well washed as at home, and I have a house to iron in if I had the iron. I could be as clean and as sleek as a kitten. Don't you want a smooth sister enough to send her a flat iron?" In midsummer, hostilities began in earnest. On July 11th, an assault on Fort Wagner was begun from Morris Island, and was followed by a bombardment, Admiral Dahlgren firing shells from his gunboats, and General Gillmore opening with his land batteries. Then followed the charge of the black troops under Colonel R.G. Shaw, and the long siege in which the Swamp Angel, a 200-pounder Parrott, opened fire on Charleston. It was then that Clara Barton found what providential leading had brought her to this place, not from a sheltered retreat, but under actual fire of the guns she ministered to the wounded and the dying. All day long, under a hot sun, she boiled water to wash their wounds, and by night she ministered to them, too ardent to remember her need of sleep. The hot winds drove the sand into her eyes, and weariness and danger were ever present. But she did her work unterrified. She saw Colonel Elwell leading the charge, and he believed that not only himself, but General Voris and Leggett would have died but for her ministrations. "Follow me, if you will, through these 8 months," Miss Barton said shortly afterward. "I remember 8 months of weary siege, scorched by the sun, chilled by the waves, rocked by the tempest, buried in the shifting sands, toiling day after day in the trenches, with the angry fire of 5 forts hissing through their ranks during every day of those weary months. This was when your brave old regiments stood thundering at the gate of proud, rebellious Charleston. There, frowning defiance, with Moultrie on her left, Johnson on her right, and Wagner in front, she stood hurling fierce death and destruction full in the faces of the brave band who beleaguered her walls. Sumter, the watchdog, that stood before her door, lay maimed and bleeding at her feet, pierced with shot and torn with shell, the tidal waves lapping his wounds. Still, there was danger in his growl and death in his bite. One summer afternoon, our brave little army was drawn up among the island sands and formed in line of march. For hours we watched. Dim twilight came, then the darkness for which they had waited, while the gloom and stillness of death settled down on the gathered forces of Morris Island. Then we pressed forward and watched again. A long line of phosphorescent light streamed and shot along the waves ever surging on our right. I remember so well these islands, when the guns and the gunners, the muskets and musketeers, struggled for place and foothold among the shifting sands. I remember the first swarthy regiments with their unsoldierly tread, and the soldierly bearing and noble brows of the patient philanthropists who volunteered to lead them. I can see again the scarlet flow of blood as it rolled over the black limbs beneath my hands, and the great heave of the heart before it grew still. And I remember Wagner and its 600 dead, and the great-souled martyr that lay there with them when the charge was ended and the guns were cold. Vividly, she went on to describe the siege of Fort Wagner from Morris Island thus: "I saw the bayonets glisten. The Swamp Angel threw her bursting bombs. The fleet thundered its cannonade, and the dark line of blue trailed its way and the dark line of belching walls of Wagner. I saw them on, up, and over the parapets into the jaws of death, and heard the clang of the death-dealing sabers as they grappled with the foe. I saw the ambulances laden down with agony, and the wounded slowly crawling to me down the tide-washed beach, Voris and Comminger gasping in their blood. And I heard the deafening clatter of the hoofs of old Sam as Elwell madly galloped up the walls of the fort for orders. I heard the tender, wailing fife, the muffled drum, and the last shots as the pitiful little graves grew thick in the shifting sands. Of this experience, General Elwell afterward wrote, "I was shot with an Enfield cartridge within 150 yards of the fort, and so disabled that I could not go forward. I was in an awful predicament, perfectly exposed to canister from Wagner and shell from Gregg and Sumter in front, and the enfilade from James Island. I tried to dig a trench in the sand with my saber, into which I might crawl, but the dry sand would fall back in place about as fast as I could scrape it out with my narrow implement. Failing in this, on all fours I crawled toward the lee of the beach, which was but a few yards off. A charge of canister all around me aroused my reverie to thoughts of action. I abandoned the idea of taking the fort and ordered a retreat of myself, which I undertook to execute in a most unmartial manner on my hands and knees spread out like a turtle. After working my way for a half-hour and making perhaps 200 yards, 2 boys of the 62nd Ohio found me and carried me to our first parallel, where had been arranged an extempore hospital. After resting a while, I was put on the horse of my lieutenant colonel, from which he had been shot that night, and started for the lower end of the island, 1½ miles off, where better hospital arrangements had been prepared. Oh, what an awful ride that was! But I got there at last, by midnight. I had been on duty for 42 hours without sleep, under the most trying circumstances, and my soul longed for sleep, which I got in this wise. An army blanket was doubled and laid on the soft side of a plank, with an overcoat for a pillow, on which I laid my worn-out body. And such a sleep! I dreamed that I heard the shouts of my boys in victory, that the rebellion was broken, that the Union was saved, and that I was at my old home, and that my dear wife was trying to soothe my pain. My sleepy emotions awoke me, and a dear, blessed woman was bathing my temples and fanning my fevered face. Clara Barton was there, an angel of mercy, doing all in mortal power to assuage the miseries of the unfortunate soldiers. While she was still under fire, but after the stress of the first assault, she found time to send a little note which enables us to identify with certainty her headquarters. Her work was not done in the shelter of any of the base hospitals in the general region of Charleston. It was with the advance hospital and under fire. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 2. The Attempt to Recapture Sumter. The midsummer campaign left Clara Barton desperately sick. She came very near to laying down her life with the brave men for whose sake she had freely risked it. What with her own sickness and the strenuous nature of her service, there is only a single line in her diary on Thanksgiving Day between July 23rd and December 1st. On July 22nd, she personally assisted at 2 terrible surgical operations as the men were brought directly in from the field. The soldiers were so badly wounded, she wanted to see them die before the surgeon touched them. But the surgeons did their work well, and though it was raining and cold, she covered them with rubber blankets and was astonished to find how comfortable they came to be. She returned to see them in the evening, and they were both sleeping soundly. On the following day, The day of her last entry for the summer, she reported the wounded under her care as doing well. Also, that she had now a man detailed to assume some of the responsibility for the food of the wounded. Fresh green corn was available, and she was having hominy cooked for men who had had quite too much of salt pork. She was arranging the meals, but had other people serve them. Then Clara Barton dropped. Her strength gave out. Overcome with fatigue and sick with fever, she lay for several weeks and wrote neither letters nor in her journal. By October, she was ready to answer Annie Child's thoughtful inquiry about her wardrobe. There were 2 successive letters, 2 weeks apart, that consisted almost wholly of the answers she made to the question wherewithal she should be clothed. Lest we should suppose Clara Barton to be an institution and not a wholly feminine woman, it is interesting to notice her concern that these dresses be of proper material and suitably made. The dresses arrived with rather surprising promptness, and they fitted with only minor alterations, which she described in detail to Annie. Toward the end of October, she had occasion to write again to Annie, thanking the friends who had remembered her so kindly, and expressing in her letter the feeling, which she so often recorded in her diary, that she was not doing as much as she ought to merit the kindness of her friends. In another letter, a few days later, she told of one use she was making of her riding skirt. She was furnishing a hospital at Fort Mitchell, 7 miles away, and her ride to that hospital combined both pleasure and business. About this time she gathered some trophies and sent to Worcester for the fair. They were exhibited and sold to add to the resources of the good people who were providing in various ways for the comfort of the soldiers. At this time she wrote to other organizations who had sent her supplies, telling of the good they had done. But again she fell upon a time of relative inactivity. There were no more battles to be fought immediately. She again wondered if she had any right to stay in a place where everything was so comfortable, especially as Annie Child had written to her that the Worcester and Oxford woman would not permit her to bear any part of the expense for the new clothes that had been made for her. About this time, her brother David received a letter from Stephen, which showed that it was useless for her to stay where she was with any present expectation of securing his relief. He was still remaining with his property, unmolested by both sides, and thought it better to continue there than run what seemed to him the larger risks of leaving. One of the most interesting and in its way pathetic entries in her diary at this season is a long one on December 5th, 1863. Miss Barton had collided with official arrogance and had unhappy memories of it. She probably would have said nothing about it had she not been appealed to by one of the women at the headquarters to do something to improve conditions at the regular hospital. And that was something which Clara Barton simply could not do. She knew better than almost anyone else how much those hospitals lacked of perfection. She herself did not visit them, excepting as she went there to return official calls. She had made it plain to those in charge that she had not come to interfere with any form of established work, but to do a work of her own in complete sympathy and cooperation with theirs. She knew that Dorothea Dix had undertaken an impossible task. She saw some nurses near to where she was who were much more fond of spending pleasant evenings at headquarters than they were of doing the work for which they were supposed to have come down. But she also knew that even such work as she was doing was looked upon by some of them with feelings of jealousy, as work outside of the general organization, yet receiving from the public a confidence and recognition not always accorded their own. One night, after one of the officers' wives had poured out her soul to Clara Barton, she poured out her soul to her diary. It is a very long entry, but it treats of some highly important subjects. I moved along to the farther end of the piazza and found Mrs. D., who soon made known to me the subject of her desires. As I suspected, the matter was hospitals. She has been visiting the hospitals at this place and has become not only interested, but excited upon the subject. The clothing department she finds satisfactory, but the storeroom appears empty, and a sameness prevailing through food as provided, which seems to her appalling for a diet for sick men. She states that they have no delicacies such as the country at the north are flooding hospitals with, that the food is all badly cooked, served cold, and always the same thing: dip toast, meat cooked dry, and tea without milk, perhaps once a week a potato for each man, or a baked apple. She proposed to establish a kitchen department for the serving of proper food to these men, irrespective of the pleasure of the powers that be. She expects opposition from the surgeons in charge and Mrs. Russell, the matron appointed and stationed by Miss Dix, but thinks to commence by littles and work herself in spite of opposition, or make report direct to Washington through Judge Holt and other influential friends, and obtain a carte blanche from Secretary Stanton to act independently of all parties. She wished to know if I thought it would be possible to procure supplies sufficient to carry on such a plan, and people to cook and serve if it were once established and directed properly. She had just mailed a letter to Miss Dame calling upon her to stir people at the North and make a move, if possible, in the right direction. She said General Gilmore took tea with her the evening previous and inquired with much feeling, "How are my poor boys?" She desired me to attend church at the hospital tomorrow, Sunday, morning. Not with her, but go, pass through, and judge for myself. In the meantime, the major came in, and the subject was discussed generally. I listened attentively, gave it as my opinion that there would be no difficulty in obtaining supplies and means of paying for the preparation of them, but of the manner and feasibility of delivering and distributing them among the patients I said nothing. I had nothing to say. I partly promised to attend church the next morning, and retired having said very little. What I have thought is quite another thing. I have no doubt but the patients lack many luxuries which the country at large endeavors to supply them with, and supposes they have no doubt. But men suffer and die for the lack of the nursing and provisions of the loved ones at home. No doubt but the stately, stupendous, and magnificent indolence of the officers in charge embitters the days of the poor sufferers who have become mere machines in the hands of the government to be ruled and oppressed by puffed-up, conceited, and self-sufficient superiors in position. No doubt but a good, well-regulated kitchen, presided over with a little good common sense and womanly care, would change the whole aspect of things and lengthen the days of some, and brighten the last days of others of the poor sufferers within the thin walls of the hospital. I wish it might be, but what can I do? First, it is not my province. I should be out of place there. Next, Miss Dix is supreme, and her appointed nurse is matron. Next, the surgeons will not brook any interference, and will, in my opinion, resent and resist the smallest effort to break over their own arrangements. What others may be able to do, I'm unable to conjecture, but I feel that my guns are effectually silenced. My sympathy is not destroyed by any means, but my confidence in my ability to accomplish anything of an alleviating character in this department is completely annihilated. I went with all I had to work where I thought I saw greatest need. A man can have no greater need than to be saved from death. And after 6 weeks of unremitting toil, I was driven from my own tents by the selfish cupidity or stupidity of a pompous staff surgeon with a little accidental temporary authority, and I by the means thrown upon a couch of sickness from which I barely escaped with my life. After 4 weeks of suffering most intense, I rose in my weakness and repaired again to my post, and scarcely were my labors recommenced when, through the same influence or no influence brought to bear upon the general commanding, I was made the subject of a general order and commanded to leave the island, giving me 3 hours in which to pack, remove, and ship 4 tons of supplies, with no assistance that they knew of but one old female negro cook. I complied, but was remanded to Beaufort to labor in the hospitals there. With this portion of the order I failed to comply, and went home to Hilton Head and wrote the commanding general a full explanation of my position, intention, proposed labors, etc., etc., which brought a rather sharp response, calling my humanity to account for not being willing to comply with his specified request, viz., to labor in Beaufort hospitals, insisting upon the plan as gravely as if it had been a possibility to be accomplished. But for the extreme ludicrousness of the thing, I should have felt hurt at the bare thought of such a charge against me and from such a quarter. The hospitals were supplied by the Sanitary Commission, Miss Dix holding supremacy over all female attendants by authority from Washington, Mrs. Lander claiming and endeavoring to enforce the same, and scandalizing through the press, each hospital labeled "No Admittance," and its surgeons bristling like porcupines at the bare sight of a proposed visitor. How, in reason's name, was I to labor there? Should I prepare my food and thrust it against the outer walls, in the hope it might strengthen the patients inside? Should I tie up my bundle of clothing and creep up and deposit it on the doorstep, and slink away like a guilty mother, and watch afar off to see if the master of the mansion would accept or reject the foundling? If the commanding general, in his wisdom, when he assumed the direction of my affairs, and commanded me where to labor, had opened the doors for me to enter, the idea would have seemed more practical. It did not occur to me at the moment how I was to effect an entrance to these hospitals, but I have since thought that I might have been expected to watch my opportunity some dark night and storm then, although it must be confessed that the popularity of this mode of attack was rather on the decline in this department at that time, having reached its height very soon after the middle of July. One other uncomfortable experience Clara Barton had at this time. When she first began her work for the relief of the soldiers, she went forth from Washington as a center and still kept up her work in the patent office. When she found that this work was to take all her time, she approached the Commissioner of Patents and asked to have her place kept for her, but without salary. He refused this proposal and said her salary should continue to be paid. The other clerks also were in hearty accord with this proposal and offered to distribute her work among them. But as the months went by, this grew to be a somewhat laborious undertaking. The number of women clerks in the patent office had increased as so many of the men were in the army. There were 20 of these women clerks, some who had never known Clara Barton, and they did not see any reason why she should be drawing a salary and winning fame for work which they were expected to do. Moreover, the report became current that she was drawing a large salary for her war work in addition. The women in the patent office drew up a round robin demanding that her salary cease. This news, with the report that the commissioner had acted upon the request, came to her while she had other things to trouble her. Had the salary ceased because she was no longer doing the work, it would have been no more than she had herself proposed. But when her associates, having volunteered to do the work for her that her place might be kept and her support continued, became the agents for the dissemination of a false report, she was hurt and indignant. To the honor of Judge Holloway and his associates in the patent office, be it recorded that she received a letter from Judge Holloway that she had been misinformed about the termination of her salary. There had indeed been such a rumor and request, but he would not have acted on it without learning the truth, and did not credit it. Her desk would await her return if he continued as commissioner. A few days before Christmas, another pleasant event occurred. Her nephew, Stephen, whom she had continued to call Bub, arrived in uniform. Though hardly 15, he had enlisted in the Telegraph Corps and was sent to be with her. He became her closest friend in an intimacy of relation that did not cease until her eyes closed in death. And then, in her perfect confidence in him, she appointed him her executor. A letter in this month reviews the experiences of her sojourn at Hilton Head. Hilton Head, South Carolina, Wednesday, December 9th, 1863. Mr. Parker, my dear, kind friend, it would be impossible for me to tell how many times I have commenced to write you. Sometimes I have put the letter by because we were doing so little there was nothing of interest to communicate. At other times, because there was so much, I had not time to tell it, until some greater necessity drew me away, and my half-written letter became rubbish and was destroyed. And now I have but one topic which is of decided interest to me, and that is so peculiarly so that I will hasten to speak of it at once. After almost a year's absence, I am beginning to think about once more coming home, once more meeting the scores of kind friends I have been from so long, and the nearer I bring this object to my view, the brighter it appears. The nearer I fancy the meeting, the dearer the faces, and the kinder the smiles appear to me, and the sweeter the welcome voices that fall upon my ear. Not that I have not found good friends here. None could have been kinder. I came with one brother, loving, kind, and considerate. I have met others here scarcely less so, and those, too, with whom rested the power to make me comfortable and happy. And I have yet to recall the first instance in which they have failed to use their utmost endeavor to render me so. And while a tear of joy glistens in my eye at the thought of the kind friends I hope so soon to meet, there will still linger one of regret for the many of those I leave. 8 months and 2 days ago we landed at the dock in this harbor. When nations move as rapidly as ours moves at present, that is a long time, and in it as a nation we have done much, gained much, and suffered much. Still much more remains to be done, much more acquired, and I fear much more suffered. Our brave and noble old army of Virginia still marches and fights, and the glorious armies of the West still fight and conquer. Our soldiers still die upon the battlefield, pine in hospitals, and languish in prison. The wives and sisters and mothers still wait, and weep and hope and toil and pray. And the little child, fretting at the long-drawn days, asks in tearful impatience, "When will my papa come?" The first sound which fell upon my ear in this department was the thunder of our guns in Charleston harbor. And still the proud city sits like a queen and dictates terms to our army and navy. Sumter, the watchdog that lay before her door, fell, maimed and bleeding, it is true. Still there is defiance in his growl, and death in his bite, and pierced and prostrate as he lies with the tidal waves lapping his wounds, it were worth our lives, and more than his, to go and take him. We have captured one fort, Gregg, and one charnel house, Wagner, and we have built one cemetery, Morris Island. The 1,000 little sandhills that glitter in the pale moonlight are 1,000 headstones, and the restless ocean waves that roll and break upon the whitened beach sing an eternal requiem to the toil-worn, gallant dead who sleep beside. As the year drew to a close, the conviction grew stronger that her work in this field was done. Charleston still resisted attempts to recapture it. Sumter, though demolished, was in the hands of the Confederates. There was no prospect of immediate battle, and unless there was fresh bloodshed, there was no imperative call for her. Moreover, little jealousies and petty factions grew up around the hospitals and headquarters, where there were few women and many men, and there were rumors of mismanagement which she must hear, but not reply to. She had many happy experiences to remember, and she left a record of much good done. But her work was finished at that place. In her last entries in her diary, she is disposing of her remaining stores, packing her trunk, and when, after a rather long interval, we hear from her again, she is in Washington. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 17 of the Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, From the Wilderness to the James. In the year 1864, Clara Barton returned from Port Royal and Hilton Head sometime in January 1864. On January 28th she was in Worcester, whence she addressed a letter to Colonel Clark in regard to the forthcoming reunion of veterans in Worcester. She did not expect to be present, as her stay in Massachusetts was to be brief. On Sunday, February 14th, she was in Brooklyn, and, as usual, went to hear Henry Ward Beecher. He preached on unwritten heroism, and related some heroic incidents in the life of an Irish servant girl who, all unknown to fame, was still a heroine. Clara meditated on the sermon and regretted that she herself was not more heroic. Before many days she was in Washington. It was rainy and cold. She found very little that was inspiring. Her room was cheerless, though she does not say so, but the little touches which she gave to it, as recorded, show how bare and comfortless it must have been. Her salary at the patent office continued, but it now becomes apparent that the arrangement whereby the other women in the patent office were to do her work had not continued indefinitely. She was hiring a partially disabled man to do her writing and was dividing her salary with him. Out of the balance she paid the rent of her room, $84 a year, payable a year in advance. It was not exorbitant rent, considering the demand for space in Washington, but it was a cheerless place, and she did not occupy it much. Principally, it was a storehouse for her supplies, with a place partitioned off for her own bedroom. She had many callers, however, Senator Wilson coming to see her frequently, and aiding her in every possible way. More than once she gave him information which he, as chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs of the United States Senate, utilized with far-reaching results. Sometimes she told him in the most uncompromising manner of what she regarded as abuses which she had witnessed. There were times when men seemed to her very cowardly, and the government machinery very clumsy and ineffective. On the evening of April 13th, 1864, she was fairly well disgusted with all mankind. She thus wrote her opinion of the human race, referring particularly to the masculine part of it. I am thinking very busily about the result of the investigation into the Florida matter. Is General Seymour to be sacrificed when so many hundred people and the men know it to be all based on falsehood and wrong? Is there no manly justice in the world? Is there not one among them all that dares risk the little of military station he may possess to come out and speak the truth and do the right? Oh, pity! O Lord, what is man that thou art mindful of him? The next day was not a cheerful day for her. She was still brooding on some of these same matters. She tried in those days to escape from these unhappy reflections by going where she would be compelled to think of something else. But not even in church could she always keep her mind off of them. She wrote at length in her diary on the morning of the 14th, and that evening, when Senator Wilson called, she told him what she thought of the United States Army, the United States Senate, and of people and things in general. Thursday, April 14th, 1864. This was one of the most down-spirited days that ever came to me. All the world appeared selfish and treacherous. I can get no hold on a good, noble sentiment anywhere, I have scanned over and over the whole moral horizon, and it is all dark. The night clouds seem to have shut down, so stagnant, so dead, so selfish, so calculating. Is there no right? Are there no consequences attending wrong? How shall the world move on in all this weight of dead, morbid meanness? Shall lies prevail forevermore? Look at the state of things, both civil and military, that curse our government. The pompous air with which little dishonest pimps lord it over their betters. Contractors ruining the nation and oppressing the poor, and no one rebukes them. See a monkey-faced official, not 20 rods from me, oppressing and degrading poor women who come up to his stall to feed their children, that he may steal with better grace and show to the government how much his economy saves it each month. Poor blind government never feels inside his pockets, pouching with ill-gotten gain, heavy with sin. His whole department know it, but it might not be quite wise for them to speak. They will tell it freely enough, but will not, dare not affirm it. Cowards. Congress knows it, but no one can see that it will make votes for him at home by meddling with it, so it is winked at. The cabinet know it, but people that live in glass houses must not throw stones. So it rests, and the women live lighter and sink lower, God help them. And next, an ambitious, dishonest general lays a political plot to be executed with human life. He is to create a senator, some memberships, a governor, commissions, and all the various offices of a state, and the grateful recipients are to repay the favor by gaining for him his confirmation as Major General. So the poor rank and file are marched out to do the job. A leader is selected, known to be brave to rashness if need be, and given the command in the dark that he may never be able to claim any portion of the glory, so that he cannot say, I did it. Doomed, and he knows it, he is sent on, remonstrates, comes back and explains, is left alone with the responsibility on his shoulders, forces divided, animals starving, men suffering, enemy massing in front, and still there he is. Suddenly he is attacked, defeated as he expected he must be, and the world is shocked by the tales of his rashness and procedure contrary to orders. He cannot speak. He is a subordinate officer and must remain silent. The thousands with him know it, but they must not speak. Congress does not know it and refuses to be informed, and the doomed one is condemned, and the guilty one asks for his reward, and the admiring world claims it for him. He has had a battle and only lost 2,000 men and gained nothing. Surely this deserved something, and still the world moves on. No wonder it looks dark, though, to those who do not wear the tinsel. And so my day has been weary with these thoughts, and my heart heavy, and I cannot raise it. I doubt the justice of almost all I see. Evening. At 8, Mr. Wilson called. I asked him if the investigation was closed. He replied yes, and that General Seymour would leave the department in disgrace. This was too much for my fretted soul, and I poured out the vials of my indignation in no stinted measure. I told him the facts, and what I thought of a committee that was too imbecile to listen to the truth when it was presented to them, that they had made themselves a laughing-stock for even the privates in the service by their stupendous inactivity and gullibility, that they were all a set of dupes, not to say knaves, for I knew Gray of New York had been on using all his blarney with them that was possible to wipe over them. When I had freed my mind, and it was some time, he looked amazed and called for a written statement. I promised it. He left. I was anxious to possess myself of the most reliable facts in existence, and decided to go to New York and see Colonel Hall and Dr. Marsh again, make my toilet ready, write some letters, and at 3 o'clock retired. From all of this, it will appear that Clara Barton had a rather gloomy time of it after her return to Washington. Old friends called on her, and she was amid pleasant surroundings, but she was ill at ease. The Army of the Potomac had failed to hold its old position north of the Rappahannock. She anticipated the same old round which she had witnessed, marching and counter-marching with ineffective fighting, great suffering, and no permanent results. Nor did she see how she was henceforth to be of much assistance. The sanitary and Christian commissions were doing increasingly effective work in the gathering and distribution of supplies. The hospitals were approaching what ought to have been a state of efficiency. There seemed little place for her. She went to the War Department to obtain blanket passes, permitting herself and friend to go wherever she might deem it wise to go, and to have transportation for their supplies. She could hardly ask for anything less if she were to ask for anything, but it was a larger request than Secretary Stanton was at that time ready to grant. Her attempts to secure what she deemed necessary through the medical department were unavailing. The medical department thought itself competent to manage its own affairs, but she knew that there was desperate need of the kind of service which she could render. For a time she questioned seriously whether she should not give up the whole attempt to return to the front. She even considered the possibility of asking for her old desk at the patent office, and letting the doctors and nurses take care of the wounded in the way they thought best. The national conventions were approaching. A woman in Ohio who had worked with her on the battlefield wrote asking Miss Barton for whom she intended to vote. She replied at considerable length. She intended to vote for the Republican candidate, whoever he might be, because in so doing she would vote for the Union. She would not vote for McClellan, nor for any other candidate nominated by his party. For 3 years she had been voting for Abraham Lincoln. She thought she still would vote for him. She trusted him and believed in him. But still, if the Republicans should nominate Fremont, she would not withhold her approval. There was in Washington and in the army so much incompetence, so much rascality, it was possible that another president, especially one with military experience, would push the war to a speedier finish and rout out some of the rascality she saw in Washington. She thought that Fremont might possibly have some advantage over Lincoln in this respect, but she rather hoped Lincoln would be renominated. He was so worthy, so honest, so kind, and the people could trust him. Though the abuses which had grown up under his administration were great, they were mostly inevitable, and so she rather thought she would vote for Lincoln, even in preference to the very popular hero Fremont. Fremont had indeed seen, sooner than Lincoln, the necessity of abolition, and she thought would have a stronger grip on military affairs, but her heart was with Lincoln. While she was waiting for a new call to service and was busy every day with a multitude of cares, she heard a lecture by the Reverend George Thompson, which is of interest because it enables us to discover how she now had come to feel about old John Brown. It will be remembered that she had not wholly approved the John Brown raid, nor shared in the public demonstrations that followed his execution. She had come, however, to a very different feeling with regard to him. On April 6, 1864, George Thompson, the abolitionist, gave an address in Washington. The address was delivered in the hall of the House of Representatives, and the President and Cabinet were among those who attended. Clara Barton was present, and close beside her in the gallery sat John Brown's brother. For a few days previous, she had been reading No Name by Wilkie Collins. She compared his style to that of Dickens, with some discriminating comments on the literary work of each. But she discontinued No Name when near the end of it, in order to read in preparation for the lecture by George Thompson. It will be well to quote her entry in her diary for the 5th and 6th of April. Washington, April 5th, 1864, Tuesday. Rained all day, just as if it had not rained every other day for almost 2 weeks, and I read as steadily indoors as it rained out. Am nearly through with No Name. Until 4:00 p.m. I had no disturbance, and then a most pleasant one. Mr. Brown came in to bring me letters from Mary Norton and Julia, and next to ask me to mend a little clothing, and next to present me a beautiful scrapbook designed for my own articles. It is a very beautiful article, and I prize it much. Then my friend Mr. Parker called for a chat, and I read to him some 2 hours, in order to prepare his mind for George Thompson's lecture, which is to occur tomorrow night. Then a call from Senator W., and next Dr. Eliot, which lasted till just now, and it is almost 11 o'clock, and I have set my fire out and apparently passed the day to little purpose. Still, I think, it has glided away very innocently, and with a few minutes' preparation I shall retire with a grateful heart for the even pleasant days which run so smoothly in my course. Washington, April 6th, 1864, Wednesday. There are signs of clear weather, although it is by no means an established fact yet. I laid my reading aside and took up my pen to address a letter to Mr. Wilson. I wrote at greater length than I had expected, and occupied quite a portion of the day. The subject woke up the recollection of a train of ills and wrongs submitted to and borne so long that I suffered intensely in the reproduction of them, but I did reproduce, whether to any purpose or not, time will reveal. It is not to be supposed that any decided revolution is to follow, as this is never to be looked for in my case. I have done expecting it, and done, I trust, with my efforts in behalf of others. I must take the little remnant of life that may remain to me as my own special property, and appropriate it accordingly. I had asked an appointment, as before referred to. I find I cannot make the use of it I had desired, and I have asked to recall the application. I have said I could not afford to make it. This was the day preceding the night of Mr. George Thompson's lecture in the Hall of Representatives. I went early with Mr. Brown. We went into the gallery and took a front seat in a side gallery. The house commenced to fill very rapidly with one of the finest-looking audiences that could be gathered in Washington. Conspicuous among them were Mr. Chase, Governor Sprague, Senator Wilson, Governor Boutwell and lady, Speaker Colfax, Thaddeus Stevens, and, to cap all, the brother of old John Brown came and sat with us. At 8, the orator of the evening entered the hall in the same group with President Lincoln, Vice President Hamlin, Reverend Mr. Pierpont, and others whom I did not recognize. Preliminary remarks were made by Mr. Pierpont. Next followed Mr. Hamlin, who introduced Mr. Thompson, who arose under so severe emotions that he could scarce utter a word. It seemed for a time that he would fall before the audience he had come to address. The contrast was evidently too great to be contemplated with composure. His sensitive mind reverted doubtless to his previous visits to this country, when he had seen himself hung and burnt in effigy, been mobbed, stoned, and assailed with filthy missiles, and now he stood, almost deafened with applause, in the Hall of Representatives of America, America free from the shackles of slavery, and to address the President and great political heads of the nation. No wonder he was overcome. No wonder that the air felt thick, and his words came feebly, and his body bent beneath the weight of the contrast, the glorious consummation of all he had so earnestly labored and so devoutly prayed for. But by degrees his strength returned, and the rich melody of his voice filled every inch of the vast hall, and delighted every loyal, truth-loving ear. It would be useless for me to attempt a description of his address. It is so far immortal as to be always found, I trust, among the records of the glorious doings and sayings of our country's supporters. His endorsement of the President was one of the most touching and sublime things I have ever heard uttered, and the messages from England to him breathed a spirit of friendship which I was not prepared to listen to. Surely we are not to growl at and complain of England as jealous and hostile when her working people, deprived of their daily labor and the support of their families through our difficulties, bid us Godspeed, and never to yield till our purpose has been accomplished, and congratulate us upon having achieved our independence in the War of the Revolution, and ask us now to go on and achieve a still greater independence, which shall embrace the whole civilized world. Surely these words show a nobler spirit in England than we had any reason or real right to expect. His remarks touching John Brown were strong, and sitting as I was, watching the immediate effect upon the brother at my side, and when in a few minutes the band struck up the familiar air dedicated to him the world over, I truly felt that John Brown's soul was marching on, and that the mouldering in the grave was of little account. The brother evidently felt the same. There was a glistening of the eye and a compression of the lip which spoke it all and more. He was evidently proud of the gallows rope that hung old John Brown, old Hero Brown. On leaving the hall, Mr. Parker joined us, and we all took a cream at Simmonds and returned, and I made good my escape to my room. Since her return from Hilton Head, she had been furnished no passes. Official Washington had forgotten her in her year of absence. But there came a day when Clara Barton had no difficulty in obtaining passes, and when all Washington was willing enough to have her go to the front. That was when the Battle of Spotsylvania occurred, May 8th, 1864. It took Washington a day or two to realize the gravity of the situation, and Clara Barton was begging and imploring the opportunity to hasten at the sound of the first gun. There was refusal and delay. Then, when it was realized that more than 2,700 men had been killed and more than 13,000 wounded, her passes came. General Rucker, who had been endeavoring to secure them for her, obtained them and sent them in haste by special messenger. And Clara Barton was back on the boat, landing, as so often before, at Aquia Creek, and wading through the red mud to where the wounded were. They were everywhere, and most of all they were in wagons sunk to the hub in mud, and stalled where they could not get out, while men groaned and died, and maggots crawled in their wounds. Bitterly she lamented the lost hours while she had been clamoring for passes. But now she set herself to work with such facilities as she could command, first for the relief of the wounded men in wagons. The terrible slaughter of the Wilderness and Spotsylvania turned all pitying hearts and helping hands once more to Fredericksburg, she wrote afterward, and no one who reached it by way of Belle Plain, while this latter constituted the base of supplies for General Grant's army, can have forgotten the peculiar geographical location and the consequent fearful condition of the country immediately about the landing, which consisted of a narrow ridge of high land on the left bank of the river. Along the right extended the river itself. On the left, the hills towered up almost to a mountain height. The same ridge of high land was in front at a quarter of a mile distant, through which a narrow defile formed the road leading out and on to Fredericksburg 10 miles away, thus leaving a level space or basin of an area of 1/4 of a mile directly in front of the landing. Across this small plain, all transportation to and from the army must necessarily pass. The soil was red clay. The 10,000 wheels and hoofs had ground it to a powder, and a sudden rain upon the surrounding hills had converted the entire basin into one vast mortar bed, smooth and glassy as a lake, and much the color of light brick dust. The poor, mutilated, starving sufferers of the wilderness were pouring into Fredericksburg by thousands, all to be taken away in army wagons across 10 miles of alternate hills and hollows, stumps, roots, and mud. The boats from Washington to Belle Plain were loaded down with fresh troops, while the wagons from Fredericksburg to Belle Plain were loaded with wounded men and went back with supplies. The exchange was transacted on this narrow ridge called the Landing. I arrived from Washington with such supplies as I could take. It was still raining. Some members of the Christian Commission had reached an earlier boat, and being unable to obtain transportation to Fredericksburg, had erected a tent or two on the ridge and were evidently considering what to do next. To nearly or quite all of them, the experience and scene were entirely new. Most of them were clergymen who had left at a day's notice, by request of the distracted fathers and mothers who could not go to the relief of the dear ones stricken down by thousands, and thus begged those in whom they had the most confidence to go for them. They went willingly, but it was no easy task they had undertaken. It was hard enough for old workers who commenced early and were inured to the life and its work. I shall never forget the scene which met my eye as I stepped from the boat to the top of the ridge. Standing in this plain of mortar mud were at least 200 six-mule army wagons, crowded full of wounded men waiting to be taken upon the boats for Washington. They had driven from Fredericksburg that morning. Each driver had gotten his wagon as far as he could, for those in front of and about him had stopped. Of the depth of the mud, the best judgment was formed from the fact that no entire hub of a wheel was in sight, and you saw nothing of any animal below its knees, and the mass of mud all settled into place, perfectly smooth and glassy. As I contemplated the scene, a young, intelligent, delicate gentleman, evidently a clergyman, approached me, and said anxiously, but almost timidly, "Madam, do you think those wagons are filled with wounded men?" I replied that they undoubtedly were, and waiting to be placed on the boats then unloading. "How long must they wait?" he asked. I said that, judging from the capacity of the boats, I thought they could not be ready to leave much before night. "What can we do for them?" he asked, still more anxiously. "They are hungry and must be fed," I replied. For a moment his countenance brightened, then fell again as he exclaimed, "What a pity! We have a great deal of clothing and reading matter, but no food in any quantity except crackers." I told him that I had coffee, and that between us I thought we could arrange to give them all hot coffee and crackers. "But where shall we make our coffee?" he inquired, gazing wistfully about the bare, wet hillside. I pointed to a little hollow beside a stump. "There is a good place for a fire," I explained, "and any of this loose brush will do." "Just here?" he asked. "Just here, sir." He gathered the brush manfully, and very soon we had some fire and a great deal of smoke, 2 crotched sticks and a crane, if you please, and presently a dozen camp kettles of steaming hot coffee. My helper's pale face grew almost as bright as the flames, and the smutty brands looked blacker than ever in his slim white fingers. Suddenly a new difficulty met him. "Our crackers are in barrels, and we have neither basket nor box. How can we carry them?" I suggested that aprons would be better than either, and, getting something as near the size and shape of a common tablecloth as I could find, tied one about him and one about me, fastened all 4 of the corners to the waist, and pinned the sides, thus leaving one hand for a kettle of coffee and one free to administer it. Thus equipped, we moved down the slope. 20 steps brought us to the abrupt edge which joined the mud, much as the bank of a canal does the black line of water beside it. But here came the crowning obstacle of all. So completely had the man been engrossed in his work, so delighted as one difficulty after another vanished and success became more and more apparent, that he entirely lost sight of the distance and difficulties between himself and the objects to be served. If you could have seen the expression of consternation and dismay depicted in every feature of his fine face, as he imploringly exclaimed, "How are we to get to them?" "There is no way but to walk," I answered. He gave me one more look, as much as to say, "Are you going to step in there?" I allowed no time for the question, but in spite of all the solemnity of the occasion and the terribleness of the scene before me, I found myself striving hard to keep the muscles of my face all straight. As it was, the corners of my mouth would draw into wickedness, as with a backward glance I saw the good man tighten his grasp upon his apron and take his first step into military life. But thank God, it was not his last. I believe it is recorded in heaven, the faithful work performed by that Christian commission minister through long weary months of rain and dust and summer suns and winter snows. The sick soldier blessed and the dying prayed for him, as through many a dreadful day he stood fearless and firm among fire and smoke, not made of brush, and walked calmly and unquestioningly through something redder and thicker than the mud of Belle Plaine. No one has forgotten the heart-sickness which spread over the entire country as the busy wires flashed the dire tidings of the terrible destitution and suffering of the wounded of the wilderness whom I attended as they lay in Fredericksburg. But you may never have known how many hundreds of these ills were augmented by the conduct of improper, heartless, unfaithful officers in the immediate command of the city, and upon whose actions and indecisions depended entirely the care, food, shelter, comfort, and lives of that whole city of wounded men. One of the highest officers there has since been convicted a traitor, and another, a little dapper captain quartered with the owners of one of the finest mansions in the town, boasted that he had changed his opinion since entering the city the day before, that it was in fact a pretty hard thing for refined people like the people of Fredericksburg to be compelled to open their homes and admit these dirty, lousy, common soldiers, and that he was not going to compel it. This I heard him say, and waited until I saw him make his words good, till I saw, crowded into one old sunken hotel, lying helpless upon its bare, wet, bloody floors, 500 fainting men hold up their cold, bloodless, dingy hands as I passed, and beg me in heaven's name for a cracker to keep them from starving, and I had none, or to give them a cup that they might have something to drink water from, if they could get it, and I had no cup and could get none, till I saw 200 six-mule army wagons in a line, ranged down the street to headquarters, and reaching so far out on the wilderness road that I never found the end of it. Every wagon crowded with wounded men, stopped, standing in the rain and mud, wrenched back and forth by the restless, hungry animals all night from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 8 the next morning, and how much longer I know not. The dark spot in the mud under many a wagon told only too plainly where some poor fellow's life had dripped out in those dreadful hours. I remembered one man who would set it right, if he knew it, who possessed the power, and who would believe me if I told him, says Miss Barton in describing this experience. I commanded immediate conveyance back to Belle Plaine. With difficulty I obtained it, and 4 stout horses with a light army wagon took me 10 miles at an unbroken gallop through field and swamp and stumps and mud to Belle Plaine, and a steam tug at once to Washington. Landing at dusk, I sent for Henry Wilson, chairman of the Military Committee of the Senate. A messenger brought him at 8, saddened and appalled like every other patriot in that fearful hour, at the weight of woe under which the nation staggered, groaned, and wept. He listened to the story of suffering and faithlessness, and hurried from my presence with lips compressed and face like ashes. At 10, he stood in the War Department. They could not credit his report. He must have been deceived by some frightened villain. No official report of unusual suffering had reached them. Nothing had been called for by the military authorities commanding Fredericksburg. Mr. Wilson assured them that the officers in trust there were not to be relied upon. They were faithless, overcome by the blandishments of the wily inhabitants. Still, the department doubted. It was then that he proved that my confidence in his firmness was not misplaced, as facing his doubters, he replies, "One of two things will have to be done. Either you will send someone tonight with the power to investigate and correct the abuses of our wounded men at Fredericksburg, or the Senate will send someone tomorrow." This threat recalled their scattered senses. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the quartermaster general and staff galloped to the 6th Street wharf under orders. At 10, they were in Fredericksburg. At noon, the wounded men were fed from the food of the city, and the houses were opened to the dirty, lousy soldiers of the Union Army. Both railroad and canal were opened. In 3 days I returned with carloads of supplies. No more jolting in army wagons, and every man who left Fredericksburg by boat or by car owes it to the firm decision of one man that his grating bones were not dragged 10 miles across the country or left to bleach in the sands of that city. Yes, they owed it all to Senator Wilson, and he owed it to Clara Barton. Why was there such neglect, and why did no one else report it? The surgeons on the front were busy, and they did not see it. The surgeons and nurses in the base hospitals were busy, and they knew nothing of it. Military commanders only knew that the roads were bad and that it was difficult to move troops to the front or wounded men back to the rear, but supposed that the best was being made of a bad matter. But Clara Barton knew that if someone in authority could realize that thousands of men were suffering needless agony and hundreds were dying who might be saved, something would be done. Something was done, and many a soldier who lived and regained his health had reason, without knowing it, to bless the name of Clara Barton. At the close of the Wilderness Campaign, Clara Barton found time to answer some letters and acknowledge some remittances. In one of these letters, she answered the question why, being as she was in close touch and entire sympathy with the work of the Sanitary and Christian Commissions, she still continued to do her work independently. It is a thoroughly characteristic letter. May 30th, 1864. The question would naturally arise with strangers why I, feeling so in unison with the Commission, and among whose members I number my best friends, should maintain a separated organization. To those who know me, it is obvious. Long before either commission was in the field or had even an existence, I was laboring by myself for the little I might be able to accomplish, and gathering such helpers about me as I was best able to do, toiled in the front of our armies wherever I could reach, and thus I have labored on up to the present time. Death has sometimes laid his hand upon the active forces of my co-workers and stilled the steps most useful to me, but others have risen up to supply the place, and now it does not seem wise or desirable, after all this time, to change my course. If I have by practice acquired any skill, it belongs to me to use untrammeled, and I might not work as efficiently or labor as happily under the direction of those of less experience than myself. It is simply just to all parties that I retain my present position, and through all up to the present time I have been always able to meet my own demands with such little supplies as came voluntarily from my circle of personal friends, which fortunately was not small. But the necessities of the present campaign were well nigh overwhelming, and my duty required that I gather all I could, even if I shouted aloud to strangers for those who lay fainting and speechless by the wayside or moaning in this wilderness. I did so, and such responses as yours have been the reply. Dearly do I think God poured his blessing on my little work, for the friends he has raised up to aid me, for the uninterrupted health and unfailing strength he has given me, and more, with each day's observation do I stand overawed by the great lessons he is teaching us, his children, grand and stern as the earthquake's shock, judgments soft and terrible as the lightning stroke. He is leading us back to a sense of justice and duty and humanity, while our 1,000 guns flash freedom and our martyrs die. It is a terrible sacrifice which he requires at our hands, and in obedience the nation has builded its altar and uplifted its arm of faith, and the knife gleams above the child. He who commands it alone knows when his angel shall call from heaven to stay our hands and bid us no longer slay our own. Then may we find hidden in the peaceful thicket the appropriate sacrifice, that in blessing he may bless us, that our young men return together, that our seed shall possess the gates of our enemies, and that all the nations of the earth be blessed. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1 of the Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 1 To the End of War. At the end of May 1864, Clara Barton was in Washington. She wrote to her brother David, informing him of her return to the city on the night of May 24th. There had been, she told him, a series of terrible battles. She doubted if history had ever known men to be mowed down in regiments as in these battles. Victory had been won, but it was incomplete, and the cost had been terrible. She had seen 9,000 Confederate prisoners. As to her future plans, she thought she would not go out from Washington a great deal during the excessively hot weather. She remembered her sickness of the previous summer, and did not wish to repeat it. But as for keeping her away in case there should be a battle, she would not count a kindness on anybody's part to attempt that. She said, "I suppose I should feel about as much benefited as my goldfish would if some kind-hearted person should take him out of his vase where he looked so wet and cold, and wrap him up in warm, dry flannel. We can't live out of our natural element, can we? I'll keep quiet when the war is over." She was not permitted to stay in Washington and guard her health. She was appointed superintendent of the Department of Nurses for the Army of the James. She was under the authority of Surgeon McCormick, Chief Medical Director. The Army was commanded by General B. F. Butler. She entered this new field of service June 18, 1864. We have a letter which she wrote concerning a celebration, such as it was, on the 4th of July. Point of Rocks, Virginia, July 5th, 1864. General Butler's Department. My most esteemed and dear friend, here in the sunshine and dust and toil and confusion of camp life, the mercury above 100, the atmosphere and everything about black with flies, the dust rolling away in clouds as far as the eye can penetrate, the ashy ground covered with scores of hospital tents shielding nearly all conceivable maladies that soldier flesh is heir to, and stretching on beyond the miles of bristling fortifications, entrenchments, and batteries encircling Petersburg, all ready to blaze. Just here in the midst of all this, your refreshing letter dropped in upon me. New York! It seemed to me that in the very postmark I could see pictured nice Venetian blinds, darkened rooms where never a fly dared enter, shady yards with cool fountains throwing their spray almost in at the open windows, watered streets flecked with the changing shadows of waving trees, bubbling soda fountains and water ices and grottos and pony gallops in Central Park, and cool drives at evening, and much more I have not time to enumerate. And for an instant I fear human selfishness triumphed, and before I was aware, the mind had instinctively drawn a contrast, and the sun's rays glowed hotter and fiercer, and the dust rolled heavier, and my wayward heart complained to me that I was ever in the sun or dust or mud or frost, and impatiently asked if all the years of my life should pass, and I never know again a season of quiet rest. And I confess it with shame. I trust that the suddenness with which it was rebuked may atone for its wickedness in some degree. And when I remembered the thousands who would so gladly come and share the toils with us, if only they could be free to do so, I gave thanks anew for my great privileges, and broke the seal of the welcome missive. And you find hot weather even there, and have time among all the business of that driving city to remember the worn-out sufferers who are lying so helpless about us, many of whom have fought the last fight, kept the last watch, and standing at the outer post only wait to be relieved. The march has been toilsome, but the relief comes speedily at last, sometimes almost before we are aware. Yesterday, in passing through a ward, if wards they might be termed, filled mostly from the U.S. colored regiments, I stopped beside a sergeant who had appeared weak all day, but made no complaint, and asked how he was feeling then. Looking up in my face, he replied, "Thank you, miss. A little better, I hope." "Can I do anything for you?" I asked. "A little water, if you please." I turned to get it, and that instant he gasped and was gone. Men frequently reach us at noon and have passed away before night. For such we can only grieve, for there is little opportunity to labor in their cases. I find a large number of colored people, mostly women and children, left in this vicinity, the stronger having been taken by their owners up country. In all cases they are destitute, having stood the sack of two opposing armies. What one army left them, the other has taken. On a plantation which forms the site of this hospital is a colored woman, the house servant of the former owner, with 13 children, 8 with her and 5 of her oldest taken away. The rebel troops had taken her bedding and clothing, and ours had taken her money, $40 in gold, which she had saved, she said, and I do not doubt her statement in the least. I gave her all the food I had that was suitable for her and her children, and shall try to find employment for her. For the last few days we have been constantly meeting and caring for the wounded and broken down from Wilson's cavalry raid. They have endured more than could be expected of men, and are still brave and cheerful under their sufferings. I hope I shall not surprise you by the information that we celebrated the 4th yesterday by giving an extra dinner. We invited in the lame, the halt, and the blind, to the number of some 200 or more, to partake of roast beef, new potatoes, squash, blancmange, cake, etc., etc. We had music, not by the band, but from the vicinity of Petersburg, and if not so sweet and perfectly timed as that discoursed by some of your excellent city bands, it must be acknowledged as both startling and thrilling, and was received with repeated bursts. I thank you so much for your kind solicitude for my health. I beg to assure you that I am perfectly well at present, and with the blessing of heaven I hope to remain so. On the length of the campaign I have no adequate idea, and can form none. I should be happy to write you pages of events as they transpire every day, but duty must not be neglected for mere gratification. Thus far I have remained at the Corps, which is, in this instance, only an overburdened and well-conducted field hospital. This point, from its peculiar location, is peculiarly adapted to this double-duty service, situated as it is at one terminus of the line of entrenchments. This part of Clara Barton's war experience is least known of all that she performed. Her diaries were unkept, and as her war lectures were mostly occupied with her earlier service in the field, they make almost no reference to this important part of her work. It is through her letters that we know something of what she experienced and accomplished in the closing months of 1864 and the early months of 1865. There is less material here of the kind that makes good newspaper copy or lecture material than was afforded by her earlier work in the open field, and it is probably on this account that this period has fallen so much into the shadow of forgetfulness that it has sometimes been said that Clara Barton retired from active service after the Wilderness Campaign. 2 letters, one to Francis Childs Vassall, and the other to Annie Childs, give somewhat intimate pictures of her life in this period, and may be selected out of her correspondence for that purpose. 10th Army Corps Hospital, September 3rd, 1864. My darling Sis Fanny, it is almost midnight, and I ought to go to bed this minute, and I want to speak to you first, and I'm going to indulge my inclination just a little minute till this page is down, if no more. But it will be all egotism, so be prepared, and don't blame me. I know you are doing well and living just as quietly and happily as you deserve to do. I hear from no one, and indeed I scarce write at all. And no one would wonder if they could look in upon my family and know besides that we have moved this week, yes, moved, a family of 1,500 sick men, and had to keep our housekeeping up all the time, and no one to be ready at hand and ask us to take tea the first night either. I have never told you how I returned. Well, safely, and got off from City Point and my goods off its dock just in time to avoid that terrible catastrophe. I was not blown to atoms, but might have been, and no one the wiser. I found my sick family somewhat magnified on my return, and soon the Corps, 10th, was ordered to cross the James and make a feint while the Weldon Railroad was captured, and this move threw all the sick and regimental hospital into our hospital, 500 in one night. Only think of such an addition to a family between supper and breakfast and no preparation. And just that morning our old cook John and his assistant Peter both came down sick, one with inflammation of the lungs and the other with fever. It was all the surgeons, stewards, and clerks could do to keep the names straight and manage the official portion of the reception. And would you believe it, I stepped into the gap and assumed the responsibility of the kitchen and feeding of our 1,200, and I held it and kept it straight till I selected a new boss cook and got him regularly installed, and then helped him all the time up to the present day. I wish I had some of my bills of fare preserved as they read for the day. The variety is by no means so striking as the quantity. Say for breakfast 700 loaves of bread, 170 gallons of hot coffee, 2 large wash boilers full of tea, 1 barrel of apple sauce, 1 barrel of sliced boiled pork, or 30 hams, 1/2 barrel of cornstarch blancmange, 500 slices of butter toast, 100 slices of broiled steak, and 150 patients to be served with chicken gruel, boiled eggs, etc. For dinner, we have over 200 gallons of soup, or boiled dinner of 3 barrels of potatoes, 2 barrels of turnips, 2 barrels of onions, 2 barrels of squash, 100 gallons of minute pudding, 1 wash boiler full of whiskey sauce for it, or a large wash tub full of codfish nicely picked and stirred in a batter to make 150 gallons of nice home codfish, and the Yankee soldiers cry when they taste it. I prepared it just the old home way, and so I have everything cooked, and the same toasts and cornstarch as for breakfast. And then for supper, 200 gallons of rice and 20 gallons of sauce for it, 200 gallons of tea, toast for 1,000, and some days I have made with my own hands 90 apple pies. This would make a pie for some 600 poor fellows who had not tasted pie for months, it might be years, sick, and could not eat much. I save all the broken loaves of bread from transportation and make bread puddings in large milk pans. About 40 at once will do. The patients asked for gingerbread, and I got extra flour and molasses and make it by the score. I have all the grease preserved and clarified, and tomorrow, if our new milk comes, we are to commence to make doughnuts. I have a barrel of nice lard ready. They had always burned it before to get it out of the way. Last Saturday night we learned that we were to change with the 18th Corps and go up in front of Petersburg, and their first loads of sick came with the order. At dark I commenced to cook puddings and gingerbread, as I could carry them best. At 2:00 a.m. I had as many of these as I could carry in an ambulance, and packed my own things in an hour, and at 3 a.m., in the dark, started over the pontoon bridge across the Appomattox to our new base, about 4 miles. Got there a little before day, and got some breakfast ready about 8:30 for 400 men that had crossed the night previous, nearly 100 officers. The balance followed, and in 18 hours from the receipt of the order we were all moved, but a poor change for us. Since dark 40 wounded men have been brought in, many of which will prove mortal, one with the shoulder gone, a number of legs off, one with both arms gone, some blown up with shells and terribly burned, some in the breast. By request of the surgeons, I made a pail full of nice thick eggnog, eggs beaten separately and seasoned with brandy, and carried all among them to sleep on, and chicken broth, and I have left them all falling asleep, and I have stolen away to my tent, which is as bare as a cuckoo's nest, dirt floor, just like the street, a narrow bed of straw, and a 3-legged stand made of old cracker boxes and a wash dish. A hospital tent without any fly constitutes my apartment and furnishing. And here it is 1 o'clock, damp and cold, one little fellow from the 11th Maine dying, whose groans have echoed through the camp for hours. Another noble Swiss boy, I fear mortally wounded, who thinks he shall not live till morning, and has gained a promise from me that I will see him and be with him when he dies. I have still hopes of his recovery. Oh, what a volume it would make if I could only write you what I have seen, known, heard, and done since I first came to this department June 18th. The most surprising of all of which is, tell Sally, that I should have turned cook. Who would have thunk it? I am writing on bits of paper for want of whole sheets. I am entirely out. My dresses are equal to the occasion. The skirt is finished, but not worn yet. I am choice of it. The striped print gets soiled and washes nicely, all just right, and I have plenty, and I bless you every day for it. I want so to write Annie a good long letter, but how can I get time? Please give her from this, if you please, an idea of what I am doing, and she will not blame me so much. Tell Sally that our purchases of tinware were just the thing, and but for them this hospital could not be kept comfortable a single day, not a meal. I wish I had as much more, and a nice stove of my own, with suitable stove furniture besides. And I think I could do as much good with it as some missionaries are supposed to do. Our spices and flavorings were godsends when I got them here. I wish I had boxes of them. I need to use so much in my big cooking. There. I said it would be all egotism, but I am too stupid to think of anybody but myself, so forgive me. Give my love to all, and write your loving sis, Clara. From letters such as this, we are able to rescue from oblivion a full year of war service of Clara Barton. Contrary to all her previous intent, she was a head nurse, in charge of the hospitals of an entire Army Corps. Not only so, but she was on occasion chief cook and purveyor of pie and gingerbread, and picked codfish and New England boiled dinners so like what the soldiers loved at home that they sometimes cried for joy. But she did not relinquish her purpose to be at the front. The front was very near to her. Another of her letters must be quoted. Base Hospital, 10th Army Corps, Broadway Landing, Virginia, September 14th, 1864. My dear Sis Annie, your excellent and comforting letter reached me some time ago, and like its one or two abused predecessors, has vainly waited a reply. I cannot tell how badly I have wanted to write you, how impossible I found it to get the time. But often enough an attack of illness has brought me a leisure hour, and I am almost glad that I can make it seem right for me to sit down in daylight and pen a letter. For once in my life, I am at a loss where to commence. I have been your debtor so long, and am so full of unsaid things, that I don't know which idea to let loose first. Perhaps I might as well speak of the weather. Well, it rains, and that is good for my conscience again, for I couldn't get out in that if I were well enough. Rain here means mud, you must understand, but I am sheltered. Why, I have a whole house of my own, first and second floors, 2 rooms and a flight of stairs, and a great big fireplace, a bright fire burning, a west window below, a south one above, an east door with a soldier-built frame arbor of cedar, 12 feet in front of it and all around it, so close and green that a cat couldn't look in, unless at my side opening. It was the Negro house for the plantation, and was dirty, of course, but 10 men with brooms and 50 barrels of water made it all right, and they moved me into it one night when I was sick, and here I have lain, and the winds have blown, and the rains descended and beat upon my house, and it fell not, and for hours in the dark night I have listened to the guy ropes snapping and the tent flies flapping in the wind and rain and thunder and lightning. All about me are the frail habitations of my less fortunate neighbors. One night I remembered a darling little Massachusetts boy, sick of fever and chronic diarrhea, a mere skeleton, and I knew he was lying at the very edge of his ward, tense, of course, delicate little fellow, about 15, and I couldn't withstand the desire to shield him, and sent through the storm and had him brought, bed and all, and stored in my lower room, and there he lay like a little kitten, so happy, till about noon the next day, when his father, one of the wealthy merchants of Suffolk, came for him. He had just heard of his illness, had searched through the damp tents for him, and finally traced him to me. The unexpected sight of his little boy, sheltered, warm, and fed, nearly deprived him of speech. But when those pale lips said, "Auntie, Father, this is my auntie. Doesn't she look like Mother?" it was too much. Women's and children's tears amount to little, but the convulsive sobs of a strong man are not forgotten in an hour. Well, I have made a queer beginning of this letter. One would have supposed I should have made it my first duty to speak of the nice box that came to me, from you, by Mrs. Rich, and how choice I was of it, and did not take it with me the first time I went, for fear I might not find the most profitable spot to use it in just then, till I had found my field. As good luck would have it, it did not take long to find my field of operations, and nothing but want of time to write has prevented me from acknowledging the box many times, and expressing the desire that others might follow it. I can form no estimate of what I would and should have made use of during the campaign thus far, if I had had it to use. I doubt if you at home could realize the necessities if I could describe every one accurately. And now the cold weather approaches, they will increase in some respects. The army is filling up with new troops to a great degree, and the nights are getting cold. I was rejoiced to hear from Lieutenant Hitchcock, and that he is doing well. You are favored in so pleasant a correspondent as I know he must be, and what a comfort to his wife to have him home so soon. I hope his wound will not disable him very much. Please give my love and congratulations to them when you write. Poor fellows, how sorry I was to see them lying there under the trees, so cut and mangled. Poor Captain Clark. Do you know if he is still alive? The surgeons told me he couldn't survive. I went up again to see them, a day or two after they all left. Colonel Gould had gone the day before. Yes, I lost one friend. Poor Gardner. He fought bravely and died well, they said, and laid his mangled body at the feet of his foe. I feel sad when I think of it all. Tired a little. Not tired of the war, but tired of our sacrifices. I passed a most pleasant hour with Lieutenant Hitchcock. It seemed so comfortable, and withal so quaint and strange, to sit down under the sighing pines of Virginia, away out in the woods in the war of the guns, and talk of you. I have asked a great many times for Mr. Chamberlain, and only heard twice. He was well each time, but this was not lately. I shall surely go to him if I get near the dear old regiment, 21st Regiment. That is more than I ever said of any other regiment in the service. I am a stranger to them now, I know, after all their changes. Few of them ever heard of me. And yet the very mention of the number calls up all the old-time love and pride I ever had. I would divide the last half of my last loaf with any soldier in that regiment, though I had never seen him. I honor him for joining it, be he who he may. For he knew well if he marched and fought with that regiment, he had undertaken no child's play. And those who measured steel with them knew it as well. The Oxford ladies at work for me again. I am very glad if they have the confidence to do so. I had thought perhaps my style of labor was not approved by them, but I could not help it. I knew it was rough, but I thought it none the less necessary. If they do as far approve as to send me the proceeds of some of their valuable labors, it will be an additional stimulant to me to persevere. Do you know, I am thinking seriously of remaining out the winter, unless the campaign should come to a sudden and decisive stand, and nothing be done and no one exposed. You know that my range here is very extended. This department is large, and I am invited by General Butler to visit every part of it, and all medical and other officers within the department are directed to afford me every facility in their power. But so little inclination do they display to thwart me that I have never shown my pass and order to an officer since I have been in the department. I have had but one trouble since I came, and that has been to extend my labor without having the point that I leave miss me. We have now in the 10th Corps 2 main hospitals and no regimental hospital. The base, where I am at the present, about 4 miles from the extreme front, and the flying hospital 3 miles farther up, in the rear of the front line of works. The most skillful operators are always here, and all the surgeons at that post are my old-time personal friends. Dr. Barlow I worked with at Cedar Mountain and through Pope's Retreat, and again on Morris Island. And he says, if I am going to desert my old friends now, just say so, that's all. And I have stood by Dr. Porter all summer, and Porter says he will share me some with the upper hospital, but I must not leave the Corps on any condition whatever. And yet the surgeon in charge of one of the largest corps in General Grant's army at City Point came for me one day last week, and would hardly be denied. Wanted me to help him run his hospital, not to touch a bit of the work. I begin to think I can keep a hotel, but I didn't think so a year ago. Well, I have told you all this to show you how probable it is that I shall find it difficult to get off the field this fall or even winter. And thank you many times for your sisterly invitation to spend some portion of the winter with you. I should be most happy to do so, but it is a little doubtful if I get north of Washington this winter, unless the war ends suddenly, and I am beginning to study my duty closely. I can go to the flying hospital and be just along with the active army, and then, if I had a sufficient quantity of good suitable supplies, I could keep the needy portion of a whole corps comfortably supplied. And being connected with the hospital and convalescent camp, conversant with the men, surgeons, and nurses, I could meet their wants more timely and surely than any stranger or outside organization of men could do. And ladies, most of the summer workers will draw off with the cool nights. Men who have been accustomed to feather beds will seek them if they can when the frost comes. Nevertheless, the troops will need the same care, good warm shirts, socks, drawers, and mittens, and the sick will need the same good, well-cooked diet that they did in summer. And yet it would try me dreadfully to be among them in the cold and nothing comfortable to give them. And this corps especially never passed a winter north of South Carolina, and they will nearly freeze, I fear. I have scraped together and given already the last warm article I have just for the few frosty nights we have had. I haven't a pair of socks or shirts or drawers for a soldier in my possession. I shall look with great anxiety now for anything to reach me, for I shall require it both on account of the increased severity of the weather and my proposed extended field of labor. I have the 4th Massachusetts Cavalry on hand, and they have a hospital of their own and a good many sick. I gave them, one day last week, the last delicacy I possessed. It was but little, some New York and New Jersey fruits, nothing from Massachusetts for them. I was sorry. I wish I had. If I go to the flying hospital, it will be entirely destitute of all but soldiers' blankets and rations, not a bed-sack or pillow, sheet or pillowcase, or stove or tin dishes, except cups and plates. Now, I should want some of all these things, and if I go, I must write to some of the friends of the soldiers the wants I see, and if they are disposed, they can place it in my power to make them comfortable, independent of army regulations. You know this front hospital is for operations in time of battle, and subject to move at an hour's notice, or when the shot might reach it, or the enemy press too near, and must not be encumbered with baggage. Ask Lieutenant Hitchcock to explain it to you, and he will also tell you how useful a private supply connected with it might be, what comfort there would be in it, and how I could distribute from such a point to the troops along the front. Now, with my best regards to the good ladies of Oxford, I am done about soldiers and hospitals. Oh, if I had time to write! I have material enough, dear knows, but I cannot get time to half acknowledge favors received. If someone would come and act as scribe for me, I might be the means of relating some interesting incidents. But I have not even a cook or orderly, not to say a clerk. I do not mean that I cannot have the two former, but I do not use them myself at all when I hold them in detail. I immediately get them at work for someone who I think needs them more. I am glad you see my Worcester friends. You visited at Mr. Newton's, I suppose. I hope they are well. Please give my love to them. We are firing a salute for something at this minute. Don't yet know what. We fired one over the fall of Atlanta, solid shot and shell with the guns pointed towards Petersburg. Funny salutes we get up here. Yesterday morn we had terrible firing along the whole line, but it amounted to only an artillery duel. Yet it brought us 14 wounded, 3 or 4 mortally. What a long letter I have written you, and I am not going to apologize, and I know you are not tired. Even if it is long, you are glad of it, and so am I, although it is not very interesting. Please give my kindly and high regards to Miss Sanford and Mrs. Burleigh, Colonel DeWitt also, and all inquiring friends, and write soon to your affectionate sis, Clara. This letter was copied by Annie Childs, and bears this note in the handwriting of Annie Childs. I have my friend Clara's permission to show any portion of her poor scrawls that I think would interest the excellent ladies who are laboring so faithfully for the good and comfort of the soldiers, and trust to their charity to overlook imperfections. Many portions of the above are copied for the benefit of persons in Worcester and other places, as I could not get time to write many copies like this, which is 3/4 of my letter from her. Annie E. Childs. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 2. To the End of the War. It must have been something of a relief to Clara Barton to be working in a definite sphere under military authority, and not as a volunteer worker. Not that she regretted for a moment the method of her previous activity. She would never have worked cheerfully as a part of the organization commanded by Miss Dix. She had too clear ideas of her own, and saw the possibilities of too large a work for her to be content with any sort of long-range supervision. All the women who really achieved large success at the front were individualists. Mother Bickerdike, for instance, took no orders from anyone. General Sherman was accustomed to say of her that she ranked him. But Miss Barton's field for volunteer service was now limited. The war was closing in and nearing its end. Clara Barton wisely accepted a definite appointment and took up her work with the army of General Butler. How highly he esteemed her service is shown by his lifelong friendship for her and his appointment of her to be matron of the Massachusetts Reformatory for Women. Clara Barton knew, before she went to the Army of the James, how impossible it was to obtain ideal conditions in a military hospital. She must have been very glad that she had refused to criticize the hospitals at Hilton Head, even when she knew that things were going wrong. She had her own experience with headstrong surgeons and incompetent nurses. But on the whole, her experience in the closing days of the war was satisfactory. One incident which she had looked forward to with eager longing, and had almost given up, occurred while she was with the Army of the James. Her brother Stephen was rescued. It was a pathetic rescue. He was captured by the Union Army and robbed of a considerable sum of money which had been in his possession. When he was brought within the Union lines, he was sick, and he suffered ill treatment after his capture. The date of his capture was September 25th, 1864. It was some days before Miss Barton learned about it. She then reported the matter to General Butler, and it was at once ordered that Stephen be brought to his headquarters with all papers and other property in his possession at the time of his capture. The prisoner was sent, and such papers as had been preserved, but the money was not recovered. 2 long letters, written by Stephen Barton from the hospital, tell the story of his life within the Confederate lines, and it is a pathetic story. Stephen Barton was treated with great kindness while he remained in the hospital at Point of Rock. He was there during the assault on Petersburg, and well toward the end of the campaign against Richmond. Then he was removed to Washington, where, on March 10th, 1865, he died. Miss Barton had the satisfaction of ministering to him during those painful days, and she afterward wrote down her recollection of a prayer he offered one night after a battle in front of Richmond. An hour with my dear noble brother Stephen, during a night after a battle in front of Richmond. Clara Barton. My brother Stephen, with me in front of Richmond. Hearing a voice, I crept slowly down my little confiscated stairway and waited in the shadows near his bedside. He had turned his face partly into his pillow, and resting it upon his hands was at prayer. The first words which my ear caught distinctly were, O God, whose children we all are, look down with thine eye of justice and mercy upon this terrible conflict, and weaken the wrong and strengthen the right until this unequal contest close. O God, save my country. Bless Abraham Lincoln and his armies. A sob from me revealed my presence. He started, and raising his giant skeleton form until he rested upon his elbow, he said, I thought I was alone. Then, turning upon me a look of mingled anxiety, pity, and horror, which I can never describe, he asked hastily, Sister, what are those incessant sounds I hear? The whole atmosphere is filled with them. They seem like the mingled groans of human agony. I have not heard them before. Tell me what it is." I could not speak the words that would so shock his sensitive nature, but could only stand before him, humbled and penitent, as if I had something to do with it all, and feel the tears roll over my face. My silence confirmed his secret suspicions, and raising himself still higher, and every previous expression of his face intensifying tenfold, he exclaimed, "Are these the groans of wounded men? Are they so many that my senses cannot take them in, that my ear cannot distinguish them?" And raising himself fully upright, and clasping his bony hands, he broke forth in tones that will never leave me. "O our God, in mercy to the poor creatures thou hast called into existence, send down thine angels, either in love or wrath, to stay this strife and bid it cease. Count the least of these cries as priceless jewels, each drop of blood as ruby gems, and let them buy the freedom of the world. Clothe the feet of thy messengers with the speed of the lightning, and bid them proclaim, through the sacrifices of a people's freedom, and, through the sufferings of a nation's peace." And there, under the guns of Richmond, amid the groans of the dying, in the darkling shadows of the smoky rafters of an old negro hut by the rude chimney where the dusky form of the bondman had crouched for years, on the ground trodden hard by the foot of the slave, I knelt beside that rough couch of boards and sobbed, "Amen," to the patriot prayer that rose above me. The stolen money was never restored. Stephen struggled on a few weeks longer, alternating hoping and despairing, suffering from the physical abuse he had received, crushed in spirit, battling with disease and weakness as only a brave man can, worrying over his unprotected property and his debts in the old home he never reached, watching the war and praying for the success of the Union armies, and died without knowing, and God be praised for this, that the reckless torches of that same Union army would lay in ashes and ruins the result of the hard labor of his own worn-out life, and wreck the fortunes of his only child. Although doubting and fearing, we had never despaired of his recovery, until the morning when he commenced to sink, and we saw him rapidly passing away. He was at once aware of his condition, and spoke of his business, desiring that, first of all, when his property could be reached, his debts should be faithfully paid. A few little minutes more, and there lay before us, still and pitiful, all that remained to tell of that hard life's struggle and battle, which had failed most of all through a great-hearted love for humanity, his faithfulness to what he conceived to be his duty, and his readiness to do more for mankind than it was willing to do for itself. Clara Barton did not long continue in hospital service after the immediate need was past. With the firing of the last gun, she returned to Washington. One chapter in her career was closed. Another and important work was about to open, and she already had it in mind. But the work she had done was memorable, and its essential character must not be forgotten. Clara Barton was more and other than a hospital nurse. She was not simply one of a large number of women who nursed sick soldiers. She did that, hastening to assist them at the news of the very first bloodshed, and continuing until Richmond had fallen. Hers was the distinction of doing her work upon the actual field of battle, of following the cannon so as to be on the ground when the need began, of not waiting for the wounded soldier to be brought to the hospital, but of conveying the hospital to the wounded soldier. Others followed her in this good work. Others accompanied her and were her faithful associates. But she was, in a very real sense, the soul and inspiration of the movement which carried comfort to wounded men while the battle was still in progress. She was not, in any narrow sense, a hospital nurse. She was, as she has justly been called, the angel of the battlefield. One characteristic of Clara Barton during these 4 years deserves mention and emphasis because her independent position might have made it easy for her to assume a critical attitude toward those who worked under the regular organization or through different channels. In all her letters, in all the entries in her diaries, there is found no hint of jealousy toward any of the women who worked as nurses in the hospitals or under the Sanitary or Christian Commission. Clara Barton, from her childhood, was given to versifying. She was once called upon to respond to a toast to the woman who went to the front. She did it in rhyme as follows: Toast to the woman who went to the field. The woman who went to the field, you say. The women who went to the field, and pray, what did they go for? Just to be in the way. They'd not know the difference betwixt work and play. What did they know about war anyway? What could they do? Of what use could they be? They would scream at the sight of a gun, don't you see? Just fancy them round where the bugle notes play, and the long roll is bidding us on to the fray. Imagine their skirts 'mong artillery wheels, and watch for their flutter as they flee 'cross the fields. When the charge is rammed home and the fire belches hot, they never will wait for the answering shot. They would faint at the first drop of blood in their sight. What fun for us boys ere we enter the fight. They might pick some lint and tear up some sheets, and make us some jellies and send on their sweets, and knit some soft socks for Uncle Sam's shoes, and write us some letters and tell us the news. And thus it was settled by common consent that husbands or brothers or whoever went, that the place for the woman was in their own homes, there to patiently wait until victory comes. But later it chanced, just how no one knew, that the lines slipped a bit, and some 'gan to crowd through. And they went. Where did they go? Ah, where did they not? Show us the battle, the field, or the spot, where the groans of the wounded rang out on the air, that her ear caught it not, and her hand was not there, who wiped the death sweat from the cold clammy brow, and sent home the message, "'Tis well with him now," who watched in the tents whilst the fever fires burned, and the pain-tossing limbs in agony turned, and wet the parched tongue, calmed delirium's strife, till the dying lips murmured, "My mother, my wife." And who were they all? They were many, my men. Their record was kept by no tabular pen. They exist in traditions from father to son. Who recalls in dim memory now here and there one? A few names were writ, and by chance live today, but's a perishing record fast fading away. Of those we recall there are scarcely a score: Dix, Dame, Bickerdike, Edson, Harvey, and more. Fales, Wittenmeyer, Gilson, Safford, and Lee, and poor Cutter dead in the sands of the sea, and Frances D. Gage, our Aunt Fanny of old, whose voice rang for freedom when freedom was sold, and Husband and Etheridge, and Harlan and Case, Livermore, Alcott, Hancock, and Chase, and Turner and Hawley, and Potter and Hall. Ah, the list grows apace as they come to the call. Did these women quail at the sight of a gun? Will some soldier tell us of one he saw run? Will he glance at the boats on the great western flood? At Pittsburgh and Shiloh, did they faint at the blood? And the brave wife of Grant stood there with them then, and her calm, stately presence gave strength to his men. And Marie of Logan, she went with them too, a bride scarcely more than a sweetheart, 'tis true. Her young cheek grows pale when the bold troopers ride. Where the black eagle soars, she is close at his side. She staunches his blood, cools the fever-burnt breath, and the wave of her hand stays the angel of death. She nurses him back and restores once again to both army and state the brave leader of men. She has smoothed his black plumes and laid them to sleep, whilst the angels above them their high vigils keep. And she sits here alone with the snow on her brow. Your cheers for her comrades, 3 cheers for her now. And these were the women who went to the war, the women of question, what did they go for? Because in their hearts God had planted the seed of pity for woe and help for its need. They saw in high purpose a duty to do, and the armor of right broke the barriers through. Uninvited, unaided, unsanctioned oft-times, with pass or without it, they pressed on the lines. They pressed, they implored, till they ran the lines through, and this was the running the men saw them do. 'Twas a hampered work, its worth largely lost. 'Twas hindrance and pain, and effort and cost. But through these came knowledge. Knowledge is power. And never again in the deadliest hour of war or of peace shall we be so beset to accomplish the purpose our spirits have met. And what would they do if war came again? The scarlet cross floats where all was blank then. They would bind on their brassards and march to the fray, and the men liveth not who could say to them nay. They would stand with you now as they stood with you then, the nurses, consulars, and saviors of men. End of Chapter 18, Part 2. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 1. Andersonville and After. Clara Barton's name continued on the roll of clerks in the Patent Office until August 1865. She drew her salary as a clerk throughout the period of the Civil War, and it was the only salary that she drew during that time. Out of it, she paid the clerk who took her place during the latter months of her employment, and also the rent of the room in Washington, where she stored her supplies and now and then slept. When she was at the front, she shared the rations of the army. Most of the time, her food was the food of the officers of the division where she was at work. Much of the time, it was the humble fare of the common soldier. Moldy and even wormy hardtack grew to be quite familiar to her and was eaten without complaint. As the end of the war drew near, she discovered a field of service in which her aid was greatly needed. Every battle in the Civil War had, in addition to its list of known dead and wounded, a list of missing. Some of these missing soldiers were killed, and their bodies not found or identified. Of the 315,555 graves of Northern troops, only 172,400 were identified. Almost half of the soldiers buried in graves known to the quartermaster of the Federal Army were unidentified. 143,155 were buried in graves known to be the graves of soldiers, but with no soldier's name to mark them. Besides these, there were 43,973 recorded deaths over and above the number of graves. The total of deaths recorded was 359,528, while the number of graves, as already stated, was 315,555. As a mere matter of statistics, this may not seem to mean very much, but it actually means that nearly 200,000 homes received tidings of the death of a father, son, or brother, and did not know where that loved one was buried. This added to grief the element of uncertainty, and in many cases of futile hope. Moreover, there were many other thousands of men reported missing, of whom no certain knowledge could be obtained at the close of the Civil War. Some were deserters, some were bounty jumpers, some were prisoners, some were dead. Clara Barton received countless letters of inquiry. From all over the country, letters came asking whether in any hospital she had seen such and such a soldier. Clearly foreseeing that the end of the war was in sight, Clara Barton, who had gone from City Point, where she was serving with General Butler's army, to Washington, where she witnessed the death of her brother Stephen, brought to the attention of President Lincoln the necessity of instituting some agency for the finding of missing soldiers. She knew what her own family had suffered in the anxious months when Stephen was immured within the Confederate lines, and his relatives did not know whether he was living or dead. President Lincoln at once approved her plan, and issued a letter advising the friends of missing soldiers to communicate with Miss Barton at Annapolis, where she established her headquarters. President Lincoln's letter was dated March 11, 1865, the day following the death of her brother Stephen. This was followed March 25th by a letter from General Hitchcock. Washington, D.C., March 25, 1865, for the commanding officer at Annapolis, Maryland. Sir, the notice, which you have doubtless seen, over the name of Miss Barton of Massachusetts, proffering her services in answering inquiries with respect to Union officers and soldiers who have been prisoners of war, or who remain so, was made by my authority under the written sanction of His Excellency the President. The purpose is so humane and so interesting in itself that I beg to recommend Miss Barton to your kind civilities, and to say that any facilities which you may have it in your power to extend to her would be properly bestowed and duly appreciated, not only by the lady herself, but by the whole country, which is interested in her self-appointed mission. With great respect, your obedient servant, signed E. A. Hitchcock, Major General, Volunteers. Although she was backed by the authority of the President, it took the War Department 2 months to establish Clara Barton in her work at Annapolis with the title General Correspondent for the Friends of Paroled Prisoners. A tent was assigned her, with furniture, stationery, clerks, and a modest fund for postage. By the time she was established at Annapolis, she found bushels of mail awaiting her, and letters of inquiry came in at the rate of 100 a day. To bring order out of this chaos and establish a system by which missing soldiers and their relatives could be brought into communication with each other called for swift action and no little organizing skill. For a time, difficulties seemed to increase. Discharged prisoners returned from the South by thousands. In some cases, there was no record. In others, the record was defective. Inquiries came in much faster than information in response to them. Notwithstanding all the difficulties, Clara Barton had a long list of missing men ready for publication by the end of May. Then the question rose how she was to get it published. It was not wholly a matter of expense, though this was an important item. There was only one printing office in Washington, which had type enough, and especially capitals enough, to set up such a roll as at that time she had ready. In this emergency, she appealed directly to the President of the United States, asking that the roll be printed at the government printing office. Her original letter to President Johnson is in existence, together with a series of endorsements, the last of them by Andrew Johnson himself. General Rucker was the first official to endorse it. Major General Hitchcock added his commendation. General Hoffman followed, then came General Grant, and last of all, the President. Washington, D.C., May 31st, 1865. His Excellency, President of the United States. Sir, may I venture to enclose for perusal the within circular, in the hope that it may, to a certain extent, explain the object of the work in which I am engaged. The undertaking having at its first inception received the cordial and written sanction of our late beloved President, I would most respectfully ask for it the favor of his honored successor. The work is indeed a large one, but I have a settled confidence that I shall be able to accomplish it. The fate of the unfortunate men, failing to appear under the search which I shall institute, is likely to remain forever unrevealed. My rolls are now ready for the press, but their size exceeds the capacity of any private establishment in this city, no printer in Washington having forms of sufficient size or a sufficient number of capitals to print so many names. It will be both inconvenient and expensive to go with my rolls to some distant city each time they are to be revised. In view of this fact, I am constrained to ask our honored President, when he shall approve my work, as I must believe he will, to direct that the printing may be done at the Government Printing Office. I may be permitted to say in this connection that the enclosed printed circular appealing for pecuniary aid did not originate in any suggestion of mine, but in the solicitude of personal friends, and that thus far, in whatever I may have done, I have received no assistance either from the government or from individuals. A time may come when it will be necessary for me to appeal directly to the American people for help, and in that event such appeal will be made with infinitely greater confidence and effect, if my undertaking shall receive the approval and patronage of your Excellency. I have the honor to be, sir, most respectfully, your obedient servant, Clara Barton. Official endorsements on back of her letter. Chief Quartermaster's Office, Depot of Washington, June 2nd, 1865. I most heartily concur in the recommendations on this paper. I have known Miss Barton for a long time, and it gives me great pleasure to aid her in her good works. F. H. Rucker, Brigadier General and Chief Quartermaster. The undersigned, with a full understanding of the benevolent purpose of Miss Barton and of its deep interest for the public, most cordially commends it to the approval of the President of the United States. E. A. Hitchcock, Major General, Volunteers. June 2nd, 1865. I most heartily concur in the foregoing recommendations. W. Hoffman, Commissary General of Prisoners. Respectfully recommended that the printing asked for be authorized at the Government Printing Office, the object being a charitable one, to look up and ascertain the fate of officers and soldiers who have fallen into the hands of the enemy and have never been restored to their families and friends, is one which government can well aid. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General. June 2nd, 1865. June 3rd, 1865. Let this printing be done as speedily as possible, consistently with the public interest. Andrew Johnson, President, United States. To Mr. DeFries, Superintendent, Public Printing. On the same date, June 2nd, 1865, Miss Barton received a pass from General Grant, commending her to the kind consideration of all officers, and instructing them to give her all facilities that might be necessary in the prosecution of her mission. By General Grant's order, there was also issued to her transportation for herself and 2 assistants on all government railroads and transports. Headquarters, Armies of the United States, Washington, D.C., June 2nd, 1865. The bearer hereof, Miss Clara Barton, who is engaged in making inquiries concerning the fate of soldiers reported as missing in action, is commended to the kind consideration of all officers of the military service, and she will be afforded by commanders and others such facilities in the prosecution of her charitable mission as can properly be extended to her. U. S. Grant, Lieutenant General Commanding. Headquarters, Armies of the United States, Washington, D.C., June 2nd, 1865. Miss Clara Barton, engaged in making inquiries for soldiers reported as missing in action, will be allowed, until further orders, with her assistants, not to exceed 2 in number, free transportation on all government railroads and transports, by command of Lieutenant General Grant. T. S. Breck, Assistant Adjutant General. Clara Barton had learned the value of publicity. She knew that the press could be counted upon to assist an undertaking so near to the hearts of all readers of the papers. She therefore arranged her lists by states, and sent the list of each state to every newspaper in the state with the request for its free publication. Before long, she had established definite connections with scores of newspapers, which responded favorably to her request. No one read these lists more eagerly than recently discharged men, including prisoners and men released from hospitals. In innumerable instances, these men wrote to her to give information of the death or survival, with location, of some comrade whose name had been published in one of her lists. Sometimes she succeeded not only beyond her own expectation, but beyond the desire of the man who was sought. Occasionally, a soldier who went into voluntary obscurity at the end of the war found himself unable to remain in as modest a situation as he had chosen for himself. A few letters are found of men who indignantly remonstrated against being discovered by their relatives. One such case will serve as an illustration. The first of the following letters is from the sister of a missing soldier. The second, 6 months later, is a protest from the no longer missing man, and the third is Clara's indignant reply to him. Lockport, New York, April 17th, 1865. Miss Clara Barton. Dear Madam, seeing a notice in one of our village papers stating that you can give information concerning soldiers in the Army or Navy, you will sincerely oblige me if you can give me any intelligence of my brother, Joseph H., who was engaged in the 2nd Maryland Regiment under General Goldsborough, and from whom we have not heard in nearly 2 years. His mother died last winter, to whom his silent absence was, I assure you, a great grief, and to whom I promised to make all inquiries in my power, so that I might, if possible, learn my brother's fate. I would most willingly remunerate you for all trouble. Yours respectfully, E.H. Springfield, Illinois, October 16th, 1865. Miss Clara Barton. Washington, D.C. Madam, I've seen my name on a sheet of paper somewhat to my mortification, for I would like to know what I have done, so that I am worthy to have my name blazoned all over the country. If my friends in New York wish to know where I am, let them wait until I see fit to write them. As you are anxious of my welfare, I would say that I am just from New Orleans, discharged, on my way north, but unluckily taken with chills and fever, and could proceed no farther for some time at least. I shall remain here for a month. Respectfully, your obedient servant, H.H. Mr. J.H.H. Sir, I enclose copies of 2 letters in my possession. The writer of the first I suppose to be your sister. The lady for whose death the letter was draped in mourning I suppose to have been your mother. Can it be possible that you were aware of the fact when you wrote that letter? Could you have spoken thus, knowing all? The cause of your name having been blazoned all over the country was your unnatural concealment from your nearest relatives and the great distress it caused them. What you have done to render this necessary, I certainly do not know. It seems to have been the misfortune of your family to think more of you than you did of them, and probably more than you deserve from the manner in which you treat them. They had already waited until a son and brother possessing common humanity would have seen fit to write them. Your mother died waiting, and the result of your sister's faithful efforts to comply with her dying request mortify you. I cannot apologize for the part I have taken. You are mistaken in supposing that I am anxious for your welfare. I assure you I have no interest in it. But your accomplished sister, for whom I entertain the deepest respect and sympathy, I shall inform of your existence, lest you should not see fit to do so yourself. I have the honor to be, Sir, Clara Barton. Such letters as the foregoing remind us that not all the cases of missing soldiers were purely accidental. There were instances where men went to war vowing loyalty to the girls they left behind them, and who formed other ties. There were cases where men formed wholly new associations and deliberately chose to begin anew and let the past be buried. But there were thousands of instances in which the work of Clara Barton brought her enduring gratitude. In very large proportion, these missing men were dead. The testimony of a comrade who had witnessed the death on the battlefield or in prison set at rest any suspicion of desertion or any other form of dishonor. In other cases, where the soldier was alive but had grown careless about writing, her timely reminder secured a prompt reunion and saved a long period of anxiety. Letters like the following came to her to the end of her life. Greenfield, Massachusetts, September 25, 1911. Miss Clara Barton, Oxford, Mass. My dear Miss Barton, I am a stranger to you, but you are far from being a stranger to me. As a member of the old Vermont Brigade through the entire struggle, I was familiar with your unselfish work at the front through those years when we were trying to restore a broken Union, and being a prisoner of war at Andersonville at its close, my mother, not knowing whether I was alive, appealed to you for information. 2 letters bearing your signature from Annapolis, Maryland, are in my possession. The pathos of one bearing no tidings, and the glad report of my arrival about the middle of May, 1865. The thankful heart that received them has long been stilled, but the letters have been preserved as sacred relics. I also have a very vivid recollection of your earnest appeal to us to notify our friends of our arrival by first mail for their sake. If to enjoy the gratitude of a single heart be a pleasure, to enjoy the benediction of a grateful world must be sweet to one's declining years. To have earned it makes it sublime. I have also another tie which makes Oxford seem near to me. An old tent-mate, a member of our regimental quartet, a superb soldier and a very warm friend, lies mouldering there these many years. He survived, I think, more than 30 battles, only to die of consumption in January 1870. Whenever I can, I run down from Worcester to lay a flower on George H. Amadon's grave. I write not to tax you with a reply, but simply to wish for you all manner of blessings. Yours truly, F. J. Hosmer, Company I, 4th Vermont. Her headquarters at this time was theoretically at Arlington, where she had a tent. Arlington was the headquarters receiving and discharging returned prisoners, but much of her work was in Washington, and the constant journeys back and forth caused her to ask for a conveyance. She made her application to General William Hoffman, Commissary General of Prisoners, on June 16, 1865. Her request went the official rounds, and by the 25th of October a horse was promised as soon as a suitable one could be found. It is to be hoped that within a year or two a horse, either with side saddle or attached to a wheeled conveyance, was found tethered in front of her bare lodging on the 3rd floor of number 488.5, 27th Street, between D and E. Washington, D.C., June 16, 1865. Brigadier General William Hoffman, Commissary General of Prisoners. General: It would not appear so necessary to explain to you the nature of my wants as to apologize for imposing them upon you, but your great kindness to me has taught me not to fear the abuse of it in any request which seems needful. If I say that in my present undertaking I find the duties of each day quite equal to my strength, and often of a character which some suitable mode of conveyance at my own command, like the daily use of a government wagon, would materially lighten, I feel confident that you would both comprehend and believe me. But if I were to desire you to represent my wishes to the proper authorities and aid in obtaining such a facility for me, I may have carried my request to a troublesome length, and could only beg your kind pardon for the liberty taken, which I would most humbly and cheerfully do. With grateful respect, I am, General, very truly yours, Clara Barton. Headquarters, Military District of Washington, Washington, D.C., October 25, 1865. Miss Clara Barton, I have conferred with General Wadsworth on the subject of obtaining a horse for your use, and he has directed that I place a horse at your disposal as soon as a suitable one can be found. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, John P. Sherburne, Assistant Adjutant General. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 2, Andersonville and After. For 4 years, Clara Barton carried on this important work for missing soldiers. She spared neither her time nor her purse. At the outset, there was no appropriation that covered the necessary expenses of such a quest, and the work was of a character that would not wait. From the beginning of the year 1865 to the end of 1868, she sent out 63,182 letters of inquiry. She mailed printed circulars of advice in reply to correspondence to 58,693 persons. She wrote, or caused to be written, 41,855 personal letters. She distributed to be posted on bulletin boards and in public places 99,057 slips containing printed rolls. According to her estimate, at the end of this heavy task, she succeeded in bringing information, not otherwise obtainable, to not less than 22,000 families of soldiers. How valuable this work was then believed to be is shown in the fact that Congress, after an investigation by a committee which examined in detail her method and its results, and the vouchers she had preserved of her expense, appropriated to reimburse her the sum of $15,000. It soon became evident that one of the most important fields for investigation was such record as could be found of the Southern prisons, especially Andersonville. To Andersonville her attention was directed through a discharged prisoner, Dorrance Atwater of Connecticut. He was in the first detachment transferred, the latter part of February 1864, to the then new prison of Andersonville, and because of his skillful penmanship was detailed to keep a register of deaths of the prisoners. He occupied a desk next to that of General Wirtz, the Confederate officer commanding the prison. Here, at the beginning of 1865, he made up a list of nearly 13,000 Union prisoners who died in that year, giving the full name, company and regiment, date, and cause of death. Besides the official list, he made another and duplicate list, which he secreted in the lining of his coat and was able to take with him on his discharge. At the close of the war he returned to his home in Terryville, Connecticut, where he was immediately stricken with diphtheria. Weakened and emaciated by his imprisonment, he nearly died of this acute attack. Before he was fully recovered, he was summoned to Washington, and his rolls were demanded by the government. He gave them up, and they were copied in Washington, but were not published. He wrote to Clara Barton, informing her of these rolls, and affirmed that by means of them he could identify almost every grave in Andersonville prison. Clara Barton was greatly interested, and proposed to Secretary Stanton that she be sent to Andersonville, and that Dorrance Atwater accompany her. She proposed that there should go with them a number of men equipped with material for enclosing the cemetery with a fence and for the marking of each grave with a suitable headboard. Secretary Stanton received this suggestion not only with approval, but with enthusiasm. Miss Barton wrote the account of her interview with him on some loose sheets for her diary. The sheets were at least 3 in number, and only the second sheet is preserved. This sheet, however, covers the personal interview with Secretary Stanton. It was written at the time, and manifests his keen interest in her enterprise and desire to carry it through promptly and effectively. On entering General Hardy's room, he asked my business. I said, "I didn't know, sir. I supposed I had some, as the secretary sent for me." "Oh," he said, "you are Miss Barton. The secretary is very anxious to see you," and sent a messenger to announce me. Mr. Stanton met me halfway across the room with extended hand, and said he had taken the liberty to send for me to thank me for what I had done both in the past and in my present work, that he greatly regretted that he had not known me earlier, as from all he now learned he feared I had done many hard things which a little aid from him would have rendered comparatively easy, but that especially now he desired to thank me for helping him to think, that it was not possible for him to think of everything which was for the general good, and no one knew how grateful he was to the person who put forth, among all the impracticable, interested, wild, and selfish schemes which were continually crowded upon him, one good, sensible, practical, unselfish idea that he could take up and act upon with safety and credit. You may believe that by this time my astonishment had not decreased, In the course of the next 20 minutes, he informed me that he had decided to invite me, for he could not order me, to accompany Captain Moore, with Atwater and his register, to Andersonville, and see my suggestions carried out to my entire satisfaction. That unlimited powers as quartermaster would be given Captain Moore to draw upon all officers of the government in that vicinity for whatever would be desired. That a special boat would be sent with ourselves and corps of workmen, and to return only when the work was satisfactorily accomplished. To call the next day and consult with him farther in ... If Miss Barton's horse, which he had asked for in June, had gotten to her door more promptly than is customary in such matters of official routine, he might have grown hungry waiting for her return. As we have already noticed, permission to have the horse assigned was granted in October, which left the summer free for the Andersonville expedition. Fortunately, no long interval elapsed after Secretary Stanton's approval of the plan before the starting of the expedition. On July 8th, the propeller Virginia, having on board headboards, fencing material, clerks, painters, letterers, and a force of 40 workmen, under command of Captain James M. Moore, quartermaster, left Washington for Andersonville by way of Savannah. On board also were Dorrance Atwater and Clara Barton. They reached Savannah on July 12th and remained there 7 days, arriving at Andersonville on July 25th. Her first impressions were wholly favorable. The cemetery was in much better condition than she had been led to fear. As the bodies had been buried in regular order, and Dorrance Atwater's lists were minute as to date and serial number, the task of erecting a headboard giving each soldier's name, state, company, regiment, and date of death appeared not very difficult. On the second night of her stay in Andersonville, she wrote to Secretary Stanton of the success of the undertaking and suggested that the grounds be made a national cemetery. She assured him that for his prompt and humane action in ordering the marking of these graves, the American people would bless him through long years to come. She was correct in her prediction. But for her proposal and Mr. Stanton's prompt cooperation and Dorrance Atwater's presence with the list, hundreds, if not thousands of graves now certainly are identified at Andersonville, which would have needed to be marked unknown. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, United States. Sir, it affords me great pleasure to be able to report to you that we reached Andersonville safely at 1:00 p.m. yesterday, 25th instant mens. Found the grounds undisturbed, the stockade and hospital quarters standing protected by order of General Wilson. We have encountered no serious obstacle, met with no accident. Our entire party is well and commenced work this morning. Any misgivings which might have been experienced are happily at an end. The original plan for identifying the graves is capable of being carried out to the letter. We can accomplish fully all that we came to accomplish, and the field is wide and ample for much more in the future. If desirable, the grounds of Andersonville can be made a national cemetery of great beauty and interest. Be assured, Mr. Stanton, that for this prompt and humane action of yours, the American people will bless you long after your willing hands and mind have ceased to toil for them. With great respect, I have the honor to be, sir, your very obedient servant, Clara Barton. Andersonville, Georgia, July 26, 1865. The remaining period of her work in Andersonville was fruitful in the accomplishment of all the essential results for which she had undertaken the expedition, but it resulted in strained relations between one of the officers of the expedition and Dorrance Atwater, and Clara Barton came to the defense of Atwater. During her absence at Andersonville, 2 letters were published in a Washington paper over her signature, alleged to have been written by her to her Uncle James. She had no Uncle James and wrote no such letters, and she attributed the forgery, correctly or incorrectly, to this officer. Her official report to the Secretary of War contains a severe arraignment of that officer, whom she never regarded with any favor. This is all that need to be recorded of Clara Barton's great work at Andersonville, of which a volume might easily be made. She saw the Union graves marked. Out of the almost 13,000 graves of Union soldiers at Andersonville, 440 were marked unknown when she finished her work, and they were unknown only because the Confederate records were incomplete. She saw the grounds enclosed and protected, and with her own hands she raised the United States flag for the first time since their death above these men who have died for it. But this expedition involved trouble for Atwater. When he handed over his rolls to the government, it was with the earnest request that steps be taken immediately to mark these graves. His request and the rolls had been pigeonholed. Then he had learned of Clara Barton's great work for missing soldiers, and wrote her telling her that the list he had made surreptitiously and preserved with such care was gathering dust, while 13,000 graves were fast becoming unidentifiable. She brought this knowledge to Secretary Stanton, as has already been set forth, and Stanton ordered the rolls to be produced and sent on this expedition for Atwater's use in identification. Dorrance Atwater had enlisted at the age of 16 in the year 1862. He was now under 20, but he was resolute in his determination that the lists which he had now recovered should not again be taken from him. On his return from Andersonville, the rolls which he had made containing the names of missing soldiers disappeared. He was arrested and questioned, and replied that the rolls were his own property. He was sent to prison in the old capital, was tried by a court-martial, adjudged guilty of larceny, and sentenced to be confined for 18 months at hard labor in the state prison at Auburn, New York, fined $300, and ordered to stand committed until the rolls were returned. Atwater made no defense, but issued a statement which Clara Barton probably prepared for him. I am charged with and convicted of theft, and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment, and after that time until I shall have paid my government $300. I have called no witnesses, made no appeal, adduced no evidence. A soldier, a prisoner, an orphan, and a minor, I have little with which to employ counsel to oppose the government of the United States. Whatever I may have been convicted of, I deny the charge of theft. I took my rolls home with me that they might be preserved. I considered them mine. It had never been told, or even hinted to me that they were not my own rightful, lawful property. I never denied having them, and I was not arrested for stealing my rolls, but for having declared my intention of appealing to higher authority for justice. I suppose this to be one of the privileges of an American citizen, one of the great principles of the government for which we had fought and suffered. But I forgot that the soldier who sacrificed his comforts and risked his life to maintain these liberties was the only man in the country who would not be allowed to claim their protection. My offense consists in an attempt to make known to the relatives and friends the fate of the unfortunate men who died in Andersonville prison, and if this be a crime, I am guilty to the fullest extent of the law, for to accomplish it, I have risked my life among my enemies and my liberty among my friends. Since my arrest, I have seen it twice publicly announced that the record of the dead of Andersonville would be published very soon. One announcement apparently by the government, and one by Captain James M. Moore, A.G.M. No such intimation was ever given until after my arrest, and if it prove that my imprisonment accomplishes that which my liberty could not, I ought perhaps to be satisfied. If this serves to bring out the information so long and so cruelly withheld from the people, I will not complain of my confinement, but when accomplished, I would earnestly plead for that liberty so dear to all, and to which I have been so long a stranger. I make this statement, which I would confirm by my oath if I were at liberty, not as appealing to public sympathy for relief, but for the sake of my name, my family, and my friends. I wish it to be known that I am not sentenced to a penitentiary as a common thief, but for attempting to appeal from the trickery of a clique of petty officers. Dorrance Atwater. On September 25th, 1865, just 1 month from the day when he returned from Andersonville from the marking of the soldiers' graves, Dorrance Atwater, as Clara Barton records, was heavily ironed, and under escort of a soldier and captain as guard, in open daylight, and in the face of his acquaintances, taken through the streets of Washington to the Baltimore depot, and placed upon the cars, a convict bound to Auburn State Prison. Clara Barton had moved heaven and earth to save Dorrance from imprisonment, had done everything excepting to advise him to give up the rolls. She knew so well what the publication of those names meant to 13,000 anxious homes. She was willing to see Dorrance go to prison rather than that should fail. Secretary Stanton was out of Washington when Dorrance was arrested. She followed him to West Point and had a personal interview, which she supplemented by a letter. Rose Hotel, West Point, September 5th, 1865. Honorable E. M. Stanton, Secretary of War, USA. My honored friend, please permit me, before leaving, to reply to the one kind interrogatory made by you this morning, viz., what do you desire me to do in the case? Simply this, sir. Do nothing, believe nothing, sanction nothing in this present procedure against Dorrance Atwater until all the facts with their antecedents and bearings shall have been placed before you, and this upon your return, if no one more worthy offer, I promise to do, with all the fairness, truthfulness, and judgment that in me lie. There is a noticeable haste manifested to dispose of the case in your absence, which leads me to fear that there are those who, to gratify a jealous whim or serve a personal ambition, would give little heed to the dangers of unmerited public criticism they might thus draw upon you, while young Atwater, honest and simple-hearted, both loving and trusting you, has more need of your protection than your censure. With the highest esteem and unspeakable gratitude, I am, sir, Clara Barton. Failing to secure the release of Dorrance by appeal to Secretary Stanton, who was not given to interference with military courts, Clara Barton tried the effect of public opinion, and also sought to arouse the military authority of the state of Connecticut. 2 letters of hers are preserved addressed to friends in the newspaper world, but they did not immediately accomplish the release of Dorrance. Clara Barton was not a woman to desist in an effort of this kind. She had set about to procure the release of Dorrance Atwater. She had the support of Senator Henry Wilson and General B. F. Butler, and she labored day and night to enlarge the list of influential friends who should finally secure his freedom. She surely would have succeeded. While the government saw no convenient way of issuing him a pardon until he returned the missing rolls, public sentiment in his favor grew steadily under her insistent propaganda. At the end of 2 months' imprisonment, he was released under a general order which discharged from prison all soldiers sentenced there by court-martial for crimes less than murder. Even after the issue of the President's general order, Atwater was detained for a little time until Clara Barton made a personal visit to Secretary Stanton and informed him that Dorrance was still in prison and secured the record of his trial for future use. Then she set herself to work to secure the publication of his rolls. He must copy them and rearrange them by states and in alphabetical order, a task of no light weight, and must then arrange with some responsible newspaper to undertake to secure their publication. Moreover, this must be done quickly and quietly, for she believed that Dorrance still had an enemy who would thwart the effort if known. The large task of copying the rolls and rearranging the names required some weeks. When it was finished, Clara Barton, who had previously thought of the New York Times as a possible medium of publicity on account of an expression of interest which it had published, and even had considered the unpractical idea of simultaneous publication in a number of papers, turned instead to Horace Greeley. She wrote to him in January 1866, and then went to New York and conferred with him. Greeley told her that the list was quite too long for publication in the columns of any newspaper. The proper thing to do, as he assured her, was to bring it out in pamphlet form at a low price, and, on the day of publication, to exploit it as widely as possible through the columns of the Tribune. To get the list in type, read the proof, print the edition, and have it ready for delivery required some days, if not weeks. Valentine's Day was fixed as that upon which the list was to appear. On February 14th, 1866, the publication occurred. Horace Greeley was a good advertiser. All through the advertising pages of the Tribune on that day appeared the word Andersonville in a single line of capitals, varied here and there by Andersonville, see advertisement on 8th page. No one who read that day's Tribune could escape the word Andersonville. The editorial page contained the following paragraph. We have just issued a carefully compiled list of the Union soldiers buried at Andersonville, arranged alphabetically under the names of their respective states and containing every name that has been or can be recovered. Aside from the general and mournful interest felt in these martyrs personally, this list will be of great importance hereafter in the settlement of estates, etc. A copy should be preserved for reference in every library, however limited. It constitutes a roll of honor wherein our children's children will point with pride to the names of their relatives who died that their country might live. See advertisement. The 8th page contained a half-page article by Clara Barton, telling in full of the marking of the Andersonville graves. This article was hailed with nationwide interest, and the pamphlet had an enormous circulation, bringing comfort to thousands of grief-stricken homes. Dorrance Atwater never recovered from his treatment at the hands of the United States government. For many years the record of the court-martial stood against him, and his status was that of a released prisoner still unpardoned. His spirit became embittered, and he said that the word soldier made him angry, and the sight of a uniform caused him to froth at the mouth. The government gave him a consulship in the remote Seychelles Islands, and later transferred him to the Society Islands in the South Pacific. He died in November 1910, and his monument is erected near Papeete on the island of Tahiti. End of Chapter 19, Part 2. Chapter 20 of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1, by William Barton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, On the Lecture Platform. At the close of the Civil War, Clara Barton wanted to write a book. Other women who had engaged in war work were writing books, and the books were being well received. She had as much to tell as any other one woman, and she thought she would like to tell it. In this respect, she was entirely different from Miss Dorothea Dix. She met Miss Dix now and then during the war, and made note of the fact in her diary, but either because these meetings occurred in periods when she was too busy to make full record, or because nothing of large importance transpired between them, she gives no extended account of them. Miss Dix was superintendent of female nurses, and Miss Barton was doing an independent work, so there was little occasion for them to meet. But all her references to Miss Dix, which show any indication of her feeling, manifest a spirit of very cordial appreciation of Dorothea Dix's work. Miss Dix managed her work in her own line, insisting that nurses whom she appointed should be neither young nor good-looking, and fighting her valiant battles with quite as much success as in general could have been expected. But Dorothea Dix had no desire for publicity. She shrank from giving to the world any details of her own life, partly because of her unhappy childhood memories, and partly because she did not believe in upholding in the mind of young women the successful career of an unmarried woman, accepting as she did her own lonely career, and making it a great blessing to others. She did not desire that young women should emulate it or consider it the ideal life. She wished instead that they should find lovers, establish homes, and become wives and mothers. Clara Barton, too, had very high regard for the home, and she saw quite enough of the folly of sentimental young women who were eager to rush to the hospitals and nurse soldiers, but she did not share Miss Dix's fear of an attractive face, and she knew rather better than Miss Dix the value of publicity. Timid as she was by nature, she had discovered the power of the press. She had succeeded in keeping up her supply of comforts for wounded soldiers largely by the letters which she wrote to personal friends and to local organizations of women in the North. She made limited but effective use of the newspaper for like purposes. At first, she did not fully realize her own gift as a writer. Once or twice she bemoaned in her diary the feebleness of her descriptive effort. If she could only make people see what she had actually seen, she could move their hearts, and the supply of bandages and delicacies for her wounded men would be unfailing. Her search for missing soldiers led her to a larger utilization of the press, and gave her added confidence in her own descriptive powers. Her name was becoming more and more widely known, and she thought a book by her, if she could procure means to publish it, would afford her opportunity for self-expression and quite possibly be financially profitable. On this subject she wrote 2 letters to Senator Henry Wilson. They are undated, and it is probable that she never sent either of them, but they show what was in her heart. One of these reads as follows: My always good friend, among all the little trials, necessities, and wants, real or imaginary, that I have from time to time brought and laid down at your feet, or even upon your shoulders, your patience has never once broken, or if it did, your broad charity concealed the rent from me, and I come now in the hope that this may not prove to be the last feather. It is not so much that I want you to do anything as to listen and advise, and it may be all the more trying as I desire the advice to be plain, candid, and honest, even at the risk of wounding my pride. Perhaps no previous proposition of mine, however wild, has ever so completely astonished you as the present is liable to do. Well, to end suspense, I am desirous of writing a book. You will very naturally ask 2 questions, what for and what of? In reply to the first, the position which I have assumed before the public renders some general exposition necessary. They require to be made acquainted with me, or perhaps I might say they should either be made to know more of me or less. As it is, everyone knows my name and something of what I am or have been doing, but not 1 in 1,000 has any idea of the manner in which I propose to serve them. Out of 6,000 letters lying by me, probably not 200 show any tolerably clear idea of the writer as to what use I am to make of that very letter. People tell me the color of the hair and eyes of the friends they have lost, as if I were expected to go about the country and search them. They ask me to send them full lists of the lost men of the army. They tell me that they have looked all through my list of missing men, and the name of their son or husband or somebody else's is not on it, and desire to be informed why he is made an exception. They suppose me a part of the government, and it is my duty to do these things, or that I am carrying on the business as a means of revenue, and ask my price, as if I hunted men at so much per head. but all suppose me either well paid or abundantly able to dispense with it, and these are only a few of the vague ideas which present themselves in my daily mail. A fair history of what I have done and desire to do, and a plain description of the practical working of my system would convince people that I am neither sorceress nor spiritualist, and would appall me with less of feverish hope and more of quiet, potent faith in the final result. Then there is all of Andersonville, of which I have never written a word. I have not even contradicted the base forgeries which were perpetrated upon me in my absence. I need not tell you how foully I am being dealt by in this whole matter, and the crime which has grown out of the wickedness which overshadows me. I need to tell some plain truths in a most inexpensive manner, that the whole country shall not be always duped, and honest people sacrificed, that the ambition of one man be gratified. I do not propose controversy, but I have a truth to speak. It belongs to the people of our country, and I desire to offer it to them. And lastly, if a suitable work were completed and found saleable, and any share of proceeds fell to me, I need it in the prosecution of the work before me. Next, what of? The above explanation must have partially answered that I would give the 8 months' history of my present work, and I think I might be permitted by the writers to insert occasionally a letter sent me by some noble wife or mother, and there are no better or more touching letters written. I would show how the expedition to Andersonville grew out of this very work, how inseparably connected the two were, and how Dorrance Atwater's role led directly to the whole work of identifying the graves of the 13,000 sleeping in that city of the dead. I would endeavor to insert my report of the expedition now with the Secretary. I have some materials from which engravings could be made, I think, of the most interesting features of Andersonville, and my experiences with the colored people while there I believe to have been of exceeding interest. I would like to relate this. You recollect I have told you that they came from 20 miles around to see me, to know if Abraham Lincoln was dead, and if they were free. This, if well told, is a little book of itself, and if still I lack material, I might go back a little, and perhaps a few incidents might be gleaned from my last few years' life which would not be entirely without interest. I think I could glean enough from this ground to eke out my work, which I would dedicate to the survivors of Andersonville and the friends of the missing men of the United States Army. I don't know what title I would give it. Now, first, I want your yes or no. If the former, I want your advice still further. Who can help me do all this? I have sounded among my friends, and all are occupied. Numbers can write well, but have no knowledge of book-making, which I suppose to be a trade in itself, and one of which I am entirely ignorant. I never attempted any such thing myself, and have no conceit of my own ability as a writer. I don't think I can write, but I would try to do something at it. Might do more if there were time, but this requires to be done at once. I want a truthful, easy, and I suppose touching, rather than logical book, which it appears to me would sell among the class of persons to whom I should dedicate it, and their name is legion. Now, It is no wonder that I have found no one ready to take hold and help me carry this on, when it is remembered that I have not $10,000 to offer them in advance, but must ask that my helper wait and share his remuneration out of the profits. If he knew me, he would know that I would not be illiberal, especially as pecuniary profit is but a secondary consideration. It is of greater importance to me that I bring before the country and establish the facts that I desire than that I make a few $1,000s out of it. But I would like to do both if I could, but the first if not the last. But I want to stand as the author, and it must be my book, and it should be in very truth if I had the time to write it. I want no person to reap a laurel off it. Dear knows I've had enough of that of late. But the man or woman who could and would take hold and work side by side with me in this matter, making it a heart interest, and having my interest at heart, be unselfish and noble with me, as I think I would be with them, should reap pecuniary profit if there were any to reap. An experienced bookmaker or publisher would understand if such a work would sell. It seems to me that it would. Now, can you point me to any person who could either help me do this, or be so kind as to inform me that I must not attempt it? It will be noted that in this letter she indicates her present lack of means to publish such a book as she had in mind. She had not always lacked means for such an object. While her salary as a teacher had never been large, she had always saved money out of it. The habit of New England thrift was strong upon her, and her investments were carefully made so that her little fund continually augmented. Her salary in the patent office was $1,400, and for a time $1,600, and though she paid a part of it to her substitute during the latter portion of the war, she was able to keep up the rental of her lodging and meet her very modest personal expenses without drawing upon her savings. The death of her father brought to her a share in his estate, and this was invested in Oxford, conservatively and profitably. When she began her search for missing soldiers, therefore, she had quite a little money of her own. She began that work of volunteer service, expecting it to be supported as her work in the field had been supported, by the free gifts of those who believed in the work. When a soldier or a soldier's mother or widow sent her $1, she invariably returned it. As the work proceeded, she was led to believe that Congress would make an appropriation to reimburse her for her past expenditures, and add a sufficient appropriation for the continuance of the work. She had two influential friends at court, Senator Henry Wilson, her intimate and trusted friend, chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs of the Senate, and General Benjamin F. Butler, with whose army she had last served in the field. She knew very well how laws were passed and official endorsements secured. She frequently interceded with her friends in high places on behalf of people or causes in whom she believed. She, in common with mystics, had altercations with army surgeons, yet her diary shows her working hard to secure for them additional recognition and remuneration. On Sunday, January 29th, 1865, she attempted to attend the 3rd anniversary of the Christian Commission, but the House of Representatives was packed. Thousands, she says, were turned away. That afternoon or evening, Senator Wilson called on her, and she talked with him concerning army surgeons. I spoke at length with Mr. Wilson on the subject of army surgeons. I think their rank will be raised. I believe I will see Dr. Crane in the morning and make an effort to bring Dr. Buzzell here to help frame the bill. She did exactly what she believed she would do. Saw Dr. Crane, got her recommendation that Dr. Buzzell be allowed to come, and then went to the Senate. The thing she labored for was accomplished, though it called for considerable added effort. About this same time, she had a visit from a woman who was seeking to obtain the passage of a special act for her own benefit. She shared Clara Barton's bed and board, with introduction to Senator Wilson and other influential people, until the bill passed both houses, and still, as Miss Barton's guest, continued in almost frantic uncertainty, awaiting the President's signature. It happened at the very time Clara Barton was very desirous of getting her work for missing soldiers under way. The idea came to her in the night of February 19th, 1865. Thought much during the night, and decided to invite Mr. Brown to accompany me to Annapolis and to offer my services to take charge of the correspondence between the country and the government officials and prisoners at that point while they continued to arrive. Mr. Brown called upon her that very day, and they agreed to go to Annapolis the next day, which they did. She nursed her brother Stephen, accomplished a large day's work, did her personal washing at 9 o'clock at night, and the next day went to Annapolis. There she met Dorothea Dix, found a captain who deserved promotion, and resolved to get it for him, assisted in welcoming 4 boatloads of returned prisoners, and defined more clearly in her own mind the kind of work that needed to be done. The next Sunday, Senator Wilson called on her again, and she told him she had offered her services for this work and wanted the President's endorsement in order that she might not be interfered with. Senator Wilson offered to go with her to see President Lincoln, and they went the next day, but did not succeed in seeing him. She went again next day, this time without Senator Wilson, for he was busy working on the bill for the lady who was her guest, so she sought to obtain her interview with President Lincoln through the Honorable E.B. Washburne of Illinois. Mr. Washburne agreed to meet her at the White House, and did so, but the President was in a conference preceding a cabinet meeting, and the cabinet meeting, which was to begin at noon, was likely to last the rest of the day. So Mr. Washburne took her paper and said he would see the President and obtain his endorsement. She saw Senator Wilson that afternoon and reported that her papers were still unendorsed, and General Hitchcock was advising her to go on without any formal authority. She was not disposed to do it, for she felt sure that she would no sooner get established than Secretary Stanton would interfere. The difficulty was to get at the President in those crowded days just before his second inaugural, when events both in Washington and in the field were crowding tremendously. Senator Wilson was still interested in what she wanted to do, but was preoccupied. He had labored all night on Miss B.'s bill. In fact, Clara Barton read the probable fate of her own endeavor. Senator Wilson had given himself with such ardor to the cause of her guest that he had no time to help her. She had borrowed a set of furs to wear when she went to the President. She took them back that afternoon and wrote in her diary, "Very tired. could not reconcile my poor success. I find that some hand above mine rules and restrains my progress. I cannot understand, but try to be patient, but still it is hard. I was never more tempted to break down with disappointment. On Thursday, March 2nd, 2 days before the inauguration, she went again to see the president. Just as she reached the White House in the rain, she saw Secretary Stanton go in. She waited until 5:15, and Stanton did not come out. She returned home, still more and more discouraged. Her guest also had been out in the rain, but was overjoyed. Her bill had passed the Senate without opposition and would go to the House next day, if not that very night. Miss Barton wrote in her diary, "I do not tell her how much I am inconvenienced by her using all my power. I have no helper left, and I am discouraged. I could not restrain the tears and gave up to it." It is hardly to be wondered that she almost repented of her generosity in loaning Senator Wilson to her friend when she herself had so much need of him. Nor need she be blamed for lying awake and crying while her guest slept happily on the pillow beside her. She did not often cry. Just at this time she was doubly anxious, for Stephen, her brother, was nearing his end, and Irving Vassall, her nephew, was having hemorrhages and not long for this world, and her day's journal shows a multiplicity of cares crowding each day. Stephen died Friday, March 10th. She was with him when he died and mourned for her dear, noble brother. She believed he had gone to meet the loved ones on the other side, and she wondered whether her mother was not the first to welcome him. His body was embalmed, and a service was held in Washington, and another in Oxford. Between the time of Stephen's death and her departure with his body, she received her papers with the President's endorsement. General Hitchcock presented them to her. She wrote, "We had a most delightful interview. He aided me in drawing up a proper article to be published, said it would be hard, but I should be sustained through such a work, he felt, and that no person in the United States would oppose me in my work. He would stand between me and all harm. The President was there, too. I told him I could not commence just yet, and why, and he said, 'Go bury your dead, and then care for others.' How kind he was." President Johnson later endorsed the work and authorized the printing of whatever matter she required at the government printing office. Her postage was largely provided by the franking privilege. Her work was a great success, and the time came in the following October when it seemed certain her department was to have official status with the payment of all its necessary expenses by the government. On Wednesday, October 4th, she wrote, "Of all my days, this, I suspect, has been my greatest, and I hope my best. About 6 p.m., General Butler came quickly into my room to tell me that my business had been presented to both the President and Secretary of War and fully approved by both, that it was to be made a part of the Adjutant General's Department with its own clerks and expenses, and that I was to be at the head of it, exclusively myself. That he made that a sine qua non on the ground that it was proper for parents to bring up their own children, that he wished me to make out my own program of what would be required, and on his return he would overlook it, and I could enter at once upon my labor. Who ever heard of anything like this? Who but General Butler? He left at 7:30 for home. I don't know how to comport me." On that same night, she had a very different call, and the only one which the author has found referred to in all her diaries where any man approached her with an improper suggestion. Mingling as she did with men on the battlefield, living alone in a room that was open to constant calls from both men and women, she seems to have passed through the years with very little reason to think ill of the attitude of men toward a self-respecting and unprotected woman. That evening she had an unwelcome call, but she promptly turned her visitor out, went straight to two friends and told them what had been said to her, and wrote it down in her diary as a wholly exceptional incident, and with this brief comment, "Oh, what a wicked man!" The plan to make her department an independent bureau seemed humanly certain to succeed. When, a few days later, General Butler left Washington without calling to see her, she was surprised, but thought it explained a few days later when the Boston Journal published an editorial saying that General Butler was to be given a seat in the cabinet and to make his home in Washington. But General Butler's plans failed. He fell into disfavor, and all that he had recommended and was still pending became anathema to the War Department. The Bureau was not created, and Clara Barton's official appointment did not come. During all this time she had been supporting her work of correspondence out of her own pocket. The time came when she invested in it the very last dollar of her quick assets. Her old friend, Colonel DeWitt, through whom she had obtained her first government appointment, had invested her Oxford money. At her request, he sent her the last of it, a check for $228. She wrote in her diary, "This is the last of my invested money, but it is not the first time in my life that I have gone to the bottom of my bag. I guess I shall die a pauper, but I haven't been either stingy or lazy, and if I starve, I shall not be alone. Others have. Went to Mechanics' Bank and got my check cashed." She certainly had not been lazy, and she never was stingy with anyone but herself. Keeping her own expenses at the minimum and living so frugally that she was sometimes thought parsimonious, she saw her last dollar of invested money disappear, and recorded a grim little joke about her poverty and the possibility of starvation. But she shed no tears. In the few times when she broke down and wept, the occasion was not her own privation or personal disappointment, but the failure of some plan through which she sought to be of service to others. This is a rather long retrospect, but it explains why Clara Barton, when she wanted to publish a book, contemplated the cost of it as an item beyond her personal means. She could have published the book at her own expense had it not been for the money she had spent for others. Congress did not permit her to lose the money which she had expended. In all her diary and correspondence, no expression of fear has been found as to her own remuneration. She thought it altogether likely she could get her money back, but there is no hint that she would have mourned, much less regretted what she had done, if she had never seen her money again. Sad days came for Clara Barton when she found that General Butler was worse than powerless to aid her work. Heartily desirous of assisting her as he was, his name was enough to kill any measure which he sponsored. When Senator Wilson came to see her just before Christmas and told her that the plan was hopeless, she was already prepared for it. He suspected that she was nearly out of money and tried to make her a Christmas gift of $20, but she declined. She wakened on these mornings with the deepest feeling of depression and despair that I remember to have known. But this feeling gave place to another. Waking in the night and thinking clearly, she was able to outline the program of the next day's task so distinctly and unerringly that she began to wonder whether the spirit of her noble brother Stephen was not guiding her. She did not think she was a spiritualist, but it seemed to her that some influence which he was bringing to her from her mother helped to shape her days aright. It was such a night's meditation that made plain to her that Dorrance Atwater, released but not pardoned, must get his list published immediately, and that he must do it without a cent of compensation, so that no one should ever be able to say that he had stolen the list in order to profit by it. She found that she did not need many hours' sleep. If she could rest with an untroubled mind, she could waken and think clearly. Gradually, her plan to publish a book changed. Instead, she would write a lecture. She went to hear different women speakers, and was gratified whenever she found a woman who could speak in public effectively. A woman preacher came to Washington, and she listened to her. Even in the pulpit, a woman could speak acceptably. When she traveled on the train, she was surprised and gratified to find how many people knew her, and she came to believe that the lecture platform offered her a better opportunity than the book. There was one other consideration. A book would cost money for its publication, and the getting of it back was a matter of uncertainty. But the lecture platform promised to be immediately remunerative. She conferred with John B. Goff. She read to him a lecture which she prepared. Said he, "I never heard anything more touching, more thrilling in my life." He encouraged her to proceed. Thus encouraged, Clara Barton laid out her itinerary and prepared for 300 nights upon the platform. Her rates were $100 per night, excepting where she spoke under the auspices of the Grand Army Post, when her charge was $75. She took Dorrance Atwater with her to look after her baggage and see to her comfort, and exhibit a box of relics which he had brought from Andersonville. She paid his expenses and a salary besides. Sometimes she thought he earned it, and sometimes she doubted it, for he was still a boy and exhibited a boy's limitations. But she cherished a very sincere affection for him, and to the end of her life counted him as one of her own kin. During this period she had abundant time to write in her diary, for, while there were long journeys, the ordinary distance from one engagement to another was not great. She lectured in the East, in various New England cities, in Cooper Institute in New York, and in cities and moderate-sized towns through Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, and Nebraska. She had time to record, and did record, all the little incidents of her journey, together with the exact sum she received for each lecture, with every dime which she expended for travel, hotel accommodation, and incidental expenses. It was a hard but varied and remunerative tour. It netted her some $12,000 after deducting all expenses. A soldier of the Legion lay dying in Algiers. There was lack of woman's nursing, there was dearth of woman's tears. But a comrade stood beside him, as the lifeblood ebbed away, and bent with pitying glances to hear what he might say. The dying soldier faltered, as he took that comrade's hand, and said, I never more shall see my own, my native land. Take a message and a token to some distant friend of mine, for I was born at Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. With this quotation from the familiar but effective poem of Mrs. Norton, Clara Barton opened her first public lecture, which she delivered at Poughkeepsie on Thursday evening, October 25th, 1866. The lecture was an hour and a quarter in length as she read it aloud in her room, but required about an hour and a half as she delivered it before a public audience. It was, as she recorded in her diary, my first lecture, and the beginning of remunerative labor, after a long period in which she had been without salary. She knew that it was her first lecture, but the audience did not. She returned from it to the house of Mr. John Matthews, where she was entertained, ate an ice cream, went to bed, and slept well. She received her first fee of $100. On Saturday night she spoke in Schenectady, where she received $50, and found, what many a lecturer has learned, that it was not profitable to cut prices. A diminished fee means less local advertising. The audience was smaller and less appreciative. On Monday evening she spoke in Brooklyn. Theodore Tilton presided and introduced her. There she had an ovation. Mr. Tilton accompanied her to her hotel after the lecture, and she told him that she was just beginning and asked for his criticism. He told her the lecture contained no flaw for him to mend. She went back to Washington enthusiastic over the success of her new venture. She had spoken 3 times, and 2 of the lectures had been a pronounced success. Her expenses had been less than $50, and she was $200 to the good. She found awaiting her in Washington a large number of requests to lecture in different places, and she arranged a New England tour. She began with Worcester and Oxford. She did this with many misgivings, not forgetting the lack of honor for a prophet in his own country. She spoke in Mechanics' Hall in Worcester before a full house. She got her $100, but was not happy over the lecture. In Oxford, however, things went differently. She had a good house and the pleasantest lecture I shall ever deliver. Raced home all happy and at rest, my best visit at home. Here she refused to receive any fee, placing the proceeds of the lecture in the hands of the overseers of the poor. She lectured at Salem, at Marlborough, and then at Newark, and again returned to Washington convinced that her plan was a success. Her next tour took her to Geneva and Lockport, New York, Cleveland and Toledo, Ohio, Ypsilanti and Detroit, Michigan, and on the return trip to Ashtabula, Ohio, Rochester, and Dansville, New York. Her fee was $100 in every place excepting Dansville, but her lecture at this last place proved to be of importance. There she learned about the water cure, which later was to have an important influence upon her life. All these lectures on her third trip left a pleasant memory, except the one at Ashtabula, which for some reason did not go well. She now arranged for a much longer trip. She bought her ticket for Chicago, stopping to lecture at LaPorte, Indiana. She reshaped her lecture somewhat for this trip, telling how her father had fought near that town under Mad Anthony Wayne. She lectured in Milwaukee, Evanston, Kalamazoo, Detroit, Flint, Galesburg, Des Moines, Rock Island, Muscatine, Washington, Iowa, Dixon, Illinois, Decatur, and Jacksonville. On her way north from Jacksonville, she was in a train wreck in which several people were injured. She also had an experience in an attempt to rob her, and she resolved never to travel by sleeper again when she had to go alone. She was very nearly as good as her word. Very rarely did she make use of a sleeping car. She traveled by day when she could, and when unable to do so, sat up in a corner of the seat and rested as best she could. She lectured at Mount Vernon, Aurora, Belvidere, Rockford, and other Illinois cities, and at Clinton, Iowa. In most of these cities she was entertained in the homes of distinguished people, Dorrance Atwater sometimes staying at the hotel. In Chicago she had good visits with John B. Goff and Theodore Tilton, both of whom were on the lecture platform, and she herself lectured in the Chicago Opera House. Other lectures followed in Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, New York, and so on back to Washington. Then she took another tour through New England. She lectured in New Haven and found the people unresponsive, but she had a good time at Terryville, Connecticut. There Dorrance Atwater was at home. It was characteristic of Clara Barton that at this lecture she insisted that Dorrance should preside. Not only so, but she called it his lecture and gave him the entire proceeds of that and the lecture at New Haven. It was a proud night for this young man, released from his 2 imprisonments, and she records that he presided well. She lectured again in Worcester, and with better results than before, then extended her tour all over New England. After this, she made other long tours through Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and states farther west. Now and then she records a disappointing experience, but in the main the results were favorable. She had no difficulty in making a return engagement. Everywhere she was hailed as the Florence Nightingale of America. The press comments were enthusiastic. Her bank account grew larger than it had ever been. Clara Barton was now 47 years old. For 8 years, beginning with the outbreak of the Civil War, she had lived in rooms on the 3rd floor of a business block. The 2 flights of stairs and the unpretentiousness of the surroundings had not kept her friends away. Her daily list of callers was a long one, and her evenings brought her so many friends that she spoke humorously of her levees. But she had begun to long for a home of her own, which she was now well able to afford. Since the appropriation of Congress of $15,000 and her earnings from her lectures, all of which she had carefully invested, she possessed not less than $30,000 in good interest-bearing securities. She had brought from Andersonville a colored woman, Rosa, who now presided over her domestic affairs. She spent a rather cheerless Christmas on her 47th birthday in her old room on 7th Street, and determined not to delay longer. She bought a house. On the outside it looked old and shabby, but inside it was comfortable. On Tuesday, December 29th, 1868, she packed her belongings. Next day she records, December 30th, 1868, Wednesday. Moved. Mr. Budd came early with 5 men. Mr. Vassall, Sally, and myself all worked, and in the midst of a fearful snowstorm and a good deal of confusion, I broke away from my old rooking of 8 years and launched out into the world all by myself. Took my first supper in my own whole house at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Capitol Hill. She had engaged her movers at a stipulated price of $6, but she was so happy with the result that she paid them $10, which for a woman of Clara Barton's careful habits indicated a very large degree of satisfaction. The next day, assisted by her colored woman Rosa and her Negro man Uncle Jarrett, and with some help from two kindly neighbors, she set things to rights. It was a stormy day, and she was tired, but happy to be in her home. She wrote in her diary, "This is the last day of the year, and I sometimes think it may be my last year. I am not strong, but God is good and kind." It is pathetic that the joy of her occupancy of her new home should have been clouded by any forebodings of this character. Her premonition that it might be her last year came very near to being true. Heavy had been the strain upon her from the day when the war began, and the events of the succeeding years had all drawn upon her vitality. What occurred at the height of her success in Bordentown came again to her at the height of her career upon the lecture platform. She rode one night to address a crowded house, and she stood before them speechless. Her voice utterly failed. Her physicians pronounced it nervous prostration, prescribed 3 years of complete rest, and ordered her to go to Europe. End of Volume 1. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Phyllis Vincelli. End of The Life of Clara Barton, Volume 1 by William Barton.